for the big NXL event happening down in Dallas a couple weeks from now, May 5th through the 7th. Head to nxlpaintball.com as we're going to be hitting the second stop on the 2017 tour shortly. So Michigan and Tennessee getting ready to play their second point. Michigan ready to roll. Tennessee just getting their bodies out right now.
Just under 10. Tennessee needs to hurry. Here we go.
On the breakout here, and a big move up the center for Michigan State. The Spartans able to get that body to the wall, and off the delay, get a body right behind him in the white zone. The stand-up can. Both those guys looking D-side right now.
Oh, Tennessee player back stand-up coming off. Looks like Tennessee player diving into the snake. Hopefully, Michigan player dropping on the snake side. Looking like Tennessee's blown the snake side of Michigan State here.
Well, this is what Tennessee wanted to happen. They just got a kill from the back stand-up temple. So, and not a lot of guns looking snake side right now. Looks like just one gun for Michigan State looking snake side, which is why they're able to get, looks like Tennessee has a body in snake 2.
Yeah, we got White here in snake 2. Ooh, look for White just now picks up the wall and gets an, or who eliminated White, Matt?
Yeah, well, White got shot in his left arm coming out towards that side. Well, there was not a lot of guns for Michigan State, but as soon as they figured out that he's there, and here comes Cook. Yeah, so Cook coming through, and he's going to also get taken out. So, you know, it wasn't looking bad for Tennessee, but they lost a couple bodies, and then Cook had to try to do a desperation run, and it looks like, is that going to be a minor penalty on Michigan? See the ref running in. Yeah, the ref's yelling at one of the Michigan State players to get in the box. And so that minor penalty is going to stay on the clock, because if you win the point, the minor penalty will stay up there. If you lose, it's going to come off. Again, these are old school X-ball rules here in college paintball with 10-minute halves and minor and major penalties. 6 minutes, 28 seconds to go. Let's check in with Lauren Kelly.
Thanks, Maddie. This is Michigan State's first college X-ball tournament ever. This morning they played Central Florida. They lost 3-8, but they said they were actually really happy with their performance, even though they lost. They knew that Central Florida was a veteran team, and so they actually surprised themselves getting some points on the board. So it seems like they're here to maybe prove something, have some fun, but they're not taking themselves too seriously. Back to you.
You got to start somewhere, right?
Yeah.
We all started somewhere, and man, I love coming to the college paintball tournament every year. I'm not just saying that. I really like the vibe down here. The college guys are always super fun to hang out with, and I love the attitude they have. It's very competitive on the field, but
off the field,
they're just, you know, talking smack to each other and sipping adult beverages if they're of age, and just having a good time. It's really nice down here in Orlando. Touch under 80 degrees, got a little breeze going on. And, oh yeah, Michigan State, their first step into this division. Tennessee's been here before, but Tennessee's looking a little sloppy to start things out here in these first 2 points.
Yeah, Michigan looks to be the more aggressor of the two. They've been sending that player up to the wall consistently, and then having his trailer bump out to the Doritos. So, I mean, they're definitely being a little bit more aggressive than Tennessee, or a lot. Well, Tennessee's chosen to go the snake route, and it doesn't look like it's been working for them at all.
White's doing a good job of getting into the snake, but he needs to tighten it up once he's in there. So that's 2 points in a row that we've seen White get into the snake but die out of that spot. So we'll see, can White continue to get up into that spot? They're actually just going to take snake 1 off the break, dives out wide but gets clipped. Heavy guns for Michigan State. They definitely chose the right game plan, doubling up that back center temple, but I think they just lost one of their bodies out of there. Or either that or he took a fat bouncer in the head. Wow. Hey, man, I'd rather be lucky than good, and that guy just got really lucky.
Looks like Tennessee, they sent Ramsey off the break to the snake and didn't make it in.
That ball direct drove that guy. Well, he had 2 lives. He just spent his second life, though, as he walks off the field. Michigan State able to get in the snake. And
look for Carlin to shoot this wall out here if the wall comes over and look the snake way.
Well, they need to get the communication. Tennessee needs to call the fact that the snake is hot. And there,
Carlin.
He definitely – I got clipped from somewhere. I don't know where that shot come from.
I have no idea.
He might have got shot getting in there because he didn't really engage once he was in there. He might have got shot trying to get in that spot. He's lucky he didn't get a penalty.
Oh, wow, that's a big bite right here.
Cook, again, playing the aggressor, but Tennessee loses their 50 wall. They do have the 50 here in the snake, and he's wrapping around trying to get a shot on
the mini wall.
Yeah, the mini wall in the back. He's the guy right now. Cook's the man for Tennessee. He needs to be careful. The guns have turned to him. Everyone knows he's there. He has 2 guns on him, and it's soon going to be a third.
It looks like we got one of the Spartans making a move out.
Well, since all the guns have turned to Cook, it's a good thing that his teammate made a move into the red zone up into D3, because everyone's looking at Cook right now.
Vallejo's getting eliminated. I was trying to make a push trying to get Cook here. Cook to wrap. There we go.
So far, I like how Cook's playing this spot. I like how he got in here. He's engaging, but not recklessly engaging. He knows where the bodies are, and he's doing what he needs to do to try to put Tennessee's first point on the board.
Tennessee coming down the Dorito side.
See?
Look at that.
Great move. It's punch, counter punch. And
who was that dancing around over there? Oh, penalty. Is that excessive dancing, maybe? Oh, man.
Was that White that got a penalty?
No, White's going into the box, but whoever was on the Dorito side got a penalty.
Well, was there enough bodies left alive? Okay, Cook is still alive.
Yeah, I don't think he liked his dance move. Well, see, Cook, what happened was you were balling out of control, and then this guy over here, your friend, was just dancing. So we're going to call penalty.
The new rule? Did they write that in recently?
I think they're going the NFL way. Sir, you can only do. Have you seen that Keelan and Appeal skit, 2 pumps?
Yeah. So here on the replay, so a big move off the break, but slides out wide and gets taken out. But Cook was able to get in there shortly after that. And once the gun shifted Cook's way, this is what happened on the opposite side of the field. But that's why you get into crucial positions. The reason why.
Dance move. Oh no!
No, it was just a little excitement. They should be. That's their first point, and it's close now with 4 minutes and 5 seconds left to go. So let's check in with Lauren. Maybe she has some information on that penalty.
Hey guys, yeah, the penalty was on player number 13 for Tennessee for unsportsmanlike conduct for swearing on the field.
Whoa,
back to you.
That's a no-no.
Oh man. It's an unfortunate turn of events for Tennessee because they're going to have that. So you get the minor penalty, you win the point, it stays on the clock. So they're going to have to start down a body. The Spartans will be on a power play with a 1-point lead and 4 minutes and 5 seconds left to go. But the most important thing for Tennessee is we finally saw some production out of their front players. They still lost a couple guys, but Andrew Cook really stepped up and won that point. I mean, couldn't see who that was for them on the D side that was playing off of his move, but he also did a great job as well.
The potty mouth?
The potty mouth, yeah.
I'm just glad that rule wasn't around when we were
Shame on
playing.
him for cursing. Yeah. You know, we never did that back in the day.
No.
I never got penalties for, yelling at refs or cursing the paintball gods.
Yeah.
So on the breakout here, Tennessee able to get back into snake one. So they've been consistent with aggressively pushing on the snake side of the field. Yeah, able to keep their 4 bodies alive this time, Catfish.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like the Spartans decided not to send that player up to the wall. I guess it wasn't working out like they had hope. Look for them to come into the snake here, meet the Tennessee player that's already in there. Looks like we got Carlin here trying to make his move in. Look for him to jump. There it is.
He wants to go, and he makes his move into snake one. So snake 2 is hot for Tennessee, still slightly in the white zone there on your screen. And he's listening to that communication.
Oh, Spartans making a move all the way up into the Dorito 50. Oh, and a red
major
flag.
penalty.
So
this is
somebody
with Michigan State, not what they wanted to happen here. This really should give the advantage to Tennessee, particularly because Tennessee just had their body come out of the penalty box. So big advantage right now for Tennessee. See if they can make the most of it.
Oh, man. Looks like there's only, 2 Spartan players left alive, or 3? Yeah, Michigan going to try to eat a lot of this time off this major that they just received.
Yeah, they're going to want to try to meet because that major stays on the clock. Even if you lose the point, the major stays up there. So the Spartans absolutely, the last players, they just want to cross it up and try to suck as much of that time off the clock as possible here.
I think there's only one player left, Matt, actually. Back Dorito bunker on the Dorito side.
So Hemphill into the 50-yard line for Tennessee, able to get that cross-field kill. And this should be able to tie things up. They need to hurry up, though. They want to preserve as much of that major penalty on the Spartans as they possibly can. They need to sprint that in there. Now he's going to sprint it in. And looks like Tennessee conceding, no, I'm sorry, Spartans conceding that point. That's going to give the point to Tennessee. 2-2 is the score. 2 minutes and 11 seconds to go.
Why would you concede that point?
I don't know.
You have a penalty.
Your guess is as good as mine, Catfish. I mean, yes, you should not do that.
Yeah.
You want as much of that time, and it's not exactly like they were sprinting the flag in either.
Yeah.
So they're kind of giving them a couple extra seconds off of that. We're watching the replay as, Tennessee kept trying it, finally able to make that snake off the break. It definitely paid dividends for them. But most importantly, and there's Carlin for Michigan State. He gets taken out, and you can see that major penalty was called. And that was the big reason why Tennessee lost that. So tie ball game right now. Stick with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Let's check in with Lauren. Looks like she's down in the pits with Tennessee.
I am actually in the pits here, but I was going to tell you that major penalty that Michigan State Spartans got was for one of the players got hit in the goggles and kept playing on because they didn't win that point. He will be starting with 1:16 left in the box. Back to you.
1:16 is a lot of time.
Wow, lots of time. Looks like we got Tennessee players running out to get to their station here. Got under 5 seconds.
So if you're Tennessee, Spartans going to be down a body. If you can get a kill, make it a 5-on-3.
Oh, yeah.
You want to be careful, but if you can finish this point out and force the Spartans to start down, that would be best case scenario for them. We'll see if that's going to work out. No, it actually goes the opposite direction as Michigan State is able to shoot a Tennessee body off the break, and now it's 4-on-4.
Looks like we got oh, man. Yep, a Michigan player coming up. It's Tennessee making that push. Oh, man.
Ramsey is just rumbling down the snake side of the field, and Michigan State begging for a penalty on that Ramsey move. Didn't get it. Now
Carlin just arguing right now with the rest, wanting a call. Unfortunately, didn't get it. Looks like Tennessee needs to start pushing, making that move.
Well, Tennessee, they still have a body advantage right now off of that move down here on the snake side. And the referee is in there checking out one of the guns. And that's going to be a major, looks like a gun penalty on Cook. So the star for Tennessee, Andrew Cook, looks like he's going to get a major gun penalty. Not sure if that was for shooting hot or had a little bit of a bouncy trigger. Not really sure. But he's walking off, and that blows Tennessee's chance to try to put another point on the board here before we get to this halftime. That's also going to force them to play the next minute and 44 seconds down a body. Spartans, they're about to get their body out of the penalty box with just under a minute to go.
There it is. That was an unfortunate turn over the bench there for Tennessee, getting that, what was that, gun shooting hot maybe?
Well, I saw the ref go in and kind of looked like he was playing with Cook's gun. Maybe we can get a replay on that. Here we go. So there's Andrew Cook. The ref gets in there. And do you see him chronoing? He's chronoing him. And then he pulls that red flag out. So major penalty assessed on Cook. You can see frustrated Andrew Cook turns around, goes up to the ref to kind of clarify exactly what that was for. Regardless, minute and 33 seconds, that will carry on to the second half. It's going to stay up there until that time expires. So it looks like, let's check in with Lauren. Maybe she has a little bit more info on that penalty there, Catfish.
Hey, guys, it actually looks like Cook is going to be suspended. He was shooting a 12-3, so he won't be playing the rest of the match. Back to you.
Too many balls per second, Cook. That is unfortunate.
Wow.
Wow, that's a big hit for them, too, because Cook was doing a lot of work for them. So that's a unfortunate turn of events for Tennessee fans out there, as Andrew Cook will be suspended for the remainder of this match. And since this game is so close, that's really going to hurt them. They need him. Let's get another look at this. So you see there is Andrew Cook at the stand-up temple behind the snake. The ref probably, when you, and everyone out there that's listening to this that plays the game, when you hear a gun that's shooting too fast, you're like, wait a second, that gun's shooting a little bit too fast.
Wait a minute.
So he went in there, checked it out, and assessed the penalty. But again, big blow, as Andrew Cook is one of the top players on that team and was playing really solid here in this game. So they're going to have to play the rest of the 46 seconds in this first half, and the whole second half is, he's been suspended from this game.
Who's that? Not going to make it?
Well, it's Andrew Cook going to the box.
Yeah. Why does he have to go to the box?
Normally, when you get suspended, you go to paintball jail, which means they make you come and sit at underneath the score tent.
Yeah. Oh, man, like we got Ramsey's coming in the snake for Tennessee.
Hey, they're trying to make it happen here. They're trying to score a quick point here before time expires. Just 26 seconds to go.
Yeah, look for Carlin to get that shot. Oh, Carlin eliminating player on the Dorito side for Michigan here. Carlin making a move up to the snake 50. Proceeds to wrap and try and shoot this guy.
Well, one body's definitely coming off. There's two bodies coming off on the D side right now for Tennessee, but there's just not enough time left. Carlin will make an attempt for it as he comes all the way around, cuts to that D side where the body's dropped off, and then does a somersault. Did he lose his goggles? No. Goggles stay on, but
yeah, it was a somersault.
Valiant effort from Carlin.
He might have hurt himself. No.
Well, Carlin's one of Michigan's better players, so that would be a bad turn of events for them if they lost him. He definitely was. I mean, he gave it 100%. I think he did. It looked like he tripped and fell. I don't know why he did that roll, that somersault into a roll.
It looks sweet, though.
Yeah, maybe we have that as a replay here. So here's Carlin. Comes from the snake side at the 50, grabs the flag. At this time, time's about to expire right now.
I'm going.
And then he kind of, just gets a little hitch in his step, and then instead of diving, looks like the Russian judge only gives him a 6-7.
Yeah. That Russian judge is such a meanie.
The truck gives him a 7-8. Is that what you say, guys? Oh, the truck's so kind. 7.8. It's a pretty high score on that one, guys. I don't know.
I didn't like his form.
So, hey, we will be heading here into the second half of this matchup. Michigan State University Spartans taking on the University Tennessee Volunteers. But before we head into a short break, we're going to check in again with Lauren.
Hey guys, I'm here with Ryan Carlin. Ryan, you were pushing down that field as the clock was ticking down. What happened? Why did you have that? It looked pretty cool, but why did you roll?
It looked cool, but it didn't get the job done. I got up to the 50 snake, saw that 8 seconds on the clock. I knew I had to sprint as fast as I could. Fortunately, I couldn't go on the inside of the W. There's too many lanes on me, so I tried to wrap around. Just too slow, apparently.
All right, well, this is the closest match of the day so far, so stay tuned for the second half.
Ben Baum?
Where are we going to put that third field, though? Well, I've got grass growing to the left of those two fields. We graded it, and there's grass growing on it now. Nobody's allowed to walk on it. So it'll just be for that event. Great job. 2 more seconds. If we need a 4. Or put drainage in the first field. Evan told me to. I mean, we scraped the ground a little bit better, so it drains better. Drainage is going to be nice. Hey, thank you, Dylan. Appreciate that. Hey, Joe, you're doing fantastic. Hey, guys, you're doing a great job. No one tells you enough. I just want to let you know. We appreciate what you do. I know for sure we need new poles. Definitely. I wonder if there's a war. Yeah, we've been thinking, like you said, about doing the fence. Yeah. I think what I might do is get a bunch of 40-foot containers, basically everything. Yeah. Line them up on the outside, and people can use them
those fields are placed in like the worst possible spot at that place, because that's where like all the wind comes.
Wind-wise, the worst.
Yeah, for sure. Other than that, it's wind. You ever thought about getting like the?
Hey, do you know if we're still playing box?
Yes, we do.
We do? For how long?
Yeah, well, the top section for like this section too. They make
This one outside.
a little bit less.
Yeah, you got 4 to go,
Okay.
and you have 3 seconds to get out.
It's plastic. It's not this stuff. It's like a little bit lighter. It's barely lighter, but still, if you get that much more wind going through it, it's not
More dangerous than
it rips easily if like the stakes or something hot on it or whatever. But other than that, like it's not gonna break. I haven't seen it in a while, but I know spotter parks used to have it. Have you looked at the cost? That would be the best way. That's like the most permanent.
Hey, Julian, we need you too also. We said like holding out there.
Yes. Number 36 in the box for 46 seconds. Yeah, for sure.
Sweet. Hey, man, that's 26, not 36. Hey, that's 26. What are you got? That's in there. Wait, Joe, 26.
About to start the second half here. Tennessee Volunteers taking on Michigan State Spartans. Let's check in again with Lauren.
Michigan State is getting a lucky break. It has been decided Andrew Cook will not be suspended. The refs originally thought that his 12-3 shooting was a suspension. At NXL, it would have been, but here at NCPA, there's some leniency, so he will not be suspended.
Well, that is a good break because Andrew Cook, definitely a standout player for them. And this is a close game. Catfish, we asked for one and we got one.
Yeah,
3-2
like
here
this.
heading into the second half.
These teams are, both evenly matched here. It looks like we have a Tennessee player coming off the Dorito side of the field.
Well, they're about to get Cook back here in 10 seconds.
We'll look for Ramses to make a move, try to get out of there. Looks like we got a Spartan player in the Snake 1. And here comes Cook. Oh, Cook just wheeling and dealing on that side. Looks like we got Spartans at the wall and at the Snake 50. Looks like Ramsey's trying to wrap. Oh, and shoots the snake or the wall out.
Yeah, that was a huge kill.
Yeah, that was a good kill by Ramsey.
Yeah, that Ramsey really stepping up here for Tennessee as they do get Cook out of the box, and he's gonna. Looks like Ramsey's gonna get chronoed as well, and he's good to go. Richard at the 50-yard line right now for Michigan State. This is a good position. He's able to put some pressure cross field, and that back bunker on the Dorito side of the field is Cook over there, really just focusing on what's in front of him. Needs to get a shot on Richard, though, and keep Richard honest.
Look for Ramsey to probably come out wide and try to get Richard here. Is this Spartan only one left?
Let's
2 on 1, I think.
I don't see any
I don't
bodies
see why the
behind
coaches.
him.
Well, does
He's clean.
Tennessee not have a coach?
Oh,
Oh.
So, poor Richard over here. You know, he got bounced.
Yeah.
He asked for a check and then literally gets shot on his next engagement. And that should do it here. There is one player left alive. So he was on that D side of the field. We couldn't see him from our position, but now he's past the 50-yard line. He was able to get a shot on Cook. So it's a one-on-one situation right now, it looks like. Ramsey for Tennessee. Luckily for Ramsey, he does have his coach right by him over here. He can help joystick him.
Actually, Ramsey does not have a coach. Doesn't look like Tennessee has a sideline coach.
No, he's talking from right down here.
No, I believe that's the Spartan coach.
Oh, he's trying to counter coach him right now.
Tennessee does
he's
not
right
have
by,
a coach.
Yeah, but he's right by his pits.
Yeah.
So,
but you can't talk from the pits.
You used to be able to.
You used to. I don't think you can now.
Well,
because you're supposed to have a coach. I just noticed that. They need to put a player out there.
Well, Ramsey right now in a situation where he can tie this game up. There, Ramsey on your screen for Tennessee. Volunteers have an opportunity to tie this game up, but it is up to Ramsey to try to win this one-on-one gunfight, or will it be the Spartans? You can see the Spartans now, their player all the way into the white Doritos on Tennessee's side of the field. Ramsey needs to back up that a little bit. When you're in a one-on-one situation, you want to play the bunker, don't let the bunker play you. I mean, you're only looking at one guy. So the way to do that is, you want to back up off that spot a little bit, which allows you to freely go back and forth left-handed, right-hand a little bit easier. You're not really worried about getting so close to that.
Oh, Michigan coach yelling at his pit, saying not to say anything.
A lot of time being taken off here in this one-on-one fight.
It's a close match, too.
Yeah, it's a close game. This is a close point. Luckily for Tennessee, though, because this point ran long, they were able to get Cook out, even though Cook lost his gunfight against the player over there on that D side for the Spartans. Long one-on-one here. Ramsey hasn't gone anywhere. He stayed in that same spot. The only movement has been from the Spartans. And it looks like he's out of paint as well, so no pods on Ramsey's back. He has only the paint that's in his loader.
And you can't pick up paint, can you? What's the ruling on that?
Well, you can't pick up paint in Europe. You can pick up paint in the NXL. I'm going to go with I think you can pick up paint here, unless they changed it. Wasn't really ever a fan of that rule in Europe where you can't pick up paintballs. Their logic being that you might pick up a rock, but, I mean, come on.
Yeah. At that point, you probably shouldn't be playing paintball.
Good point. So,
and
then Ramsey is going to take off, and he's going to grab that flag.
Oh,
he misses the flag, though. Oh, wow. But he's still alive, so now he has to come back and reposition here.
That would have been a point.
And then now he's going to come up, and it looks like he smokes him down. Nice job by Ramsey.
Ramsey's.
So Ramsey runs to get the flag, tries to grab it, misses it, forced to stop. And unfortunately, it was Shao for Michigan State over there on that D side of the field. So Shao kind of dropped the ball. He kind of went to sleep a little bit on Ramsey. Ramsey takes off at the right time, but misses the flag. But then he was forced to stop, and he comes up. Shao still thinks that Ramsey's downfield and basically walks right into his gun at that center 50. Still, that was a tough play for Ramsey. I like what he did out there, and we got ourselves a tie game right now with a little under 5 minutes to go.
That was a good all-around play there.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Ramsey's probably not going to play the next point.
Why not?
Because he's exhausted. I mean, maybe. I mean,
he's dying right now. Wish we can get a camera in there.
Ramsey is hurting right now. So look at this replay here, and he runs through, switches hands, tries to grab the flag with his right hand.
What do you think he's thinking right now? Well,
he was thinking, I cannot believe I didn't grab that flag. And then he's thinking, oh, thank God this guy just walked right into my gun. So just got confirmation, Catfish. You are allowed to pick up paintballs, which is what I was pretty sure was the case.
But what if you pick up a rock?
I'm
worried for the players.
I'm going to go with you and say you probably shouldn't be playing paintball if that's the case. So let's check in with Lauren. She is down with Ramsey in the pits for Tennessee.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I am here with Ramsey, sitting down, drinking some water. That was a big point for you guys, and your team needed it. Tell me how you're feeling right now, and what was running through your mind those last few seconds?
I'm exhausted, to be honest with you. But I was just like, they're yelling, just run for the flag. I was like, well, maybe I'm fast enough, so I ran for it, missed the flag, but I was like, might as well go get him. Trade out at least, but then I got him in on that point.
Well, good job. Your team needed it. Back to you guys.
Hey, again, hats off to Ramsey, man. He's definitely not slow, that's for sure.
What happened?
It looks like so the Spartans were out, and there's no one on the opposite side of the field. So Tennessee did not field 5 players. They said that they thought that they called a timeout, but that is not the case, and we can see him a little frustrated with the situation as they're in the pits. Well, I mean, you got to field. You either need to call a timeout or you need to put players out there to play the point. Yeah. So you can see Tennessee in the pits right now a little frustrated with how this was shaken down.
Dumbfounded of what's going on.
Well, maybe they thought they called a timeout and they didn't get it. but they're not arguing. So you can almost always tell when a team feels they're getting a bad shake or something broke or some sort of issue. So let's check in again with Lauren. Maybe she has an answer for us.
Hey, guys, yeah, that was unlucky for them, but they cannot call a timeout with less than 10 seconds on the clock. There was only 3 seconds when they hit the timeout buzzer, so they weren't able to get a timeout for that one.
Got to maintain your focus. I understand they just had a really big point win there, but then they threw one back, so the Spartans get a free point as no one from Tennessee took the field to play that one, thought they had a timeout, but like Lauren just broke down, under 10 seconds, can't call a timeout. 4 minutes and 23 seconds to go. So the good news for Tennessee is they do have enough time left on this clock to tie this one up again, but it's going to be tough. I mean, this is a close match. These two teams pretty evenly matched here, Catfish.
Yeah, definitely. I'm still kind of dumbfounded myself why Tennessee has chosen to not go with a coach on the sideline. I mean, one of the players is allowed to go out there and coach, correct?
I think so.
Are they just that confident, or?
Well, I mean, again, this style of paintball is a holdover from the original NXL, which started back in 2003. So initially, we had these really long halves, and over time, that time got pared down. Obviously, the NXL and Top Pro Paintball went away from the 2-half format, first into a race 2, now just time with the mercy rule. But here, you're playing you're playing 2 10-minute halves. Yeah. So maybe they're just used to not playing with a coach. I'm trying to think, why would you not have a coach out there?
It's true. But that's like having an extra life. You know what I mean?
Well, it's like having a 6th guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially in this format. I mean, the coach is out there on the sidelines. All right, maybe Lauren's got it for us. Lauren.
Hey, so Tennessee was telling me that they've actually never brought a coach to a tournament, and no one was available. They asked all of their alumni, and no one was able to come out, so they're just focusing on doing it live on the field. Back to you.
There you go. Well, again, they got a chance still as they shoot a body here on the snake side. Oh, but they lose their body up the center, so it's now 4-on-4, and the Spartans got that free point, so they are definitely in the driver's seat right now, under 4 minutes to go. There's the battle developing here on the snake side. No one in the snake for either team.
It looks like White, by his body movement, looks like he's getting ready to make a move to the snake.
He wants to go. He's second-guessing himself right now.
There is the dive, and he's in.
Move. And then White's going to wrap around here and crawl into snake 2. He's going to go right to the 50-yard line. Michigan State also making a move. White up to the 50. He's in a good position. See if he can do something with it. He's got to be careful. And here he might as well, look, you have a little bit of time. He probably should just chill out, let his team protect him. Begging Michigan's, is that going to be penalty on White? Interesting.
Wow,
so
that is interesting.
White gets a penalty that pulls out Cook. Carlin is still alive, and he's going to dice up the back center player and then should be able to get a shot on the back corner as well, who is not. Hey, man, you have to keep your wits about you. When chaos starts to break down, get your head on a swivel. Start head checking on the other side of the field to see what's happening over there. So Carlin pumped up, and now a 2-point lead here for the Spartans.
That's a little twist there.
Yeah, you could say that again.
Yeah.
Lauren, what do you got for us?
Hey, guys, refs are telling me that White spun on Carlin, which is why he got that major penalty.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't see the front of Carlin, so, obviously that's why we have referees down there. But, yeah, it's just Tennessee getting a couple bad shakes here, and now going to have to try to come back and score 2 points to tie it up. Unfortunately, they're going to have 1 minute and 48 seconds left, which is the bulk of the remaining time. So you see the replay. So there's Carlin. So I think Carlin was begging for that penalty before he even got there. He had to engage that second time. So see Carlin come out. Yeah, he gets his shot on him and calls the shot. And then he's going to turn around and beg for the penalty. Gets it. So it's just a good move for Carlin. Really, I like how Carlin's playing out there, and he's definitely playing a little hyped up too. You can see he was pretty happy after the end of that point. He should be 2-point lead right now for the Spartans, and it's going to be tough for Tennessee with that major penalty.
Yeah, that's. I mean, 2 points down. I mean, it's doable. Get 1 or 2 kills off a break. Equalize it. Go heads up.
Well, anytime you're down a body, the first thing on your agenda, even up that body count. Try to spin those guns around, hopefully get a kill, make it 4-on-4, and play from there. Normally, you would want to burn as much of the clock off as you can, but in this situation, down by 2 with less than 3 minutes to play, 2:57 on that clock, you really can't. You don't have that luxury. So what Tennessee's going to have to do is go with step one, even up the body count, but they're still going to have to play aggressive and take ground, which that really hasn't been a problem for Tennessee. Tennessee has been playing aggressive. They have been able to get into spots. It's what they're doing from those spots that's pretty much that's the bigger issue for them.
Looks like we have White coming out there. Oh, not going to make it.
So Tennessee kind of falling apart here as they weren't able to get that fourth body out, so they had to start with 3.
Doing so good, too. Doing so good and just coming apart the seams. Looks like we have Carlin just making his way methodically up the snake here. Oh, man. Carlin asking for a hold here.
Well, Carlin trying to finish this one out here from the snake, and it was another pretty easy point for the Spartans. They were only playing against 3 guys.
Yeah.
Wild is going to go in and hang that flag up here, which will give us around 2:10 left, 2:09, and now a 3-point spread.
Getting deeper and deeper. That water's starting to get deep.
Yeah, kind of. Volunteers been digging themselves a hole ever since that one-on-one.
Yeah.
So even though they don't have a coach, a leader needs to emerge, though.
Yeah.
So,
I
okay,
agree.
you don't have a coach. You're Tennessee. Whoever the veteran guy is on that squad, whoever the elder statesman needs to be the guy helping his guy. You have to just step in and then kind of take over, be a player coach, because you won't be making these mistakes like they're making. So, regardless, Tennessee digging themselves a hole right now. 6-3 is your score, and we'll be right back.
The Dye GF Boomstick is the next evolution of the legendary Dye barrel line. Our glass fiber barrels are constructed using the same custom assembly process as our trusted carbon fiber barrels. At the heart of the GF Boomstick is a gun-drilled 303 surgical steel insert, which has an extremely low coefficient of friction, provides the ultimate in durability, and gives you the smoothest surface finish. Two-piece alignment is a critical factor in a barrel's true accuracy. The GF's self-centering angled surfaces ensure proper back-to-tip mating, eliminating tolerance variations in thread wear. Dye's trademark muzzle port design gives the GF unparalleled accuracy and a low sound signature. The GF Boomstick is the most accurate, quiet, and stylish barrel available. With so much performance and versatility engineered into the Dye GF Boomstick, there is no question why it has been the choice of champions around the world for well over a decade.
Not a lot of time left, 2:09 in regulation. Before we get into the action, let's check in again with Lauren.
Hey guys, during that last point, Andrew Cook was on the sideline asking Michigan State to run the clock out from the sidelines. He was yelling to number 14, who hung the flag, to let the time tick down a little bit more because they want to keep the point spread smaller. They don't want to keep playing and losing points. It was a strategic throw of the game. Back to you.
Well, if I'm Michigan, I'm going to go with no, and I'm going to try to run the score up on you because that's what they're trying to do out here. Point spread's important. So right now,
Carlin just dicing people up right now. He's having a game right now.
Yeah, Carlin's definitely having a game here for Michigan State. The Spartans trying to put their 7th point on the board. Tennessee about 23 seconds away from getting their 5th body back, though.
Yeah.
And so now maybe Andrew Cook's going to ask the same here, see if they can run it out. But Lynch not having any of that. He's going to run that flag in and put the 7th point on the board. Minute and 16 seconds left to go. That's kind of an odd thing to ask your opponents.
Yeah.
Hey, can you take it easy on us?
Don't make it look so bad. Well, I mean,
I get it.
Yeah.
But
yeah, ever since that one-on-one, Matt, it's just been rough storms for these guys over here.
Yeah. And, normally when you have something like that happen, that's when you get the momentum boost.
Yeah, exactly.
And instead, as soon as they didn't put those 5 bodies out, it's just they completely fell apart mentally.
Yeah.
But again, I think that's one of the interesting things about this game. That's part of the test. It's not just, okay, how great's your snapshot? How fast can you run and shoot? Did you walk the field? Yeah, that's all great stuff. You need all that. That's important. But that's paintball 101.
Yeah.
The mental aspect of it, staying focused when things aren't going your way, that's the true test of this game. So the Volunteers really need to get a little bit more mentally tough out here. Because again, I like the game plans. They were playing aggressive. Need to work on their composure in the bunkers, and then obviously need to have a leader emerge off the field.
Yeah.
Try to get a little bit more organization there. Because again, other than if it wasn't for the missteps off the field, I mean, this would be a totally different ball game right now. But unfortunately, we're sitting here with a 4-point spread, and it's not looking good right now for Tennessee Volunteers.
Yeah.
Still, but thank you guys so much for joining us here on this webcast. If you feel like donating and help us out here, go to ncpapaintball.com. There's a donation page set up. And, we got 2 more awesome days of paintball and a whole afternoon coming at you here. The next game is going to be Ohio Bobcats taking on Wisconsin Platteville Pioneers after the conclusion of this match. Still a little bit over a minute left to go. See if Tennessee can go out and win one for pride right now.
Timeout. Someone's trying to get a timeout.
They have 5 bodies. There they go. Now
Tennessee is just...
Tennessee's falling apart right now.
Yeah, they're at the seams right now.
Barely
2
got
at the wall. Oh. And 1 just gets murdered. Looks like oh, wow. And a major for Tennessee. They are falling apart at the seams right now.
It's a desperation penalty.
Yeah.
And, I mean, they didn't even get they barely got 4 guys out. Just, if I was their coach right now, I would be yelling at those guys, hey, look, I know we got a couple bad breaks, but I need you to maintain your composure.
Well, thank God they don't have a coach, Matt, because or else he'd be saying that to them. Maybe that's why they didn't bring a coach. You know what? You keep yelling at us. I don't think we need a coach. I don't want to get yelled at.
So we're going to get another point here, but right now, not really going to matter other than to potentially maybe keep the point spread a little closer if Tennessee can actually get their bodies out. The problem is they just got their 5th body back, and then they throw it away with the desperation major.
Yeah. 48 seconds on the clock left. Maybe we'll see the quad wall.
Quad wall?
Well, they can't do the 5 wall because they ruined that chance.
I don't know. These, again, they look mentally defeated right now. So I'm going to go with probably back bunkers, maybe 1 guy to the wall.
All grays?
I don't think they have it in them to run them all to the wall right now. So let's check out a replay here. Again, just Tennessee falling down mentally here because this was a close game. If you're just tuning in, it was 3-3. And you can see here the replay. I mean, it's pretty much the Spartans aren't fighting a strong opponent right now. I mean, Tennessee's just kind of rolling over and showing them their belly. So they put us out of our misery.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then you saw the end of that point. And before we get to what potentially will be the last point, let's check in with Lauren.
Hey guys, that Tennessee penalty was for playing on. He was shot in the hand and just kept shooting. And like you've said, it just seems like they're done with this match. They're in the pits. They're not really communicating. They're not talking. It doesn't seem like they're going to go out here and try to get some points so it's not such a big point spread.
It's just so frustrating to watch, though, because when you came off that one-on-one, and everyone should have been feeling pretty good, and then they don't put 5 guys out, it's still a 1-point game.
Yeah.
And a lot of time left on the clock. But since that moment, it's just been, misstep after miscue. And so it looks like Tennessee's going to call a timeout, need to get it up regardless. I mean, they're looking at a huge point spread. So we're going to take a quick break. Stick with us.
You know what makes paintball so amazing? The precedence is the top players will always dominate. And maybe that's true, just maybe. But the very concept of competition is that just because you're strong doesn't mean you can't be overcome. Every long shot or every underdog will tell you the same thing. The odds will be against you. The route to victory is a dark and windy road. But this test has no answer. This test is not science. It's not a textbook reference. This is a completely different universe. One where hard work and passion will always trump logic. The ticker has begun. In 5 seconds, that buzzer will go off. And before you make your first step, just remember, the past will not always add up to your future. No stat nor lineup makes the difference of who wins and loses until your moment arrives. And that is what makes paintball amazing.
The new season has begun, and a whole new level of support is here. Take your team to the highest level of competition with industry-leading support and the best equipment paintball has to offer. And that's not all. We love winning just as much as you, and when your team wins, we all win. Join the sponsorship program and earn tons of free paint this year. Hear more at paintballsponsorship.com.
Yeah, we're back 48 seconds to go here in this match, and it's been really disappointing, to be honest, to watch this second half and see Tennessee fall apart. They had kept it really close, and it's been all Spartans since then, and not just on the field. You know, Tennessee broke mentally here when they couldn't get 5 bodies out and a missed timeout, but in that moment, it was still a 1-point game, so they really need to toughen up a little bit here heading on in the tournament. Again, don't hate their game plans. They need to tighten up a little bit in the bunker as far as survivability is concerned, but, you know, just a little bit more focus is what we need out of Tennessee.
Yeah. Looks like Spartan saying no one up to the wall. Not going, and a Tennessee player coming off the snake side. Looks like we have Carlin going straight into the 50 snake.
Carlin is definitely trying to run the score up right now.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, but Carlin catches one. A little too greedy on that gunfight for Carlin. He shakes it off. No big deal. They're going to get a pretty big win here. 19 seconds to go.
Looks like we got another Tennessee player, 2 Tennessee players coming out. I think we got White by himself, eliminating one of the Spartan players coming. Oh, they're saying flag. Oh, watch White dice these 2 got clowns up. Oh, there's one.
One of them got smoked, and it looks like he might have got the other one too. So a couple free kills for White to end it. And Tennessee finishing still had a body in that box with that major. So lots of work that Tennessee needs to do. And it's kind of tough, to be honest, Catfish, to even know how well the Spartans are playing right now.
Yeah.
It was just a close game in the beginning. And then once Tennessee kind of rolled over, that's not good. That's not good for this. It's good in the sense the Spartans are going to get a big win.
Yeah.
But we don't really even know how well the Spartans are playing right now.
This is true.
So that's still, we'll have to see how things play out.
I mean, I guess to them, the Spartans, they played great, but they don't even really know how well they did because, like you said, you know, after that one-on-one, it was just a whole different team out there.
Absolutely. So before we sign off and take a short break before we head into our next match between the Ohio Bobcats and the Wisconsin Platteville Pioneers, let's check in with Lauren down in the pit.
Hey guys, I'm here with Ryan White. Congratulations on that win. Coming into this match, I was talking to you guys. You did lose to Central Florida, I think 3-8. But you guys were happy with your performance, just getting those points because you are an underdog coming into this. You just won this match. Did you come into this match really thinking that you guys were going to take the win?
Yeah, we've played Tennessee before, so we know they're right on our level. They've got great skill. They got great players. But we knew we had a shot to beat them. We actually, in one of our regional matches, had a really close semifinal match where they got the best of us. So we came out here with some fire, and we wanted revenge on them.
Well, they seemed to really lose momentum at the end when they got a 3-point spread, and they seem to be throwing points away. But you guys are constantly passionate, no matter if it's the first point or you have a 4-point spread ahead. Do you feel like that morale in the pits helps you guys to come out and have that aggressive play?
Absolutely. Morale is everything. If the guys are upbeat and ready to go, we're going to go in with a positive mindset, and we're going to do our job and win.
All right, guys. Stay tuned for another match after this.
start at 5 and we go to 20. They're not ready. They're not ready. When that guy comes out, you got to pass it 5 seconds. So hypothetically, they're at 4, they're playing, 2 guys get shot out, 2 bodies go in, and the guy comes in.
National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships going down right now. Ohio Bobcats going to be taking on the Wisconsin Platteville Pioneers. I'm Matty Marshall with Kevin Catfish Garcia. Ohio University, they are in the lime green and black. And the, let's see, that's orange and blue over there for Platteville. Ohio University, longtime college paintball team, but most of these guys, this is their first national event, coached by Dave Pando of Level Up Sports out of Ohio.
Looks like both teams going straight to the wall. Let's see who's gonna Platteville coming around.
Yeah, Platteville playing the aggressor here, and they both come off. It's 4-on-4 right now. A little bit better field position for Wisconsin. The Pioneers, the mini wall on the D side, and now getting out wide on both sides of the field, spreading it out.
And for the Bobcats to make a move into the snake. Looks like Panel's getting ready to joystick him in there. Oh man, so Platteville's trying to keep him from doing that. Platteville has a player on the snake. Back snake little temple.
Well, D2 is hot for Ohio University. Now all the way to the red zone, getting into D3, looking towards the snake side, still spreading the field out wide. Looks like Platteville losing a body here on the snake side. That should open things up. Coach Dave Pando joysticking his man into the 50-yard line. He's in a real good position to see if Ewing can get a kill from there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, gets himself two. Nice little two-pack for Ewing in here.
For Ewing to start rapping. Nope. Oh, man, here come the Wolves.
Ealing.
Yeah.
Ryan Ealing. Nice job by Ealing.
It looks like Platteville will concede that point.
Yeah, so that's a nice solid point by Ohio University.
Yeah.
3 bodies left alive for them. Bobcats looking good in the first one here. Apparently they had a pretty long first match.
Really?
All the games are the same length, but the points can run longer. You can get a little more exertion in there, but keeping up Coach Dave Bando's tradition of puking every single match. Apparently they had 7 guys puke in the last match.
Oh, nice.
Pando became famous for having a really awesome run through, and then puked at the 50-yard line, puked in the back corner, puked at the start station, and then puked his way into the pits. So apparently Ohio University is keeping up Pando's tradition of just puking constantly.
It's a good tradition to keep
How
up.
are all these college kids so out of shape that they're puking after playing a paintball game? I don't get it.
I have no idea.
Pando, you got to get those guys in a cardio regimen. I mean, 12-ounce curls are just not going to cut it,
Well, I mean, how many 12-ounce curls do you do?
I mean, it is college.
Yeah.
But, so Ohio University, been around a long time here in the paintball world, but this is most of their guys' first national event. But they've been playing Ohio State a lot, so they've been getting some good reps. And again, first clean point for them. Definitely got in the snake real well, got 2 kills cross-field. That pretty much did it.
Yeah.
See if they can keep things going.
And for Platteville, hopefully, to come out more aggressive. I mean, I can't say more aggressive. They both came out aggressive. I mean, they both took the wall.
I do agree that they didn't come out they didn't come out aggressively going forward, but they did get out wide, and and getting out wide is difficult sometimes.
Yeah.
We listen to some of these interviews with some of the guys saying that getting out wide is a little hard. So, I mean, if you do take the back bunker on the D side and the back bunker on the snake side, that's relatively aggressive. They didn't get much upfield penetration, though.
Yeah.
So now on the breakout, going all the way to D2 off the break. But it looks like Platteville does lose a body, and then on the delay to the center 50 wall, but Ohio University loses a body on that D side. They're going to try to refill that back bunker. He makes it out clean. It's 4-on-4.
Looks like a Platteville player at the W is trying to keep that snake player from getting in there. Platteville looks to have better, it looks like territory. Oh, one of the Bobcats comes off.
Yeah, it looks like that was Rosenberg dying out of his spot. Kind of want to minimize those deaths as much as you possibly can.
So we got a 4-on-3 now in favor of Platteville.
Good position for Platteville. They took D2 off the break, and then on the delay 50 wall, and it's paying some dividends for them right now. Ohio University playing on their heels.
Getting Platteville coming into the snake now. Falling down all the way to snake 2, looks like, or snake 1.
And again, only 3 guns left for Ohio University. So as soon as there's 2 bodies right now shooting at the player in the snake.
Yeah.
So as soon as that other gun switches this way, so now they need to make a move on the D side. No one's looking at the D side right now for Ohio University. I mean, they could just walk into the 50, and there he goes. Makes it to the 50-yard, not quite to the 50. He's at snake 3, 2 bodies at the 50-yard line in the center of the field at the wall. So Platteville stacking up in the red zone right now, looking for a chink in the armor, trying to find a way to break this cross.
Oh, here comes the player off for the Bobcats. When did you get Platteville to play? Yep, there it is. Coming up to snake 50.
But they're doing it smart, Catfish.
Yeah.
This is a good point here for the Pioneers as they have all their bodies at the 50-yard line. And now past the 50-yard line, there's hunting for the last player there on that D side, and he gets taken out, and that's going to do it. So good comeback point here. It's going to be tied up at 1.
1-all, folks.
That was a textbook point for the Pioneers.
Yeah, it looked good. Could this be the one we've been waiting for?
You mean a close game?
Yeah.
We thought we had a close game.
Yeah.
Till about, what, a minute and a half before halftime?
The implosion? Yeah.
You could definitely describe that last game as an implosion from the Volunteers. But this game could be different. But textbook point from the Pioneers. Let's check out this replay. So that was the last player left alive. Points pretty over it was over at this point. It was just that one player there. But they did a great job. They made their spots on the break. They shot bodies out of their bunkers. They made smart moves up the field. Nothing crazy. Didn't force anything. Well executed play by the Pioneers. And we're going to be right back. Well-executed play and some nice moves. Make this game tied up at 1 here. Some long points, 6 minutes and 26 seconds left to go here in the first half. With Ohio University, the Bobcats taking on the University of Wisconsin-Platteville Pioneers. Ohio University in the green and black, and going to need to do a better job here in this point. And they take a huge bite to the snake off the break. And he's going to ask for a check. He is eliminated. Yeah, I probably should have tried to
dive earlier.
Maybe get into the bunker. You don't want to ask a check while you're laying on the ground out in the lane.
You don't?
They also Ohio University choosing to go double guns in that stand-up back tower. A little bit more aggressive here for the Pioneers. They do lose one of their bodies off the back line, dying at his spot. And Now, still though, as they love that mini wall though on the D side. It's a good spot. So lots of players kind of making that their launching pad on the D side.
Looks like we got Ohio going into Doritos now. We got 2 players coming up Doritos side.
Pioneers now getting into that red zone.
On the Doritos side.
Ohio University with 2 bodies on that D side of the field as Coach Dave Pando runs over and yells at his player here on the snake side. Call that code cross field, which I haven't heard him do that yet.
No.
Ohio University can't just let Pando scream from the sidelines. You have to carry those codes cross field.
Yeah.
I mean, once you get that information, everyone needs to repeat it. That's the kind of the thing you're trying to do there with the communication.
Oh, Platteville making it in and then just getting shot in the dome.
So a little bit of a sloppy move here for Platteville, and Ohio University gets Elling here into the 50-yard line on the snake. They also have the 50 wall.
Here comes Ryan. Look for Ryan to make a move. Yeah. Looks like Bobcats going to put another point on the board for themselves.
Yeah, Pioneers kind of fell apart in that one.
Yeah.
They had taken some spots. They lost the body, back bunker Aztec on the D side. And once they lost that guy, and Ohio University made a couple moves, that was pretty much it. Saw 2 bodies drop after Ohio University made their way up the field. So, it wasn't a terrible point for Platteville. It was just that the Bobcats made the first moves to get into position.
Yeah.
Let's check out a replay. This looks like it was the last player left alive, and there was a move into the snake.
Bonk.
Platteville trying to do a little damage control and reposition, get in a better spot, but he also got taken out. So I think the only guy that the University of Ohio lost was their snake runner off the break.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty tough move. We haven't really seen anybody make the snake consistently off the break.
Well, Tennessee did a good job. White was making it in there. He made it twice off the break.
He did make it twice off the break. It's makeable, but it's still a pretty risky move.
You know
Which,
what?
as well, I mean, making the snake off the break is always, always it depends on the layout, but it's traditionally a tough thing to do. This layout, no different.
Some of these players need to take a sliding course because some of their dives into these bunkers are very sketchy.
It's a pretty important skill.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't have that down, you're either A, putting yourself in a spot where you might hurt yourself. Paintball is incredibly safe as long as you keep the goggles on, but what we do see a lot of is dislocated shoulders. And, yeah, that's why you kind of want to learn how to dive.
Yeah.
So you're not taking that core sample.
Or doing the sit slide. That's one of my favorites not to do.
On the breakout now, split screen breakout. Ohio University, the top of your screen, Pioneers at the bottom. And both teams, both teams going to the wall off the break, so who will be the first to attack?
I think Platteville just shot his mirror out.
And he stays alive. He did lose one of his teammates, though, on the D side. It's 4-on-4 right now.
Actually, it's a 3-on-4.
Yeah, 3-on-4. Ohio University losing a body on the D side as well. So it looks like the Pioneers are in good position here to try to tie this game up. 4:10 left to go. But Ohio University, Bobcats making their way into Snake 1. He gets clipped in his foot, gliding in. Thought he made it in there clean, but definitely took one in his foot. So now just 2 bodies left alive for Ohio University.
That player in the 50 looking to get that elimination back to Rito. Platteville needs to get their snake player up a couple bunkers here.
Well, Platteville, they have time and they have a high body situation. So this is a point you absolutely must win. You're down by 1, you're trying to tie it up. Halftime is approaching and you have a 2-body advantage. So they need to be careful here and not push recklessly into the last 2 guns. Now, the 2 guys for Ohio University, this is your standard cross-up situation. You have to keep that communication going, but the guy that's on the D side should be looking snake side, and then the guy on the snake side should be looking D side. That's that traditional cross.
Yeah. Oh, the little one of the, there's both of them.
So that is going to do it here, and we're going to have ourselves a tie game. McLean going to be running that flag in for the Pioneers. Dylan McLean, see if he's clean. The ref's checking him out. Thumbs up.
Go.
Good to go. 2-2 is the score now with just a touch under 3 minutes left in this first half. So we're going to hear a few words from our sponsors. We'll be right back. Two minutes in, 54 seconds left to go here in this first half action. And the Bobcats taking on the Pioneers. It's all tied up at 2. And Catfish, I kind of like how both these teams are playing right now.
Yeah, they're both teams are playing very evenly. I mean, they're being aggressive, they're being smart aggressive.
They're pushing the envelope, but not by much. So yeah, they're losing. Like Ohio University just lost a body off the break. But both teams are recovering well from mistakes, and you can tell the frustration there as another player from the Bobcats gets shot out of his spot, but he was angry at himself, punched the air. But that tells me that he's hungry. But now only 3 bodies left alive, but a really solid some off-the-break shots here for the Pioneers. But then they squander and they throw 2 bodies away quickly.
Yeah.
So it was looking really good for the Pioneers, but now it's 3-on-3, 2 needless deaths.
Yeah, and we got Josh Hay here in the Snake 50 looking to wrap and get that shot. The back Dorito.
Hay's the guy in the driver's seat, and so he's talking about being careful. He has 2 minutes and 3 seconds left to work. He's in the most important position on the field for either team. And it's also going to be up to his teammate on that D side. And as soon as those guns turn, he needs to try to make his way up on this side of the field.
Yeah. Look for Hayes trying to eliminate that Dorito player. If he gets that shot on the Dorito player, I mean, it could be a point for them. So we got Hayes trying to shoot his stand up behind the Snake. Looks like Platteville making a move into the Dorito now.
Yeah, so minute and 11 seconds left to go here. Hay, right now for the Pioneers, definitely still the guy that has the best opportunity to win this point for his team, and he gets just gets his eye dotted. Nice shot from Ohio University to try to preserve this point. 54 seconds left to go here in the first half. It might be a 2-on-1, but the advantage still going to Platteville. And here comes the push, and he gets chewed up and might be getting a penalty. Nope. So it's a 1-on-1 situation. Player for the Pioneers dives into the 50 on the D side. And then here comes Ohio University. He's starting to close the gap, pushing closer in the backfield. Back Aztec now. And he's
1-on-1.
Yeah, 1-on-1, but not much time. 23 seconds left to go. And he just looked at the clock real quick. Got to be careful. He loses a gunfight here. There's definitely enough time to hang it until we get to about 10 seconds, maybe right around there.
Right about here.
Yeah, right about now. I don't think that these guys are going to have a time to hang the flag should someone lose a gunfight real quick. So I think we're going to be going, we should be going into halftime here, tied at 2. And that is going to do it for the first half of action here. So the University of Wisconsin Platteville Pioneers tied up with Ohio University Bobcats 2 apiece here, Catfish.
Yeah, it's a close one. Now we have a game.
Yeah.
Both teams are coming out aggressive, but like we said earlier, smart aggressive. Yeah, they're losing some guys off the break and occasionally a gunfight here and there, but, I mean, they've been real close matches.
The mistakes still are coming with the survivability. Lots of guys are dying out of their bunkers here at this event. You're going to see that's paintball. Obviously, you see a lot of that, but the less you can do that, the better. Obviously, that's going to give you an advantage, and that's really what we've seen for both teams. But like you said, I like the plays both teams are running. I like that they're trying to work their way up the field smart. Both these teams are doing what it takes. So we're going to have to see here in the second half. But before we get to a small break, let's check in with Lauren Kelly.
Thanks. I'm here with Ryan Ailing. Ryan, that was a very big point for you guys to not lose. You didn't want to let Platteville take the lead going into the second half. What was running through your mind in that point?
Well, I was running out of air, and I just wanted to stay in my bunker, stay alive, wait for the time to run out. Couldn't really do much.
Now, you both are playing aggressive games, and this is one of the closest matches we've seen all day. What do you think it's going to come down to in this second half to make sure you guys can really keep the aggression up and get these points?
Well, we're going to have to keep our bodies fresh, keep our communication rolling, keep our guns up off the break, just play smart paintball.
All right, well, I know your team is having a little chat right now, so I'll let you go do that. Stay tuned, guys, for the second half.
Both these teams looking solid here, and that does it for the first half. And we're going to be heading into the second half after a few words from our sponsors. See you in just a few.
$50,000 going to Disneyland. Nah, I'm buying a car.
Big vacation.
Yeah, probably. My car and take a nice vacation. I'm going to Vegas.
Vegas. We're flying right to Vegas.
Right to Vegas.
Right to Vegas.
Play more paintball.
Yeah. Play more paintball, buy a car. I don't know.
Put it in my bank account.
That's all I got.
Bank that.
I'm buying a car. And I got a baby on the way.
Yeah,
so
right.
I'm paying for that.
A lot is going back to our team and trying to get back to our community.
Yeah, we'll all go to Disney World or something like that. No, we'll probably all go somewhere crazy like we've never been or something like that.
That's good down payment on a new house. So,
Hot student loans. Go to Disney.
We all work here, so we might do some stuff with that. I don't know. Some good stuff, though.
We are here in sunny Orlando, Florida, 2017 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships. Right now, Platteville Pioneers and Ohio University Bobcats all tied up at 2. Going to throw 10 more minutes on that clock and head into the second half action as these two teams will now switch sides. And as you can tell by the score, it's been an incredibly even game. Catfish across the board, snake side, D side, back players. Very, very close game here, and both these two teams are doing almost identical stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely been back and forth in this match for both of these teams. I mean, I honestly like the way Ohio State's playing right now.
Yeah, and I'm not minding how the Pioneers are playing as well. You know, I'd like the game plans. So right now, it looks like heavy guns up for the Pioneers, and that works out for them as 3 bodies are coming off for Ohio University. Not looking good for them here in this point. It is 2 on 5. So the 5 guns up and the delays out wide really worked out for the Pioneers here in this point. Let's see if they can close it out. There goes another one. They do lose a body, but it's 4 on 1 right now.
Good for the Pioneers to clear. Oh, and that's the last body there.
Yeah, kind of a disastrous break for Ohio University. And
losing 2 off the break and then that initial one afterwards. That's
when you draw up that heavy gun play, that's exactly how you wanted it to go down. Shoot 2 bodies off the break and then a third right after that. I mean, that's just exactly what you wanted to happen when they drew up that play last night. So pretty easy point here, as most of the work was done within the first, say, about 5 seconds of that point.
Yeah, for the first time in this match, an easy point.
Yeah, they've been working for them.
Yeah.
As you can see, I mean, only 4 points scored total in that first half. And, which is way different than one of the game that had, I'd say, the highest score. What was
10-3?
Yeah, I think that was 10-3, 10-2. So, yeah, I mean, you want to see quick points, shoot bodies off the break. That's the only way to do it. So, Ohio University going to have to shake that one off. When you're in your huddle in halftime and you're discussing how you want the second half to go, that is not what you want to do if you're Ohio University. All right, guys, everyone make it to your spots. Let's play paintball. Let's stay alive. The exact opposite happened for them in that point. Not a lot of staying alive, not a lot of playing paintball for them in that last one.
Run to your spot, poke your head out, leave it there, get smoked, and walk off.
2 of the guys didn't even get to their spots. So now I'm wondering, will the Pioneers run a similar play because that one worked out so well? And are the Bobcats going to stay in the pocket a little bit more because they got chopped up trying to go out wide?
I think that the Bobcats are going to start in the pocket a little bit more, like you said, because they're getting chopped up. But I think Platteville, why change something that isn't broken? You know what I mean? Just run that play, make them adjust to it.
And it looks like Portman forgot what side he was starting on.
And that's going to eliminate him.
Mental mistakes. Mental mistakes kill you every time. And now running referee going to check out and that's going to be 2 more bodies are coming off.
So 1 on 5, Matt. A rare 1 on 5.
Catfish, another disastrous break for the Bobcats.
Yeah. Platteville will capitalize on that.
So we've played
quick point.
We've played 48 seconds of paintball here, and it's now 4-2 instead of 2-2.
I've seen this happen the game before. Let's hope it doesn't happen again and just keep getting deeper.
So let's check out this. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. So this is okay. So that's what happened. So Portman was getting checked out. He was getting okay. So he's chronoing his gun last second. Coach Pando is screaming at him, "Hey, you're going to the wrong side, man." So he then tries to go and tag up, but gets destroyed before he even got there. Again,
how great
that is
would it
not
have
how
been
you want it to go.
If he made it all the way to Platteville's starting station, he was standing there like, "Oh, wait, we're not wearing the same jerseys."
It would have been a little comedic relief for us.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's see if the Bobcats can shake off those 2 terrible points that they just played. Platteville, on the opposite side, though, got to be real happy with how things are going in the second half for them.
Yeah.
Sitting at a 2-point lead now with still a lot of time. 9:12 to go.
Still plenty of time. Let's look at Coach Pando over there talking to his players, making sure that they know exactly what they're doing, wiping them off, make sure they're clean, give them a little pep talk here. All right. So you go to the station where the rest of your team's at.
All right, guys, second half. Remember, we switched sides? All right, everyone got it? All right, let's not make that mistake again. All right, by the way, let's go back to what we said in the huddle. Everyone stay alive. Stop running into the paintballs. So this is a test for the Bobcats right now. Can they shake it off? The momentum, obviously, on the Pioneer side. We're looking at the Pioneers getting ready to roll.
Just under 10. Get ready to start here.
So we will see. Can Platteville do it again? On the breakout, Ohio University playing real tight, and they still lose a body off the break. The Pioneers are dialed in right now. Pioneers do risk a body, sending him to D2, and he makes it. So 5 bodies alive right now for the Pioneers. He's going to get a back player to come out with him as well.
Oh, man, Platteville Dorito player into the Dorito 50 now.
Yeah, he's in a good spot. He has a back player that really like how the Pioneers are doing.
Yeah.
And it looks like Lauren has an update about the Pioneers. Lauren, what do you got for us?
Hey guys, yeah, during the break, the Pioneers said that they talked about changing up their lanes and just playing a more aggressive game, and that seems to be working out really well for them.
Well, I mean, they haven't even got to that part yet.
Yeah.
They've just been destroying OU off the break. OU does have 3 bodies still alive right now. We'll see if they can get a kill to even it up. They do shoot 1 body.
Coming out of the snake, that was a Platteville snake player.
Yeah, there's no one in the snake right now, and even on this side of the field for the Pioneers. So there
Bobcats
is
need to work on getting Ryan into the snake so that way he can kind of cut this field in half. Because right now, Platteville is all on the Dorito side.
It's 3-on-4 in favor of the Pioneers. They have a 1-body advantage. They also have much better field position. So trying to spread the field out. The Bobcats able to get out to the back bunker on the D side, but he dies out of his spot. Man, they're having a huge survivability issues.
It's a 4-on-2, Matt, in favor of Platteville right now.
So in what was a very close game is about to become a 3-point spread here, as Platteville trying to put up their 5th point on the board, tapping out another player from the Bobcats. Bobcats falling apart here in the second half.
I've seen this before. It's like deja vu, bro.
I feel like we're
deja vu.
I feel like we're watching Michigan State play Tennessee Volunteers right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Platteville, all their players right now ecstatic.
Yeah, and I can hear one of the players from the Bobcats say, hey, we're only down by 3, and this is when you need the leaders to step up. Somebody needs to start saying those things. So let's check out this replay here. So Ohio University up over the top of his spot, and with a low body situation, he was just trying to catch somebody making a move, but gets tapped out there. And yeah, I mean, not a lot is going Ohio University's way here in this second half. And on the flip side, though, the Pioneers looking just flawless so far, pretty much. 5-2 is the score, 7:23 to go. We're going to be right back. Ohio University Bobcats really need to step it up here, as they've been getting beat up in this second half, and it looks like they're calling a timeout. It's definitely a smart timeout. So Catfish, you've been on a lot of pro paintball teams over the years, some of the best. You've been in this situation before, so I'm going to think about what you would say in their huddle. But before we get to that, we're going to take another commercial break. We'll be right back. are back. Timeout called by Ohio University. So Catfish, been in a lot of big huddles over the years, some big games, been a leader on teams before. What would you be saying if you were on Ohio University to your teammates right now?
I'd well, there'd be a flag being thrown for the language I'd be using, that's for sure. But, you know, I'd be telling
walk me through the PG version.
The PG version would go like this. 3 points down, 7 minutes on the clock. Lots of time. Let's get back in there. Let's get these points. Let's even it up, and let's take control of this game. That was a PG version.
Well, we'll see if they can do that. 7:16 to go. Like you said, they have time, but they're not going to be able to do it if the Pioneers continue to lace those off-the-break shots in the way they've been doing. But it looks like getting a clean break this time. Ohio University looking over their shoulders on your screen and keep your 5 bodies alive this time. So that's a start. Also, during the break, Lauren informed me that we do have our first puker of this game on Ohio University.
Oh. Tradition continues, sir. The tradition continues.
Keeping the Dave Pando puking tradition alive and strong with Ohio University. And looking pretty strong here in this point. They make a move into the snake.
There you go.
Now he's just got to get upfield a little bit, but do it smart. And
here comes Platteville's wall player has been told to.
And he gets that shot. That's a nice shot by Ohio University, taking out the Pioneers' center 50 player. So now 4 bodies left alive for them.
It's like we got Ohio player going into Doritos.
I think this is the point right here. If Ohio University can win this point, then they have a chance. I think if the Pioneers can find a way to win this point, I think that might do it for the Bobcats. I know there's still time on the clock, 6 minutes, but the way that the Pioneers have been playing, if they take this to a 4-point spread with, call it 5 minutes left, maybe 4, I don't see him doing it.
That guy would just stand out in the open. Ryan eliminated another player across field. Pando getting ready to send him to the next bunker here.
So Hay gets into the snake for the Pioneers. He's in snake 1 looking towards that D side. The Bobcats, though, making moves into the red zone. Almost in the red zone here in the snake, but they do lose their center player. And now here comes a move.
As well.
So 2 bodies coming off for the Pioneers. Hay takes the walk. Ailing is in the snake 50, and he also has a teammate who's in the red zone on the D side. So this is definitely going to be a point here for the Bobcats to stay in this match. So just 5 minutes and 18 seconds left to go. They're trying to close this one out. Let's check in again with Lauren.
Had a huddle in the pits, and Captain Steve Betzko told them that the Pioneers are making bumps up the field very slow. So they just need to play heads up, keep their guns up, and make sure they get those kills. Back to you.
Well, this is the bend-dope break time right now for the Pioneers. So, yeah, you just gave up a point. Now it's a 2-point spread with 5 minutes and 2 seconds left to go. So, again, if you're going to give up a point but get one back.
Yeah.
Give up a point, get one back. So we're looking at this replay here. So it was Hay and the snake for the Pioneers, and just kept this pack out a little bit too much. Got to play tight in there, have that body knowledge, know what you have sticking out, and there was the last player run down to close things out. So, yeah, I mean, finally, Ohio University, they able to check the boxes off. Get our guys out alive. Check. Win some gunfights.
Check.
Check. Move up the field. Move up smart. Check. Boom, they get a point win, and it's a 2-point match.
They're definitely in it, man. I mean, 5 minutes is lots of time, man.
Yeah, with a 2-point spread, but they need to, again, they need to go back and do exactly the same thing. I mean, until that point, they had just been getting decimated by the Pioneers off the break.
They'd been throwing up on the field all those last couple points.
So, yeah, so now, again, got to go with maybe a little bit of a conservative game plan to stay alive off the break because the Pioneers have those off-the-break shots dialed in so much. I mean, that bodes well for the Pioneers. If you already have this early on in the tournament, if you already have your off-the-break shots dialed in, because sometimes it takes, especially because this layout just came out, it takes a little bit of time to get. I mean, obviously you should have been training so your reactions are the same, but that exact angle of where you need to get those balls, sometimes it takes a couple games to get that dialed in. But I mean, they proved to us in the beginning of the second half that they've already got those shots dialed in.
Yeah, they definitely got those shots dialed in. I mean, up until last point, they definitely were getting 1 or 2 players off the break for Ohio, catching them as they were diving into their bunkers.
See if they can keep it going here. And, yeah, heavy guns again, but it looks like the Pioneers losing a body this time, so it is 4-on-5 and a rare advantage for Ohio University here in the second half. 5 bodies alive for them. Oh, nope.
Oh, spoke too soon, sir.
Yeah, we had a gunfight death over here towards the snake side, so it is now 4-on-4. That should also slow this point down a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like Ohio players they don't have any players on the snake side. Looks like Pando in the back trying to let his players know what's going on. Oh, wow. Platteville player just crawling into the Doritos over there. On that
Hey, man,
side.
find a way to get in, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately for him, he gets shot and his buddy dies behind him.
Oh.
So it is not looking good
2 for 1
for the Pioneers here in this point. But the Bobcats, they need to push smart here. They have a body advantage. They need to not do that.
Yeah.
As soon as we said that, their player in the center got a little greedy in a gunfight, and he gets taken out. So that puts a little bit more pressure on the 3 remaining players. They still have a 1-body advantage, but there's no one on the snake side. So they need to spread the field out, and they need to do it. They need to do it pretty quickly. So there's 4 minutes left to go. They need to win this point, of them be able to pull within 1, win this high body situation. But they need to go smart. And you can see he wants to make the move cross field. So you're looking at the bodies. See, there he goes. Makes the move to spread things out. Those 2 bodies over there on the left-hand side of your screen, that's why that guy needs to get out over here on the snake side and spread things out.
And he continues coming over.
But he gets clipped.
Eliminated.
Worst case scenario for him. So now it's 2-on-2, and those guys are stuck on the D side of the field.
Where'd that shot come from, Matt?
I think it came from the player in the back center, Aztec, switching his gun over. Because now he's back on this lane again. His teammate was shooting towards the D side, trying to keep D2 honest for the Bobcats. So now 2-on-2, and if you're the Pioneers, that might have been the kill right there, because now it's going to slow the Bobcats down. They have to continue to push forward.
They just eliminate the
below the buzzer.
Player.
Below the buzzer. If I was Pando, I'd be conceding this point right now to preserve the time. It's 2-on-1.
No.
See, blow the horn. They would have had an extra 20 seconds, 15, 20 seconds, and you never know.
No, he's going to walk it in. Or did they? No, they just.
Yeah, they conceded. So, Ohio University squandering a high body situation, and that is going to give the Pioneers a 3-point lead here with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. Game's not over yet. Now, unfortunately for Ohio University, they're forced to go to a low percentage play, which is push aggressively, recklessly forward, put a guy in a go situation.
Yeah.
Not the situation you want to be in.
You definitely don't want to be in that situation. You want to be in a driver's seat where Platteville is right now. I foresee them taking all the gray bunkers in the back and not losing a gunfight, hopefully.
Yeah, I see them taking an extra pot out and nonstop shooting their guns at the lanes that Ohio University has to run through.
Do you think Ohio University will run 2 to the wall?
It might be smart. I mean, the 2 times that we've seen that happen, those guys made it in clean. We haven't seen too many guys getting shot making it up into that center. So, yeah, you have 3 points you have to score in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Go up to the center, draw the guns, and then get out wide. Or at least send 1 body up to the center.
Yeah.
Also, remember, there is enough time. Sign up for NXL Dallas, May 5th through the 7th. Go to nxlpaintball.com. And, second event of the year. Also, watch the webcast on gosports.com. Also, sign up for My Fan Wagon. Go to myfanwagon.com or download the app. There's actually real cash money to win and a bunch of prizes. Also, you can download the APPA app, follow your favorite teams, and get live score updates straight to your phone. So here we go. Tense moments for Ohio University. Platteville, the Pioneers, going to be trying to maintain this lead. So look at this, though. Countering aggression with aggression. The Pioneers send a body up into that center knowing that the push is going to come. And they keep their bodies alive behind him, and he's going to trade out.
So they got Ryan crawling up into the snake here.
Ohio,
snake 50. Oh, that's not Ryan.
Ohio losing another body, though, out of that can in the center.
No one looking at the snake 50 either. Oh.
Yeah, time, though, ticking off this clock down to 2 minutes, and Platteville in a real good position to just maintain their lead. That player didn't even really need to make that move up into the center because now he's putting himself in a situation where Corbin has a shot on him. Yeah. Portman is blocked out from D2, though.
Ohio making it up to the center wall now. Oh, scalped. Ohio losing the snake battle here. We got a 4-on-2 with Ohio player at the wall. Oh, 4-on-1. One lonely player at the wall.
Yeah, another body had dropped from the back corner bunker on the D side, and so Platteville has an opportunity to put another point on the board here, only looking at one player for Ohio University. Now, Platteville doesn't need to go anywhere. They're going to win this game, but if you can score another point and run that score up a little bit, might as well do it. So they should be able to close this one out here pretty easily. There's no bodies left alive right now for the Bobcats. Hey, at least the Bobcats pushed.
Yeah.
They went up to the center off the break and then came around and played the aggressor there. They were able to get to the 50 on the D side, but he got shot out. They just, again, lost too many bodies.
Yeah, but at this point in the match, I mean, they had to push. They had no choice. I mean, down 3 points, you need to get points. And it looks like the Bobcats conceding that point, saving some time.
So before we get to what could potentially be the last point, your score is 7-3. This game is over. Not technically over, but it's pretty much over. But let's check out this replay here. Battle in the center. So here comes the Bobcats on your left, and they're both looking here towards the snake side. And I think it was the Bobcats that were the aggressor here. He looks back, checks off, and then comes around, tries to stay alive, utilizes the little cake there, the little bunker on the side of the wall, but just had to trade out.
Yeah, at that point, you just got to go around and trade. You got to get that player out from behind that wall.
Yeah, I mean, if you're, but I like that. I like how he tried to stay alive.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, got to always try to stay alive.
Hey, man, step one, get your opponent. Step two, try to stay alive.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the holy grail of the bunker move right there. Kill the guy and stay alive.
Holy grail.
So
maybe we'll see the 5 wall. Yeah.
I've been begging for it for a long time, Catfish. I don't think we're going to see it.
The 5 wall, sir.
So 102. Oh, looks like they're going to call timeout. So Pioneers not liking their game plan. I mean, I don't know why. They have a 4-point lead, and there's 1 minute and 2 seconds left. The only reason I would call a timeout is if I had some sort of, I mean, they have 5 guys out there, though.
I mean, what's your game plan? Okay, sit in your bunkers. You don't like that plan?
Get to your spot, shoot your gun.
Yeah.
We have a 4-point lead, and there's 1 minute and 2 seconds left. It's virtually impossible for the Bobcats to win this game. So, as they're taking a needless timeout, we are going to take a timeout to hear a few words from our sponsors. We'll be back. Welcome back. 2017 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships, and we are watching the closing moments of this match between the Pioneers and the Bobcats. And You know, this game was close heading into the second half. It was tied up at 2, but it's just been all Platteville Pioneers since then, as the University of Wisconsin has really been doing a number on the Bobcats here at the start of these points. Their off-the-break shots have really been dialed in. It's been really hard for the Bobcats. You know, constantly playing down a body does not bode well for your team, Catfish.
Definitely not. Looks like we got one of each team players coming off here. We got the 50 wall. Looks like Ohio has the 50 wall and the 50 snake.
30 seconds left to go. I do like, hey, it doesn't matter what the score is. If you're down points and you're low on time, push forward.
Yeah.
I mean, do it for pride, and that's exactly what Ohio University is doing right now. They have the 50-yard lines here, snake 50. They have the 50 in the center. They did lose a body on that D side. So now under 10 seconds to go. Platteville losing some of their players from their back line, doing the very simple strategy of just tuck in and shoot your gun as they get a shot on Ohio University trying to push past the 50.
That's
and
it,
that
folks.
is going to do it. That's a solid win from Wisconsin. Very solid win. Because they pretty much just stole this game coming out from halftime. Close game. Both teams looked pretty good. And then just dominated off the break.
Well, yeah, it's just like what you said. They were dialed in. They knew exactly where the shots were going, and they just continued just pounding away. And unfortunately, Ohio players are just sticking their domes out into those lanes.
Yeah, it bodes well for Wisconsin moving forward here. And the Bobcats going to have to go back to a little bit of the drawing board in their next match. They played good in the first half. They could not find a way to get alive to their spots in the second half. But, hey, at least they went out on their swords. They pushed aggressive towards the end. And, you know, it didn't look terrible for them, but a little bit of survivability issues. And most importantly, they need to go back, watch a couple more games, rewalk their spots, and figure out how to get to their spots alive or come up with more game plans where they're heavy guns off the break. So before we sign off for a hour-long lunch break, we're going to check in with Lauren. Looks like she has Mike Mason, I believe, from Platteville. Let's check in.
Hey guys, I am here with Mark Mason. Congratulations on your win in that last match. Going into that last point, you guys took a timeout. You were talking strategy on the field. I heard your coach come over here and say you wanted to go to the 50, the wall. Why did you want to try to make that move?
That's just going to the wall's fun. We're out here to have fun. And I said, put me to the wall. He goes, all right, go ahead, go shoot some paint. So.
Now, when you get to that wall, what visibility do you have on the field?
For me, I'm 6 foot. I can see over the wall, but a lot of guys have to jump. So it's can be powerful. This layout, not so much, but it's just a bunch of fun.
You guys said that you changed up your lanes during the break to have this come back, make sure you could get this win. What were some things you were noticing in the first half that made you change those lanes?
It was a lot to do with the first game. We were shooting nobody on the break, so we had to switch some stuff up, and we started getting some kills and winning points.
All right, well, congratulations on that win. Back to you.
Thanks, Lauren. Yeah, so big congratulations to Wisconsin Platteville Pioneers taking this victory against the Ohio University Bobcats. Stick with us here. We'll be back with more action after the lunch break. Your 2017 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships. I'm Matty Marshall with Catfish. We'll see you after the lunch break.
There's somebody else.
I'll do it since I walked in.
Dude, I'm not. Yo, Addison may be a thing. I'm not. Someone feed catfish. Yeah, but there was no paint. There was no paint. I wasn't there, but there was no paint. Yo, Dylan made it rain flags at MSL. It wasn't us, dude. That fucking roast was against us. That was a we won that. It's not like I'm just sitting here and I'm like, you know what? I'm not throwing this flag in the air. You definitely do. Bullshit. Addison's on the field. Oh, dude, I heard you on sports. I like that. He came up to me and goes, "You gotta check that." Yeah, so if I go back and watch what match are you in? What match are you in? I mean, no doubt, I can use it against that's whatever playing out for the nation. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. He goes to. I saw it, dude. Yeah, I saw it. He gets straight on field.
No, dude, we know his best friend. San Diego, like, the dude, he gave us the whole rundown. And they were like, are you, no, it's not. Best friend. I'm like, dude, he grew up with the motherfucker. I was like, trust me, I think Todd even did at one point. Was like, no, seriously. So anyway, we told that story, and then everyone, like, within our circle was like, okay, that's cool, fucking rad, dude. But then he started having a piece of the year, and everyone loved Jordan. So, yeah, I asked him, like, what do you think about this move? Yeah, and first off, we didn't talk about it.
wanted San Diego to pay for like what was it, 80% of the stadium, something insane, like out of taxes.
So dumb.
Yeah. It's sad.
It really is. He broke the whole city's heart. So fine. But tell Joey we still like him. Okay.
maybe she'll have one. Yeah, you'll see Nick Lavoli and then Kevin C. We just have 2 Nicks starting the class now. Sweet. Thank you, man.
The 2017 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships are going to be brought to you by Carbon Paintball. Carbon products are built on minimalistic designs with technical manufacturing for optimized performance. Visit carbonpaintball.com for more, and they have a 15% store-wide promo code just for this event. Use the promo code NCPA17 at checkout. So welcome back here to the afternoon competition. Can't wait to see this one as Florida Atlantic, the Florida Atlantic Owls taking on Missouri S&T Miners, the Science and Technology Miners. Also like to introduce Mike Spanis coming up in here.
Hey, what's up?
Helping us out, host of the NXL podcast. So here we go. Florida Atlantic Owls, always a strong favorite here at
FAU
this
just
tournament.
got keyed out of that insert bunker there on the Dorito side. I think he actually just shot out of the Dorito corner. No. We actually just got off the field playing them, and very, very good individual players. They looks like they adjusted their breakout a little bit.
Yeah, Mike, the coach at Drexel. You guys look good, man.
Thank you.
After that first little stumble in the first point or two, and then you just picked it right up and just mowed them down.
Yeah.
So right now the Owls
in the God bunker here. They're playing they favor this insert can bunker here on the snake side, and that's their delay. They just did it right up to the left side of the W.
Yeah, I think that's Robson in there. Corbin Robson, one of the better players on that squad. They got a lot of weapons on this team.
Yeah.
Looks like Missouri in good position here. Snake 2. And he's just tucked in there trying to stay alive. Corbin trying to drop a shot in on him. He's got to be real careful here, Mike. He sticks his head up too much. Corbin gets off that lane, though.
I just talked to Missouri just now, and this is their first ever time playing Class A. And most of these guys have never played Expo before.
Yeah, I talked to them earlier, too. They said a similar thing, but smiles all around. They were really happy to be here.
They're really stoked. They're rolling skeleton squad, 6 players.
Well, hey, this is a good look for them here in this first point. Again, playing FAU, very strong, always fielding a competitive team here.
They some of these killed the Dorito insert bunker.
Yeah, it looks like
Snake Eye.
Yeah, body coming off on that D side right now for Missouri. And it looks like having to swab his gun, FAU, here in Snake 2. Mirrored up. Player from Missouri is going to need to be really careful in here.
Yeah, I think his coach is telling him that don't move. Just stay heads up, pound some paint on that Snake 1, maybe try to get a little bounce shot on the Snake player.
It's going to be up to his, I was going to say, it's going to be up to his teammates. They need to watch over him and, most importantly, try to get a kill to kind of even things up and take some of the pressure off, and that is not going to happen, though. As that D side is now going to be able to move up and start putting more pressure on his back players. He gets pinched out of there.
So this is the point where the the back center falls down. And the God player comes out, torches the Snake guy.
Well,
FAU.
Yeah, and so FAU Snake player is going to take the walk, but another body had dropped for Missouri. So now just that, looks like, Mike, I think just that back corner bunker right now for Missouri.
It's a Dorito corner, that's it. They have 4 confirmed kills. And FAU just needs to communicate that and close out this game smart. He can come up to this. Yeah,
it doesn't need to do it. That's pretty much it. So controlled first point here for FAU. Yeah. You know, as you're coaching your guys, is that something that you're trying to preach to them, control on this layout, or is it more aggression for you? What do you feel right now it was working for Drexel?
I think that for us, I always preach communication. I think that's the most important skill that you can have as both a player and a team, right, overall.
Yes.
That's this game, the fundamentals of this game. And
absolutely.
If you can get to your spots alive off the back line and maybe a little aggressive push up the Dorito side, you control for a minute, capitalize off of a G off the break, and then make some aggressive moves into the Snake.
So we're checking out this replay here, and this is the closing moments. And then FAU pretty much controlled that. This is still pretty much a little desperation run out to try to take out that Snake player, but the point was pretty much already decided.
Yeah.
Again, just a little bit too much control for FAU as Missouri. Though I liked Missouri's breakout, they played tight in there to start things out. But once FAU started stacking up on that 50-yard line, it was pretty much it.
Well, they must have done their scouting right because FAU favors that can there, that insert can on the Dorito side, and they go there almost every point. That's their delay guy to get up into the Doritos, like into the 30-yard line there. And they shot him right off the break, so they must have done their scouting right there.
Well, it's good to hear that because, to be honest, this morning, and I know this layout just came out, but it seemed like a lot of guys hadn't really spent enough time on that field. And I understand they didn't get to play this, but you still can walk it. You can still watch some other games. But we're starting to see the guys learn the field a lot better. So what does that mean? That means tighter moves, potentially quicker points, better off the break shots. I mean, all around, things are just going to tighten up.
Of course. And one of the things that we were doing effectively the game against FAU, we were up 4-1 in the first half. We were consistently 3 points in a row shooting out their wide guy on snake side. They realized that they don't need to go wide on the snake side here on this layout. Shorten up to the apple, what we call the apple, that window, or the W.
The small wall.
Yeah. Delay there. Wait for our lane to drop, or wait for our center guys to get pinched out from their center push. Like our back center guys get pinched out from their center push, and then fly right into the snake.
Well,
so it's like that controlled game off the get, and then attack.
I definitely agree. I feel that this layout, though the snake is different, it's not as complex of a snake. It's a little bit more traditional. You're looking at the bottom portion of your screen. But this is very similar in strategy to what we saw in Las Vegas, the first NXL event, in the sense that get guys on that D side, and then now the snake is obviously important. We've seen a lot of games won, or a lot of points won from this snake, but it's easier to make it into this snake than it was in Vegas to get into that snake. A little bit less bounce shots. But once you get those guys in the Doritos, get the guns to switch, then you have to get in the snake.
Of course.
Yeah, so that seems to be the strategy. We definitely have seen teams take it off the break, but that's really high risk, high reward.
Well, once you get
others.
in there, you just suck up guns, and that helps out your Doritos side a lot. Speaking of controlled paintball, it was nice to see FAU there capitalize on that controlled game on the Doritos side. Even losing their front attacker off the break there, they were able to just not leapfrog, but make little bumps, get some good real estate, suck up the guns from the center, and allow their snake guy to get all the way into the Missouri's snake.
Again, it was the control from FAU that I really feel was good to see out of them in their first point. Now, can they continue to do that? Remains to be seen. As we had a little bit of a technical timeout here to fix the bunker that fell over that back center. But we see FAU ready to roll. But FAU, one of the more aggressive teams, I feel, over the years. I mean, would you agree? You've obviously been around here for a long time playing against them. And
we played them in 2010 when we won, and I think I see one of the kids that tore his meniscus in 2010. He looks so familiar. He might be a 7-year senior or something like that. But they
call those people doctors.
Right. Hopefully. Not Van Wilders. But FAU's always been such a threat, and I think that has to do with like the paintball that's bred in Florida. You know, you can play year-round. You can always practice.
A lot of good teams.
A lot of great teams. I mean, the whole Tampa Bay Damage Camp is great what they've done there. Here's a breakout. FAU on the left, Missouri on the right. Missouri opting to take their God player and go to the snake corner.
Well, they're spreading it out and able to keep 5 bodies alive, most importantly. Looks like FAU also with 5 bodies alive, and there goes an insert delay move into the mini wall on that D side of the field. That's definitely, that particular move, we're starting to see that a lot.
Yeah, and we've been making that clean off the break almost every time we try it, and so does FAU. But you can lock that guy in and trap him into that 30, but he does a great job sucking up guns. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, and that's something that a lot of these guys out here don't seem to have picked up yet, is that, okay, yeah, you're the front guy and you're important. Yeah. What I need you to do is live, most importantly. Just because you got in an awesome spot doesn't mean you need to just put a guy in and start rapping immediately. Now, if there's a shot to take, absolutely take that shot. But most importantly, stay alive and let the play develop. Let your guys, so you make those moves on the D side, stay alive. Now that you get into the snake, then start to play the game as the FAU loses their front player,
and that was
on the D side of the field.
I'm more than likely sure that was a snake guy shooting cross field. FAU decided to try to push too fast into that 50-yard line Dorito there. But the one good thing about this snake side is you could shoot the wire from the corner, and you can control that snake push. And also, as a snake player, you can shoot the wire, which is very reminiscent.
Well, I love being able to battle your mirror.
Of course.
I hate when you can't battle your mirror. When you're shooting a blind shot over bunkers into your mirror, it just makes
it
so
did I shoot
much
that
more
guy?
difficult.
Yeah, I shot him.
Yeah, and then it's harder to help your front players when you're gun battling a guy that you're only playing his stream and not necessarily able to see the little reactions when you're engaged in that gunfight. So, but with this snake, I mean, yeah, it's a straight.
Missouri just shot his snake corner, the FAU snake corner.
So that's 2 solid kills here for Missouri. The rookies out here taking on a very seasoned team, a team that expects to do very well here.
And they shoot out their whole snake side.
Yeah, so that pressure coming from both sides too here, as it looks like Rink, and he's going to get up and get a free kill across field. So nice work by Rink over here for Missouri.
Rink was one of the 2 of the guys that have actual quote-unquote X-ball experience, race to 4. they've never played this format, this full 10-minute half format.
Well, he's doing a good job of getting into the snake, and he stayed alive and was able to finish that point out. But, you know, it wasn't just rink. There was a lot of good gunfighting going on Missouri's side of the field as at least 3 Owls took the walk, just dying out of their spots.
Mm-hmm. Once you blow up in the snake side on this layout and you get into that 50-yard line, that's where the whole field opens up to you. If you can get to this 50-yard line, and even if there is a snake side, but especially if they blow it out, that's where those cross-field shot magic starts to happen. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you know, 4 minutes and 44 seconds left. A little bit of a longer point there, all tied at 1. But yeah, I mean, we're starting to see a little bit better paintball. It's pretty sloppy paintball this morning. Guys not really knowing their shots and some bad deaths. So it was good to see the rookies, Missouri, come in here again, playing against one of these top teams in FAU and winning gunfights.
Yeah.
Because losing gunfights is normally what the least experienced teams, they normally lose in more gunfights. That's just how it always works, right? So to see Missouri come out and win some gunfights to tie this game up right now, it's just a great job.
For sure. We practiced the layout yesterday, and it was nice to get that extra day. I told the guys, hey, listen, we haven't played Class A since last year. We've been playing Class AA all year. We need to get out here and really put the grind in, so when we get into these key spots, when we're in those back bunkers, we know where to look off the get in that first match against who did we play this morning? Wisconsin.
Yeah, well, it was a good win for you guys.
Yeah,
it was 7-1. So
Oh.
right now for FAU, they need more out of Thomas Ryan. They need more out of Corbin Robson in that center. Though Robson actually he played the center in the first point, did really well, and then came over here and died out of his spot. You know, those are guys I'm looking to have games here.
FAU loses their insert bunker player, what we call the Obama on the Dorito side. But they still make it up to that 30-yard line Dorito.
FAU, though, losing another body here. So this is, again, good gunfighting and good off-the-break shots from Missouri. Trying to take a lead, moving up on the D side. Getting to that mini wall bunker over there. You can see there on your screen, right on the edge of the red zone.
Missouri's still here in the snake corner. Looks like almost the same play they pulled last point. Same exact bunkers. Now, if this snake corner guy can stand up, draw the gun from FAU's God player, now he needs to shoot the wire. Is he having gun problems there in the snake corner? Yeah, it looks like he's shake and baking his loader. That's unfortunate. But Rink gets here into snake 1, fills up, and at the same time, Missouri fills into the 40-yard line Dorito.
Yeah, Kevin Cuthbert over here for FAU. He's in snake 2. Looks like Corbin, I believe, went and backed him up.
And
so
Missouri
nice fill.
loses their 40-yard line Dorito player.
It's a bad death.
Yeah.
That's a key spot over there. You know, these ones, the first attackers on both the snake side and particularly the D side, because we talked about this, you know, when you get that penetration on the D side of the field, it takes that pressure off the snake side and allows your guys to go to work over here. Oh, there's that nice little gunfight right there by Kevin here in the snake as he makes a move here to the 50-yard line. Another body drops for Missouri. It is not looking good for them. Just one player left alive in that back center, and Kevin takes him out. So solid work by Kevin Cuthbert in the snake, and I think that was Corbin backing him up. Yep, nice job. So Corbin Robson and backing up Kevin Cuthbert.
Looks like homeboy here on FAU is a little tired, limping off. Let's see if he's all right. We had a lot of players puking up a storm this morning. Can't handle the heat.
I mean, I know I'm not geared up, but I've done my many days geared up and playing in the Florida heat and humidity, and it's not that bad. We have a breeze. It's about, you know, low 80s.
This is the Florida weather you pray for.
Yes, absolutely. Because it could be way worse.
World Cup 2009.
Oh, yeah. I mean, or
bodies are dropping.
There's a half a dozen years where I wanted to kill myself out here.
Vegas was beautiful. That was nice
Vegas
weather.
was nice. Vegas was nice. But, you know, I mean, if you're going to Vegas that time of the year, it's probably going to be pretty decent. So let's check out this replay here.
This is the gun battle that gets lost right in the snake.
Yeah, see, he's out on him. He's posted. And then, yeah, so then he looks inside. But what happened was Kevin was able to establish, and then he just didn't miss his shot.
And he also was backed up by his snake corner player. So he had the confidence to engage himself in that gun battle.
And that's why, like you talked about that earlier, you get that guy out there, get Corbin behind Kevin, and allow him to have that confidence so he can stay out.
Yep.
And doesn't necessarily have to worry as much. And it ended up working out for him. So now a slight lead here for the Owls. 2-1 is the score. 2 minutes and 38 seconds to go here in the first half of this matchup. First matchup of the afternoon competition.
Right after that nice lunch break, so the refs should be nice and fresh for this one. FAU's having some of their actual starting players run pods, and that's definitely a bit disheartening to see.
Well, yeah, if they're running that, they don't have a lot of guys.
Yeah, that's the college paintball life for you. And but they're from Florida. I would hope that maybe if they make it to tomorrow's competition, they could hit up some of their friends and girlfriends and get them to come help out in the pits so their players can just focus on playing. Doesn't look like they really have a dedicated coach too, either.
Yeah, and we've seen that today as well. I think it was Tennessee, I believe. They don't have a coach, and they had some miscommunication in the pits and a little bit of disorganization. So
I mean, we did too. In the Drexel pit, and we have a coach.
Yeah, I remember we were talking about it.
Yeah.
So right now, FAU doubling up that back center bunker. And now we're looking at the line for Missouri.
So this is where
that's FAU. So FAU doubling up that back center, and then they have both back Aztecs shading towards the D side.
And Missouri pulls off the same breakout again, and they lose their snake corner player off the break. So I would think that their coach should probably try to throw something different there, give a different look, maybe go to the God off the break instead. We've been running and gunning little Kevin out there, and he's been getting there pretty successfully, but he's also 5 foot tall.
Helps to be small when you're playing paintball.
You can't teach someone to be small.
No, you can't.
You teach someone how to lane, gun battle, communicate.
Pretty much everything else, but can't teach that. It's also really hard to teach aggression. Some guys are just naturally aggressive, and some people aren't. And you can get a guy to be a little bit more aggressive than his natural tendencies, but I'd rather have an aggressive guy tone him back than have to teach a timid person to be aggressive.
Well, now check it out. So Missouri getting the same real estate they did before, and it looks like they have the advantage there on Dorito's side. They're in the 40-yard line, Dorito, once again. Let's see if he can capitalize on this. I really think the Missouri back player needs to push up into at least the corner.
Ooh, so look at this, though. FAU losing Corbin. Corbin tried to glide in a little too high and got clipped trying to get into Snake 1.
And Missouri loses Rink out of the God.
Yeah, so these two teams trading bodies back and forth. Just a minute and 3 seconds left to go here in the first half. And now shifting all the way over towards the Snake side, trying to fill the gap over here is Missouri.
FAU mirrors up the 40-yard line Dorito, and he's looking cross field at the God player and shoots out the God player. So that's a confirmed kill 100% for FAU player in the 40-yard line Dorito. What number is that? FAU filling into the Snake 2.
Yeah, so FAU starting to whittle the bodies down here for Missouri.
Missouri's left with only 2 players, both on Dorito's side, and they're both looking heads up.
They have 2 players. They're both looking D side, unfortunately, right now, and that's where the attack's going to come, and he stabs that guy. I think the second player had died. It was just that one last player for Missouri in that back corner bunker, but they only have 19 seconds left, so Ryan is going to jog in. No need to sprint.
Yeah,
he has time.
So Missouri concedes it to want to play 12 seconds. Maybe try to get a major?
I mean, yeah, this...
FAU didn't have any penalties against us. We actually had 2 penalties against them.
We haven't really seen, at least on the main field, there are other fields being played right now, these same teams, so different reffing crews over there. We haven't seen too many penalties out here today. A few, a handful, but it hasn't been a penalty-ridden day like we've seen in the past.
I always love coming to these college events because I feel like you get some real great sportsman-like paintball. The paintball that, a lot of you old guard talk about that we wish we would play.
Yeah, I totally agree. I love coming to this tournament every year. Everyone's just got a great attitude. The competition level's pretty high, though. We're seeing there the run.
And gets dinked right in the head off the break. He needed to slide.
Well, what he needs to do is switch that gun into his left hand. If you're running out towards that side, you want to have the gun away from the paintballs.
Exactly.
And
try to hide all those hard parts.
Yeah, as much as you can at least, especially when you're going out wide. So, and then watching a little gunfight, and then here in the center, this is the closing.
Here comes the execution from the FAU player, and he gets him right in the
muzzle. So there was still that 2 left alive, and he got them all in a row. So nice little 2-pack there to end that point. So now the lead extends.
40 seconds left to the start point. That's one of the worst places to get shot. Right in the muffin top.
Yeah, yeah. So also, again, big shout out to our sponsor for this match, Carbon Paintball. They have 15% off. That's 15% off store-wide. Use the promo code NCPA17 at checkout. Really love the Carbon stuff, man. The company's run by some paintball professionals that were making high-quality stuff for other companies, decided to do it on their own. And, you know, we have one of their new packs up here, which has like the Reebok pump stuff. But in a pack.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool and incredibly light. And, again, just I really love the company. I love the guys who run it.
There's FAU breaking out, running the...
So now attempting an attack up the center, Missouri, and then on the delay running out to that D side, but not able to do it. All three of those bodies get chopped up, but hey, at least they gave it a shot. 12 seconds is not a lot of time to work with to try to score a point on any layout, and we haven't really seen that many quick points on this layout.
Yeah, FAU probably realizing that Missouri's going to try some funky stuff up the middle.
So let's check out this replay here. With just 12 seconds, you saw doubling up the center wall and then also getting up on that D side a little off screen, but one of them got shot, I think, trying to get in there.
Or the 40-yard line Dorito got shot off the break, too.
Yeah, so, you know, hey, FAU, even though there really wasn't enough time to actually get that point finished, but FAU is still able to shoot all three of those players. So that's a good sign for FAU here heading into halftime.
Yeah, their guns were pretty sharp against us in the second half. In the first half, we were keying up a lot on them, but they really dug deep inside themselves and fixed their problems there off the break. They started keying up on our snake side.
Well, while we have this halftime here, let's check in with Lauren Kelly down in the pits.
Hey guys, I'm here with Andy Rink. Now, the first half of this match hasn't gone your way so far, but you guys conceded that point before with only 12 seconds left on the clock. Why did you want to go out there for that last 12 seconds?
12 seconds left is not a whole lot of time for them to get a point. Might as well give the people what they want to see. Chances are, you know, maybe we lose it, but who knows, maybe we come back and get a quick point on them.
Hey, well, thanks for giving us a good show. You guys don't have a lot of experience in this bracket in the previous years, so what were your expectations coming here to Nationals?
Really, a lot of these people, you know, they haven't played much outside of college paintball in general. But, you know, expectations were kind of low. We didn't really know what we were going to do since obviously no one played X-ball and they haven't really played a whole lot of paintball. But we're just kind of out here, have fun, play as good as we can. So.
All right, have fun, put on a good show. I always root for the underdogs, so good luck. Back to you guys.
I like that, paintball for the people.
Yeah, love it. All right, thanks, Lauren. So we're going to have a quick break here. At halftime, FAU Owls taking on Missouri S&T. We'll be right back. See ya. Welcome back, 2017 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships. I'm Matty Marshall with Mike Spanis.
Hey.
And right now, these teams going to be switching sides. FAU Owls up by 2 over Missouri S&T. 10 minutes on that clock here for the second half. Again, this game is brought to you by Carbon Paintball. And they have 15% off store-wide. Use the promo code NCPA 17 at checkout.
And that's what I like to see. Switching it up a little bit with their front attacker Rink getting here into God off a break and getting G'd in the face, the old commentator curse, right?
Ooh, I think that might be your first one, Mike.
But, that was my first one ever. But he also achieves a shot on the FAU player in the back center. So
they evened it up.
Yeah,
4 on 4. But better field position right now for FAU is they have a body up pretty far on that D side. Pretty much the standard move has been going to that mini wall over there. They got a body in there for FAU.
And he gets shot out.
Oh, there's my first one of the day. And so that puts him in, a worse situation. But they still have a body on that side. And it looks like Corbin wants to get into the snake. And they also just shot another Missouri player, too. So
yeah, Missouri has some decent real estate.
Actually, that is not Corbin. That is somebody else on FAU. And he is going to take a walk. Yeah,
that's
so that
Cody.
was Luton's Cody. So Cody with the bad fill in the snake, and he gets shot. And there still is one player left alive over here for FAU on the snake side of the back corner bunker. And they have Dorito 2 as well.
And Missouri has a 3-on-2 situation with some decent real estate, big penetration on Dorito's side.
Big point right now, Mike, for Missouri. If they can win this point here, and pull within 1, and anytime you get in this situation, you're down by 2, you have the body advantage, you have to make the most of it. These are the points that you have to win if you want to come back.
I hope that Missouri player's gun's not down. It looks like it is. He's having gun problems there in the insert bunker.
And speak of the devil, one of the Missouri players loses a gunfight out of that mini wall on the D side, and now it's 2 on 2. Nope, make that 1 on 2 as another Missouri player dies out of this back corner bunker here, and then they lose their third. So 3 lost gunfights here for Missouri.
Richard getting a nice little 3-pack there on Dorito's side. He got the kill on the 30-yard line, Dorito from Missouri. Got the kill cross field on the snake corner player, and then finished off the last player in the insert bunker.
So last year, I think it was Ansbra that we started calling Mr. Consistent. This kid was just playing so consistent that we were like, okay, might have to give this kid a new nickname because he was just getting it done. They could always count on him. So it's not a surprise to me that he was the guy that was getting it done over here for FAU. And that was a big point. It was 2 on 3, and Richard pretty much, I don't know if he got all 3 of them, but it looked, he definitely got 2. So nice work by Richard Ansbra there, and FAU will now be up by 3, 4-1 is the score. But I'll tell you what, Mike, with Missouri, look, these are the rookies here. This is the first time at this level. They don't have a lot of experience, and they're hanging with one of the top teams here. These points are relatively close. Again, just need to work on that survivability.
I agree.
So we're going to be right back with more of this action. Stick with us.
We're back.
7:37 left to go here in this second half. And, Mike, like we're talking about before the quick break, with this younger team, this is a big test for Missouri to come and play FAU, a team that's been very deep in this tournament before, that's won this tournament before, a team that always seems to be fielding, because what you were saying earlier, absolutely. Central Florida is a hotbed for paintball. It has been for a long time. Yeah, I mean, there's certain areas of the world, and this is one of them. So it doesn't surprise me that FAU always fields a competitive team. Now, I was talking to Corbin earlier, and I think that they are losing some guys next year. But regardless, they want to have a good showing, so this Missouri team is playing a very hungry FAU. And the fact that they're keeping it relatively close, yeah, they're losing some gunfights, but I like the moves they're making, I like the game plans they're coming with.
And Rinks survives a breakout to snake up break. He still has 4 players behind him. And playing a little shallow there on Dorito's side. He's going to get into the snake too and start trying to wrap shot on the God. He almost got him there on the elbow.
Corbin fills out wide. Might have caught one. Might have caught a bouncer.
Bounce, yep.
Yeah, he's checking his shoulder. It looks like he's clean though.
If Rink can shoot cross field there at the 30-yard line, I think he might be able to get a kill now on the 40-yard line.
Well, FAU making moves too on the D side. They also have a body now in snake 1, so presenting a little bit more offense here. Oh, and Rink gets pinched out. So Rink went to sleep on that D side. I think that actually might have been Thomas Ryan over the top. It was able to over the top of the back Aztec. As he was able to dip a shot in on him.
And FAU filling into this 50-yard line Dorito on the snake side.
Yeah, it's
chops up Dorito's side.
Kevin gets in there and gets that kill cross field. There's still 3 bodies left alive for Missouri. So, but look at this point. I mean, Missouri not losing. Okay, yeah, Rink did die out of his spot, but he made it into a good position. And then Kevin makes a great move to get that kill cross field. Look at this. Missouri fills out wide.
To the Dorito corner.
So they're doing the right things. They just need to tighten it up. I'd give me 20% tighter, and I think they'd have a little bit closer.
Kevin just got a shot cross field on the Dorito corner. Missouri right in the foot. You know, it's just a matter of, I think some of these guys just like getting some more experience, learning how to control their bodies in the bunkers.
And I would agree with that. They are a little bit frantic.
Correct.
In the bunker.
And that definitely comes from, you know, playing only for a year or 2. Seems like that. And that's what you get in the college league. You get some guys that have been playing for 5-6 years before they get to college. You know, in Florida, I'm assuming, you know, playing when you're 14, playing against the likes of Miami Rage and playing against the likes of the Tampa Bay Damage camp. You're going to get good quick.
Well, and also
Palm Beach Vipers.
I mean, yeah, if you can get reps against those guys, that's obviously the best case scenario. But even just being able to go and watch them practice.
Oh, of course.
There's so much to learn, even just by standing, you know, on the outside of the nets and just watching the team conduct a practice, see what drills they run, what you should be working on, the decisions that people are making in or bunker. So, yeah, again, not surprising that FAU has constantly been fielding these really competitive teams here at the college championships every year.
And this season's probably one of the better seasons now to actually go to CFP and watch some good paintball. A lot of the teams are starting to, a lot of the pro teams that used to not come down here for the past couple of years are now starting to come back down and play Tampa Bay Damage. Aftershock came down, PC Katana's come down, Impact's coming down next week to play Tampa Bay Damage.
Well, and Damage, didn't they also have a couple other teams they've started to get like a little bit of a bigger program?
They have the Jits. Now, that was their D3 team. They have their D4 team.
Let's check out this replay here.
Yep.
So that was in the snake right there.
That was Rink getting killed cross field.
Yeah, killed cross field. And then Kevin makes his move here to the 50-yard line.
Immediately comes up and roasts that can. Like, just annihilate him on his pack.
Free kill. That's what you want to happen when you get to the 50. Oh, look at this back. Can't wait to get this shot.
Yeah, just like salivating.
Yeah. So consistent, solid paintball being played by FAU. Not doing anything crazy. They're not taking any huge bites. Just slow, methodical progression down the field. And most importantly, attacking both sides. But they're doing it the way you're supposed to be doing it. You get a body up on the D side, then you get in the snake. When the guns turn, and again, that timing, another thing that's really hard to teach.
That just comes with straight experience.
Yeah, that paintball IQ.
And getting shot over and over and over again. And eventually having it within yourself to learn from those mistakes.
Yeah, it's the willingness to go out and take your lumps. And it's one of the hard things about paintball. I mean, yeah, you're not getting knocked unconscious, but you're just constantly getting bruised up by making bad decisions.
Yeah.
And eventually, hopefully, you stop making those bad decisions.
Well, bad decision here on Missouri's part is sending a guy at the snake corner again and getting dinked out of there off the break. He's gotten shot there off the break at least 3 times this match.
Yeah, you're right. And they also lost a body on that D side. Yeah, so, not a lot of offense right now on the field for Missouri.
I think this is a good opportunity for FAU to take a chill pill, sit back, communicate a little bit, relax, get Kevin some rest. They have to play another match this afternoon, so I believe they do. It's not their last match.
Well, that is.
That's a weird thing about the 19-team bracket.
You play a lot of paintball down here.
Yeah.
That's one of the crazy things, especially when these guys are running skeleton crews. You get 6, 7 guys.
They have 7 players on their.
I remember one year, I think the year Long Beach won, Chris Tregarthen played like 106 points in a row.
When we beat them in 2010, Chris played almost every point, and he had a broken finger.
He broke his hand, like the boxer's fracture on
I love
the
that
pinky.
dude. He's such a great guy.
Chris Tregarthen is a stand-up guy. He was definitely a college paintball all-star, which, not surprising, man, knowing the camp he came out of.
Yeah.
Hitman camp's pretty hardcore. That guy's a wicked killer with a pump gun and at big games, too.
Yeah.
He'll lead the charge for sure. So right now, in good position here with Lavoli
and
in the snake.
And
for
Lavoli,
FAU.
almost, I think he gets a bounce on that can. He might have shot him on his pack.
Well,
He bounces him.
Yeah, the ref's in there checking him. He is clean.
And Rink taking a digger into Snake 1. Hopefully he didn't get hurt. He looked like he struggled crawling up to that Snake 1 bunker.
Rink pops off, tries to get a shot on Lavoli.
And now it's Rink's left alone, the lone soldier here in the Snake 1. That's one of the worst places to be.
They probably should concede this point, save the time.
Save their time and the dignity of Rink getting G'd out.
Yeah, so Rink hanging his head a little bit low. You can see the frustration now setting in with the body language of Missouri with the slow walk off. Head to the sky, slow walk off.
Hey, you know what? For Missouri, if they can come out here now in the last 3 minutes of the match and pop off at least 2 points, just for pride, I think that's a good thing. Especially against one of the top teams here. FAU has been a great team for the past 7 years. And in the college paintball world, that's one of the hardest things to do. You're constantly, every 4 years, graduating sometimes half your team.
Mm-hmm.
We graduated half our team last year with Drexel. And it's just a matter of all of those guys like looking within themselves.
Yeah, it is incredibly difficult to maintain that competitive edge here in college paintball because of what you just said. So let's check out Rink. Getting frustrated. You can see head down, slow walk off, and then look to the sky. Paintball God's not very kind today for poor Rink. So again, thank you so much to Carbon Paintball, sponsor of this match. Carbon products built on minimalistic designs with technical manufacturing for optimized performance. Check out carbonpaintball.com for more information, and also 15% off store-wide. Use the promo code NCPA17 at checkout. So, Mike, I agree a lot. 3 minutes left. If you can come out and put a couple points on FAU right now, if you're Missouri, at least you're going in and you're setting yourself up mentally for the battle for the next games. There's a long weekend out here. You're playing a lot of paintball. So I understand. It gets frustrating when you get shot. It gets frustrating when you're losing. But you need to maintain that mental edge and maintain that toughness. You don't want to start falling apart so early on in the tournament. So let's check in with Lauren Kelly down in the pit.
Hey, Maddie. So this game isn't going S&T's way, but they're here to have fun, and they wanted me to tell you that this next play is for you.
Oh,
you are
I know
going
what's
to
coming.
see
Oh, yeah.
I know what's coming.
I don't know what's coming.
I'm excited. It's the all-wall play, which I've been begging for all year long.
All wall.
But before we get to that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. We are back. 3 minutes left to go. A 5-point lead for FAU. And we got some info for Lauren. I think we might see an all-wall play here.
All-wall.
I'll believe it when I see it.
All-wall.
On the breakout. We're going to get 4 of them.
And one
4
gunner back
guys.
center.
Yeah, they leave one to gun.
And he's going, but he's missing.
No, he's coming. Well, they lose 2. I think they had a little bit of a clash. Looks like, I don't know if they shot his own buddy back there. There's still 3 alive.
And he
comes
gets
around. 1. Oh, please. I hope this works.
So they shoot 2 FAU players.
Yeah.
They bunker out 1.
They
so
bunker
it's
out
now
one.
a 2 on 3.
It's a 2. Is it 2 on 3? It is a 2 on 3.
And they have all the real estate at the W now. Just
if that one other guy hadn't slipped, he throws his body away. So a player from Missouri coming around and air bunkering. Nothing. So it's a 1-on-3 situation. But if that guy hadn't come around and that other guy had stayed alive, because it looked like he tripped, and I don't know if his own guy shot him or not. It looked a little weird in there. Regardless, there would have been 3 guys still alive.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
3 on
for
3.
Missouri.
And you're all at the W.
Yeah.
That's like a secret fortress.
It looked cool. We finally got to see 5 guys go to the wall. I never thought we'd see it.
Looks like Rich is just kind of lollygaggling up there into the 40-yard line Dorito, and
he's going to get taken out.
And Nick Lavoli just got that last G. But you know what? That's some serious chutzpah.
Yeah.
How you say. For Missouri.
Absolutely.
And they did it. They only one guy got shot off the break.
You know, talking to those kids earlier, I know you talked to them.
Yeah.
They're here to have a good time.
Of course.
I mean, at the end of the day, like, yes, this is a competition. Not everyone gets an award. Everyone gets a trophy sport. This is paintball. But as we watch the all-wall play, but it's about having fun. And these guys are having a great time out here. It's what this is about. They sent 4 guys to the wall off the break. Count it 5. There goes the delay. They lose that first one. That second body coming off, I'm not sure where that guy got shot from.
I have no idea where he got shot from either.
Yeah, he kind of stumbled going in.
That looked like a scenario game, big boy breakout.
Yeah.
You know, hiding behind other players. That was amazing. You don't see that in the NXL. You see that here at the NCPA.
Yeah, though
sure.
we have seen
10-man. You can see some funky stuff over there.
Yeah, I haven't. I played a lot of 10-man obviously back in the day, but I haven't seen any of the 10-man games in the new incarnation of 10-man because I'm always working.
It's a lot of fun.
Of course, it's 10-man. 10-man's awesome. It's like a legit battle. 20 dudes out there at the same time.
There's nothing like the sound.
I loved playing 10-man.
There's nothing like the sound of 20 guns going off at the same time. Yeah, way bigger field.
Yeah, bigger field, lots more bunkers.
Yeah.
It's more of a war. Don't get me wrong. I love all paintball.
Yeah.
5-on-5 is great. 3-on-3, 2-on-2. The NXL, actually, speaking of 2-on-2, I love how they're giving away $50,000 this year.
It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And what's really awesome to see,
ridiculously
too,
awesome.
is now you see, if you look at the APPA, paintball-players.org, and you look at the schedule of the season, NXL 2-man in, like, states you've never seen tournaments before. You know, you see these 2-man tournaments, you see 3 of them in New Jersey, 5 of them in Texas. There's an opportunity for you to grab a buddy, whether he be a rental player or not, your mom, your girlfriend, your brother, and come and have them play paintball.
Well, it's even getting guys that that used to play, getting them back into it a little bit too. Like
low cost.
Yeah, Davey Williamson, good buddy of mine, old teammate. He was trying to get him and John Richardson to go play in the 2-on-2.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah, that would have been a beastly team. But Davey blew out his knee.
I was about to say, didn't JR blow out his knee a while ago?
I think JR is healthy now,
Yeah.
but Davey tore his meniscus. He has to have surgery. He was playing in Mexico with us not too long ago. We played a big game down in Mexico. That's a crazy story. It was a great, fun time. If anyone from Mexico is listening, man, we had a ball down in Rosarito. Great time. But
so look at this. This is the first time we've seen Missouri's player here with the beanie. It looks like number 14. Is that my eyes are incorrect? Yeah, Jake Young, Alexander. He's got some wheels on him, and they finally send him to some good real estate at the W. It feels like they almost underutilized him the whole.
I do like what I'm seeing on Missouri. Unfortunately, for the fast guys up front, one of the guys behind him dies out of his spot. So just again, some survivability issues, and then
Mr. Jake Young.
Yeah, Jake Young gets taken out of that spot. But when you're down 6 points and you're under a minute, I just like the aggression here. They're just trying to push forward. And right now,
and he shoots him first.
Oh, looks like
be a penalty.
Begging for a penalty. Not going to get it.
Yeah.
Under 40 to go. Still 2 players left alive for Missouri. And FAU is in no hurry to go anywhere.
Yeah, 30 seconds left in the game, up 6 points. Let's just make sure we don't get hurt.
Absolutely.
This is our last match, so they won their first match, lost their second in overtime, and then now they're winning with a high point margin.
Yeah, winning this one pretty big here.
So with a 2-1 record at this tournament, you should move on.
Yeah, Robson just cruises up to that center, gets a free kill on a desperation run on one of the Missouri players.
And I would...
looks like he might have got taken one from somewhere.
I would have sprinted that sin. You need to get the point margin sometimes for...
Minor. Well, look, a minor assessed on Robson, I think, and that's going to pull out a body, but I think they still have Thomas Ryan still alive.
Game's over, though.
Game's over.
Yeah, I would have really tried to get that flag in this format, in this tournament, especially with 19 teams. This is like a situation like Nashville last year, if you remember, with the semi-pro division. 19 teams.
Yeah, where guys were going on 3-1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other, you see with the schedule here, you know, we played at 8, 11, and 5. Texas A&M played at 9. I think they played at 9, 11, and 6, or 9, 1, and 6. But you got to get high point margin to move on here at this tournament with this amount of teams. And
yeah, well, obviously, and that's why you see these guys running up these scores.
Yeah.
Well,
you got to.
Yeah, you have to. So before we get to this next match, as NC State Paintball is going to be taking on Connecticut Huskies, but before we get there, let's check in with Lauren down the FAU pits.
Hey guys, I'm here with Richard Ansbot. Now this is a big weekend for you because it is your last tournament playing for FAU. How does it feel going out there for every point that you go out for?
Oh man, it's great. We're bare bones this year. You know, we lost some guys for ineligibility and injuries, so you know we still brought it together to come out and compete. Class A, we didn't want to play Double A, so we're doing what we got to do, grinding these matches out, and hopefully we'll be playing tomorrow.
You were able to pull this win out with the bare bones team, no coach. You're running out there to get your own pods. That's going to get tougher and tougher to do as the weekend goes on, though. Are you going to get more help, or what's your plan for that at this time?
We're hoping some of our friends at home will show up. What's up, guys?
Hey, guys, get over here.
Help us out, yeah. But I guess some people have work today, so Friday's always tough. But tomorrow we're expecting to have some more help, so hopefully be running smoother tomorrow.
And you guys, were you able to play this field yesterday and practice it all, or it was like this morning was the first time?
To be honest with you, we haven't practiced it at all with our full team. With the 7 guys we had, one guy showed up this morning, and we haven't practiced with him ever. So we're doing what we got to do to get these wins, and we're figuring it out as we go and making the most of it.
All right, well, it seems to be working out for you so far, so congrats on your first day. Good showing, and we will see you tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Hey, kudos to those guys, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're playing well. I wouldn't say a slow start. Missouri hung tough with them in the very beginning. But, yeah, I mean, Florida Atlantic is absolutely one of the favorites here. And a big shout-out to Richard Ansborough as it is his last event.
It's great that his boys came around him to send him off the way it is. I miss coming to these tournaments as a player. And I wish sometimes I could come back as a player.
Yeah, well, you can't anymore, not in college. Well, we'll have you up here, so thank you guys so much for tuning in. Still a lot more paintball coming at you, so stick with us here. NC State taking on the UConn Huskies. We'll be right back. Welcome back, 2017 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships. I'm Matty Marshall, up here with Mike Spanis. And so, Mike, we got a good game coming up right now. NC State going to be taking on the UConn Huskies. The Huskies, I think, with the legacy of that team here at this event, probably the favorites. What would you say?
I would say for sure, and they come out of a great area for paintball. The New England area is a fantastic hotbed for paintball nowadays. Dave Painter's League, Foxball, the NEPL, what Anthony runs up there at Boston Paintball. You breed great paintball programs. Problem is, you can only play paintball in Connecticut, Massachusetts, 6 months of the year outdoors. This year was actually not bad up in the Northeast for sure, but UConn plays at Matt's Outback. They live, the campus is 10 minutes away from Matt's Outback, which is a fantastic paintball field.
Yeah, here was pretty mild winter for you guys. We actually got all of your moisture in California.
Which is great for you.
Great for us. We needed
your
it.
Crops.
Oh, God. Yeah, you fly over California. It looks like Ireland right now.
That's awesome.
But yeah, it is difficult and to play paintball as much as you can play in California, as much as you can play in Florida, Texas, like you were saying. But it is good to see the Northeast represented because the Northeast has also been paintball was invented in the Northeast.
In New York.
Yeah. So, we're talking about the oldest type of legacy you could possibly have in the sport comes from that area of the world. So it's good to see teams representing from there.
So I talked to the coach for NC State earlier. We had a great match against them last year, and they lose their God player off the break. He falls on his butt getting out of their bunker, but they attack. And this player number here, I believe it's Ojan. He was doing really well last season with them up at the W against us. I talked to Bob, their coach there on the field. He said they graduated a lot of their players this year.
NC State guys?
NC State did, yes.
Yeah, NC State in the red and gray and black on your left-hand side, and UConn in the blue on the right-hand side.
And UConn has a lot of little fast kids out there.
I feel like UConn always has a lot of the little fast kids.
When they won back-to-back in 05 and 06, they had some speed demons on that team. They always wore the fast pants, the JT fast pants.
I remember, absolutely.
So NC State filling out to the 10, the Dorito one there, the wide one. They still have the insert bunker there on the Obama, and they have the left side, the right side of W. They shoot out the UConn's 4-yard line player.
All right, you have to describe what the Obama is.
Oh, I said Obama. The Obama is the insert bunker there on Dorito's side. I'm sorry, I'm using my Drexel codes.
You got each team has its own jargon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to the Apple. It's like you're doing interviews. Yeah, first I went to the Apple, and I shot the Godzilla, and no one knows what the hell they're talking about.
So NC State fills into the Snake 2 and gets immediately dinked out. Looks like from the insert bunker there on Dorito's side, cross field.
Still, NC State has had that center 50 this entire time. They've lost some bodies. Another body comes off on that D side, but UConn also getting chewed up a little bit too. And UConn playing on their heels. You got a back corner bunker here on the Snake side. Insert Aztec, just gets taken out on the D side. So just one player left alive, and he's going to get taken out as well too. So solid point, first point here.
I was about to commentator, describe for the NC State. They had 3 of their players just die making moves. But their last 2 players were able to stay calm, composed, and get the last 2 kills.
I can't say enough about trying to stay calm and composed out there, especially if you're a younger player. It's so easy to get, because it's tough. You want to get worked up mentally in the sense that you're hyped to play the game, but when you go out there, you see the best players in the world. They're not frantic. They're very calm and composed, and that's what I saw out of that guy in the center. Not sure who that was for NC State up in that center 50. He made it there off the break, was there the whole game, got a couple kills. Guy that got the flag and hung it. That was a solid first point for him.
Yeah, and the player that ended up finishing the game with him on Dorito's side, that's Mike Hruska. He was a threat for us last year when we played them. And they started to come back on us in that game right before we played Texas A&M. That was a quarterfinals or game.
Yeah, so... Yeah, I was just trying to read the back of player number 21 for NC State. But regardless, it's a solid first point here. See if the Huskies have an answer for it. But, Mike, I don't really feel that the Huskies, that was definitely not their best showing in that first point. This is the first game that we've seen this particular team. Obviously, we've been watching them for years, but this particular team, and they came out kind of flat in that first point. Lost some guys, got stuck in those back bunkers, didn't really seem to know which way to shoot when the cross-up happened, when there's just 2 players left alive. They did shoot some bodies.
They did.
They definitely shot some bodies. I think they got 3 kills. I think there was 2 bodies left alive.
They got 3 kills, and they shot the God off the break, which is the insert bunker on the Snake side. and then they made 2 really nice kills on the NC State guys moving down both the Snake side and the Dorito side. However, the real estate that they got there on the 40-yard line Dorito, they get there, and instead of playing off your back guys and working with them, you come out and lose a gunfight. And you give up that great position to clean up the game. And when he was there at the 40-yard line Dorito, guess who wasn't looking at him? The W guy. So get to your real estate, get to the 50s, get to the 40s, and maybe take a moment, take a breath, talk to your back guys real
Absolutely.
quick.
Absolutely. We see that, and you'll probably hear us say it again, too, this weekend. When you get to those crucial front spots, your job is not necessarily, unless it's contingent on that play, your job is not to immediately engage.
Yeah.
Your job is to get there and live.
Yeah.
Then just take a deep breath, count to 5, whatever you want to do. Everyone's got their own little thing that they do.
And
but
NC
just
State
hang out for a second
calling
and
2
live.
players up the middle. And
somehow NC State rumbling and stumbling. Oh, I thought he made it in alive to the mini wall,
UConn.
but sorry, a UConn. He tripped and fell, and it looked like he made it in there clean, but he ended up getting taken out right as he tried to get in. So first kill going to go to UConn. NC State again goes right up to that center.
NC State just shoots out another player on UConn, and we have to keep in mind both these teams' mascots are Huskies, so we have to say, UConn and NC State. The NC State player there on the Dorito side of the wall is chewing up the UConn's Dorito side. He just got 2 confirmed kills.
Yeah, the MVP of NC State for these first 2 points. I know we got a lot of game to go here, 6 minutes and 50 seconds left here in the first half. But the first 2 points has been the center player for NC State.
And you know what? Guess what they did here? They adjusted their back guys to play calm and patient, and it allows their center player to play calm and get those kills and remain composed in his bunker. That W bunker gets real scary real quick as guns start shifting to it and pounding it.
Yeah, it also gets real fun when you're watching the enemy walk off one at a time.
Yep.
You can start wrapping around,
And
maybe look for a run through.
And from this W, man, I think that's going to be the cause of a lot of other teams' grief is the W guy chopping up lanes on both Snake and Dorito sides.
They let UConn all the way out in the Snake back bunker, and he immediately gets a quick shot on NC State, but who had no idea that he was out the right. Yeah, then he gets taken out. Again, survivability, huge problem right now for UConn. NC State doing a much better job of staying alive and getting into position. So they're losing bodies, but just not enough. And NC State looks like they had 4 players left alive in that one.
I'm trying to see number 21's back of his jersey.
So real solid control for NC State thus far through 2. UConn sitting with that goose egg still. 5 minutes and 47 seconds left to go in this first half. So kind of just getting things rolling.
Yeah, and UConn has plenty of time here.
Let's get this replay. So here was tries to get over, slides out real wide.
He gets it there clean, but he gets chopped up crawling so slow. And that was definitely a kill generated by that W player, 100%.
That W is just chalking up kills.
He's so tall.
I love the control that I'm seeing from NC State. They're getting into their bunkers, and they're
Alston.
Yeah, Merrick Alston. So Merrick Alston up in that center 50 for NC State has definitely been doing his work. But it's not just him. It's the rest of those guys on the D side. Their Snake side's not playing bad, but we've seen an early death on the Snake side. There was they didn't stop the UConn player from getting out to the back corner bunker, able to get that free kill there. But I just like the control that I'm seeing out of NC State. They're taking the ground in the center off the break, and they're probably going to keep doing that until somebody stops them. I would.
Yeah.
And then they're doing a methodical job of getting penetration on the D side. And then they are being attentive to the Snake side. Could be a little bit more attentive, but still, just well-controlled, slow but smart paintball from NC State. And I say slow with the nicest of intentions. This is not a bad thing. Particularly on a layout like this, when you have guys, like if you're facing a team that has survivability issues, go slow.
Yeah. Now, the flip side, UConn needs to realize that the attack from NC State is coming from the center guy as they push 2 players up to the center again,
and they match them.
But
this is what UConn needed to do. You can't just have Alston do whatever he wants up in that
Alston
center
just goes around and stabs UConn and almost makes it clean. He comes back around, but he got dinked on the loader there in the trade.
Hey, good job by Kirschbaum to get up there in the 50 and
course.
take out the guy that's giving you problems. And solve the issue by going and take that guy off the field.
Those 2 points are a wash. Let's learn from the mistake and correct it. How do we correct it the best way? Go bunker him out.
So let's see what NC State does here, not having Alston up in that center 50.
They still have presence there in the center there with the center can on the snake side, and then they fill the W again. And he immediately looks to chalk up some kills on the Dorito side. UConn still has the Dorito 1, which is the first Dorito wide out there, the small one, and they have the Dorito corner player. And they have 2 other players alive, the back center and the insert bunker there on snake side.
Well, yeah, and with the body coming off for NC State, now 3 bodies. Actually, yeah, 3 bodies coming off, so just 2 players left alive. This is UConn's point to win. They have the advantage.
And FAM lose a gun battle in that center.
Bad death. But they did get another kill out of that center 50. So now we have a 1-on-3 situation. And this is a point that UConn cannot lose. Down by 2. Trying to pull within 1 right now. Got to be real careful.
Hey, plenty of time on the clock. Just slow it down with your guys. Communicate cross-field.
I don't know why this UConn player is pushing into this guy's gun. This is what you're not supposed to do in a 3-on-1. If you're getting shot at in a 3-on-1, hide. Just hide. And then leave it up to your other guy to move forward.
Yep.
How you blow 3-on-1s is by trying to gunfight the guy.
Running
or
around
trying
like
to,
a chicken.
Exactly. Or trying to make a big move, go past a bunker to take, slide in, dive in. Don't do any of that.
Well, as I said, UConn just needs to slow it down there, communicate, hey, this guy's on me. Let's move up a bunker. And they were able to do that. Their UConn Dorito front player moves all the way into the NC States.
If you know that it's a 3-on-1 and you're the 3, and again, I'm going to say this until people stop doing it, but if you're getting shot at, hide.
Yeah.
Don't move. Now, your other guys, if they're not getting shot at, that's when you move. It seems simple, but guys really want to get locked in these gunfights with just 1 player left.
Paintball's a game of glorified hide and seek, right? Sometimes you just got to hide.
I couldn't agree more. You hear some of the best players like Ryan Greenspan always is talking about, hey, I hide really well.
Yeah.
So 3 minutes and 58 seconds left, a 1-point game. We'll be right back.
Truly believe in the guy next year, we're going to win. We are the scariest, nastiest, dirtiest team here, and we're going to win.
Hey, guys. We're back here with the NC State and UConn game.
And it's a 1-point spread right now.
Yeah.
3:58 to go. So still a whole second half to play and about 4 minutes of this half. UConn looked pretty sharp in that last point. They finally were able to take out Merrick Alston from NC State, who has been doing the lion's share of the killing
And
up
here
in that
comes
center.
Kirschbaum coming up again. And NC State decides to play it short here, not sending out Alston to the center there, conceding the W over to UConn. And that is Cody Kirschbaum, I believe, up there. Yeah, it is. Up at the Dorito side of the W.
So able to get into D2. Right now, UConn here on your screen. Good field position for them. Better field position than NC State has on that D side of the field.
They lose their snake side
Oh, but here comes the run through in the center. Kirschbaum gets taken out. And
that
player
was
for NC State also, he gets taken out too. But he had to go and kill Kirschbaum. Kirschbaum, you can't let that guy live in there. So now no one in that center 50 for either team. No one in the snake for either team. No one even on the snake side of the field, really.
Except for NC State has the insert bunker there.
They have the mini wall bunker, but he's looking D side.
Correct.
He's watching over his front player who's at the mini wall on the D side of the field.
But now the NC State player that was in the can reacts off of that bunker move and gets into the 30-yard line Dorito, the mini wall there on the Dorito side. And he wins a gun battle and shoots out Pham, who filled up there on UConn. to the right side of the W.
Well, and then off of that, Silverman is able to get into the 50-yard line.
Gets a major
over here,
penalty.
on the snake side of the field. Looks like a minor penalty assessed on NC State, I believe.
No, it was on UConn.
It was on UConn, yeah.
So Pham was walking past the ref there, and the ref threw the yellow bird of death. So I would assume that it was probably a talking penalty, more than likely. And the refs have been pretty strict about that out here.
Yeah, we really haven't seen a ton of penalties, though. It hasn't been that bad of a day for penalties. So really in the good spot right now is Robert Silverman for UConn. He's 50-yard line on the snake side.
And his corresponding colleague there on Dorito side moving up to the Dorito 1 wide. And NC State's trapped in those back two bunkers, the back center, and I believe they're also there in, they're in the mini wall.
The mini wall is a really tough spot to fight out of in this situation.
100%.
I hate being in, those are tough. That's a tough bunker to fight in a low body situation. It's much better to be in that stand-up temple, the back bunker in the center. It's easier to shift your gun back and forth. You can see what's in front of you
and
a lot
UConn
easier.
penalty is about to get released right now, so now they have 3-on-2 situation.
Well, that was smart by Silverman to just bide his time.
Waiting for the penalty to come out.
Yeah, so nice work by Silverman.
And their penalty guy gets all the way to the 4-yard line and dies.
Oh, man, that was
chaos.
That's not how you do it right there. So now it's back to a 2-on-2.
Yep, back to a 2-on-2.
And not a lot of time left.
UConn has the real estate, and they really need to score this point. They get the kill there on back center and look for the murdering bunker attack on the last player at NC State. Number 8, Silverman, going to grab the flag with 55 seconds remaining in the half.
That was a solid point by Silverman to
100%.
tie it up for UConn.
Bides his time. Now he needs to go back in the pit and say, hey, guys, listen. We have an opportunity there to turn a 2-on-2 situation to a 3-on-2. Get into a back bunker and communicate to us, slow it down, and don't get shot like that. You know, we could have won that game and maybe had an opportunity to score 2 more points, Had a minute 30 left in the half.
Yeah, he also needs to, man, pretty much all the teams I'd be preaching survivability right now. We're watching a lot 100%. Of guys lose gunfights. I understand a lot of big back bunkers. It looks deceptive out there, thinking like, look at this big back bunker I get to hide behind. And let's double this up. Nope, guy dies. But let's check out this replay. But Silverman, so smart, methodical. He gets in there. We're watching the action in that center and
that was Brian finishing off the game there.
Yeah, had to go get Cody Kirschbaum out of that center. Nice move. But again, Silverman it was a slick move to get to the 50. Once he got in there, knowing penalty, hey, we have a guy in the penalty box. It's a 2-on-2 situation. Let's just chill out, bide my time. My opponents are in pretty bad spots, or at least one of them's in a pretty bad spot. So he just waited. He's in a good spot, and just let the play develop, get his guy out of the box. Now that guy who gets out of the box immediately dies. He made his way up to the 50 and then caught a ball. So, but Silverman still able to get it done, and we have a tie ball game right now, 2-2 with
30 seconds left in the game time. So the pit time and 52 seconds left in the half. The one thing I haven't seen a lot of, and we've been trying to do this, we practiced it a lot yesterday in some breakout drills, is achieving the shot on the center runner, the W player, through the windows. And we had one point today where we actually accomplished it. All the other points, we kept missing the guy. And I think it's a matter of being a patient laner. And a lot of these players don't have that fundamental yet. And I'd be happy to see a team like Texas A&M really try to take advantage of those shots.
As we're about to watch the start of this next point, who do you think is the team to beat right now?
Texas A&M, 100%.
I mean, other than Drexel.
Other than Drexel, right? No, we've been playing well, man. I think a matter of this format is about depth. Having 2 or 3 other guys in your bench you can rely on with good fundamentals. And the teams that have that are the ones that historically do well at this format.
Well, not only that, I totally agree with you, but to add to that, the reason why is because after all of the points you have to play, it's Sunday, maybe it warms up a little bit, who knows. But having that depth gives you those extra fresh legs to get your starters some rest. So right now, it's just 17 seconds left. NC State had doubled up that center wall. They're both still there, but they haven't killed enough UConn players to really try to make any attempt at a push. And it looks like Alston was trying to make something happen, but
someone was calling story time out there with 5-6 seconds left.
So story time meaning just hang out, don't go anywhere,
don't
dig
get
a
a
trench,
penalty.
don't get a penalty, just play real conservative and roll your gun.
One of the worst things you do is start off after a 5-minute break where you can rest all your fresh legs and get some fresh legs out there with a body down in the box. It's one of the worst things you could do in this format.
Yeah.
You just battle through 10 minutes, and then you have to play the first point with 4 bodies. Oof. No bueno.
So who do you think, okay, Texas A&M, you guys looked pretty good in your first game. Who else are you looking to be favorite here?
Liberty, man. Liberty's always a threat. They played really well at practice.
Aren't they undefeated this year?
I believe
That's what
so.
I heard.
There's been some issues there with the conference stuff, so we'll see what happens with Liberty.
Yeah, so let's check in with Lauren Kelly here in this halftime period.
Thanks. I'm here on the sidelines. Now, you guys had a slower start, but now you are tied going into the second half. What were some of those things you talked about in the middle of this first half that really changed that? I heard you guys saying you needed to mirror some of the other players on the other side of the field.
Absolutely. We were shooting a couple fat lanes off the break up the gut, and we'd seen them doing that a little bit earlier against some of their opponents. And we tried to counter them with that, but we were letting them get a little bit too wide off the break. I think we were just a little bit antsy, a little excited to be here on the webcast field. But, you know, the boys are rallying around me, and I think we're good from here.
Well, we're excited to have you out here on the webcast field. You said you guys were letting them get too wide out on the breakout. Do you think that that is crucial to try to keep your opponent in the pocket off the break, or?
Absolutely. On this layout, particularly, we don't have a lot of tall players. They actually have a couple guys who are quite effective in the W, and we're kind of limited to use that bunker on the sides of it. So especially, you know, if we let them get wide and take the W, they kind of just trap us in those back bunkers where we're not really able to get the shots we need to get the eliminations cross field.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Good luck in the second half.
Absolutely.
Back to you guys.
What's up, guys? Greg Seawers from the LA Ironman out here at the inaugural NXL Combine. So, insane day. We started first thing in the morning. We went through 4 different quadrants where you had myself and 5 other high-level pro guys out here teaching everyone different drills. So, like any clinic, we started out by teaching the guys how to, maneuver throughout the game, use certain skills, and kept it simple. And then moved on to time trials where we actually started testing their skills and grading them, because we actually had a bunch of high-level representatives from teams from Impact, from the Ironman. Billy Wing was here, Eric Crandall from Dyneys was here, scouting players. So the Combine's been a great opportunity for high-end pro teams to actually find the time to come watch some of the up-and-coming talent. So as we got through that, the guys got graded, they got broken up into teams, and then we got a little more complicated. We had one field running 5-on-3 drills and seeing how the players were able to break down the game. And then myself and Marcelo were working on a 3-on-3 half field drill and watching the guys try to work together and build that communication. While you had Grayson Goff and Ryan Greenspan working on a snake drill and seeing those guys be aggressive and work together to get down the field. So breaking down the game. We finished up by walking the field that the guys are actually going to play the Combine tournament on and had an opportunity to watch them play together. We assembled their teams here, so a lot of these guys don't know each other. But again, a great opportunity for these high-end pro teams to see the up-and-coming players, and I gotta say, I was really impressed with what we saw. So events like this, the Combine, the Winter Classic, they're an incredible opportunity for up-and-coming players. A lot of this doesn't exist anywhere else. It's really hard to find high-end players available in your area. We're not able to make clinics in every area. Your field may not be available to us during that time frame. And to be honest, we're busy at the tournaments. So this is an incredible opportunity to get that one-on-one attention and progress through the sport. So the Combine also puts you in front of those eyes, right? But beyond that, the NXL Winter Classic is just a great opportunity to get the best practice humanly possible. You're gonna play with players from your area. You're gonna play at the level that you could maximize at, and you're gonna have an opportunity to play against other pros. So if there's one in your area, if you have the ability to make one, there's no better way to get that tournament experience that you need to be a better player. You'll hear a lot of high-end guys go, you just need experience. Well, this is where you get it. So I know you guys are interested. If you need more information, be sure to visit nxlpaintball.com or paintballcombine.com. Visit their social medias. They're on Instagram, they're on Facebook, and all the information will be available there to you. So be sure not to miss the next one. You don't want to miss out.
About to start this second half here, UConn taking on NC State. It's all tied up at 2. We're going to throw 10 minutes on that clock and get into this second half. I'm Matty Marshall with Mike Spanis.
Hey guys, what's up?
So, Coach Drexel and host of the Paintball Podcast, the NXL Podcast. So here we go. Close game here. And Mike, we haven't seen that many close games on this field.
So UConn, yeah, for sure, 2-2 game. And this is one of the better games we have seen on this field. A lot of the games have been blowouts. NC State pushing 2 guys up the center, and UConn,
they win the battle.
UConn winning the battle on the W. They have 2 players up at that real estate. They also shoot a wide guy out there on the Dorito side. So NC State now kind of stuck in this pocket situation where if UConn gets up into the snake too, they're going to start chalking up bodies.
This is how you start the second half. If you're a UConn fan, this is what you want to see. They control the pace and the action in that center. They just lose 2 bodies out of the center, but they have a body here in the snake, and he's to the 50-yard line.
It's a 3-on-1 situation with the last player left alive for NC State in the win bunker, the mini win bunker, and gets dinked out. Yeah, that's the last guy.
Yeah, Ciofari did a good job of getting into the snake, staying alive. They also got good penetration on that D side. So just aggressive game plan for NC State. I'm sorry, for UConn to come out here. Oh, and then he gets shot by his own guy.
Oh my God, he's battling his own dude.
Yeah. Oh God.
Hey, they want to steal the glory from each other. You got to hang the flag yourself. That's the key to the game.
Silverman's like, hey, what are you guys doing?
Hey man, I want that flag.
So Silverman smartly goes and gets the flag. That was pretty funny.
Fake practice one-on-ones.
Yeah, the UConn.
Real quick.
UConn gets all. Ciofari gets the corner bunker and starts getting in a gunfight with his own
with
D3.
Brian.
Yeah. Well, it looked good up until that point, but still, real solid, aggressive point by UConn. Yeah. 2 up the gut, control the action there. Bodies come off for NC State. They get a body into the center, or the Ciofari over here, 50-yard line on the snake side, and then also penetration in the red zone on the D side. Very well coordinated, smart moves from UConn to take a 1-point lead.
100%. And we haven't seen many, we were saying before, we haven't seen many players really trying to shoot for the W guy. They're matching the aggression of the center with their own aggression, which works for sure. You end up neutralizing it.
There's different ways to do it,
yeah.
But fighting fire with fire is absolutely one of them. So here's the replay from that center move. You could see as NC State pulled up, and then here was Ciofari comes through. He's clearing the field out.
I think it only bounced.
Apparently, just his buddy totally forgets what color jerseys they're wearing, and decides to put a couple balls on him. He's like, all right, I guess we're playing this like it's practice.
Yeah. You know what? They just need to come back to Lauren Kelly and say, hey, listen, we're just practicing, boys. We're just having fun out here.
Yeah, so a 1-point lead right now for UConn. 8:27 to go here in this second half. So we'll see, is NC State going to continue? This is the question, Mike. I'm just wondering, is that center going to continue to be a battleground for these 2 teams? I think so. They could both start to go away with it or go away from that play, but because both of these teams have been jousting and fighting over that center 50, I think we're probably going to continue to see that.
So the 2 points of NC State's offense have been generated mostly from W and the Dorito side. And that point, the first point to start out the second half, guess what UConn does? Neutralizes a threat in the W and shoots out a wide guy on the NC State from Dorito side. Someone must have been thinking about what a good game plan would be. So if UConn can continue to persist with that for maybe 1 or 2 more points, and NC State doesn't adjust, NC State hasn't generated at all any offense at all from snake side. Why? Let's start pushing some guys out wide on snake side. Throw a wrench out there real quick.
You are right. NC State has had pretty much 0 production from their snake side. They got in there once, but he got taken out pretty quick, and then they also went to sleep on a UConn player getting out wide. But regardless, the battle is now still going down in the center.
NC State pulling up a bold move up to the 40-yard line Dorito. Alston's still there, matched up with Kirschbaum. And looks like they're going to trade out. Oh, Alston
still
looks
alive.
like,
Alston
no,
and Kirschbaum
he
go
doesn't.
back at each other again, and looks like a minor penalty
Alston
is going to be.
draws a minor from UConn.
Going to be assessed that minor penalty, so a body for UConn goes into the box. They're now just 3 bodies alive.
They immediately fill into the snake too, recognizing, if I was the coach of UConn, I'd say, listen, these NC State guys have not had any presence at all on snake side. This is where we need to start mounting some attack, getting a guy to delay to the corner, which was what they did, get a cheap kill from the center to free him up, and now look, we're in the snake too. Crawl up to another bunker, crawl up to the 50, pop up, and roast that insert bunker on Dorito
Well,
side.
UConn has definitely been solidly attacking this snake. I mean, this is Ciofari and who's the other player? Silverman. Silverman and Ciofari have been doing their jobs over here on the snake side of the field.
100%.
Slow, smart moves, secondarying in, letting the play develop in the center. Now Ciofari past the 50-yard line, up on his feet, now trying to get a shot on that mini wall. There's just 3 players left alive for NC State, locked in those back spots. The referee in there checking out the head of the player in that stand-up, and that's going to be a major
NC
penalty
State gets a major.
assessed on. That is
And UConn's about to get their penalty released in 1 second right now.
And so, yeah, they're going to get their body back, which is good because if you win the point and you have a minor penalty, that stays on.
And NC State got a major, so guess what?
And that's going to stay on the whole time.
Yep, for another minute 48 seconds, and that was what NC State absolutely 100% did not want to do.
Yeah, worst case scenario. The only worst case scenario would have been 2 majors.
Yeah.
But 1 major's bad because now for essentially 2 minutes, minute 48. You're down 2 points. You have a major penalty for a minute 48 seconds. There's only 6 minutes and 40 seconds left, so it's going to be tough for them to close this gap.
We've seen mostly on this layout so far long drawn-out points. And when I say long drawn-out, I mean over a minute and a half. So you think
longer than the norm, I would say.
I haven't seen one 17-second point out here, 30-second point.
We haven't.
Have you?
We've seen. I think. Well, not counting points that were just a ridiculous mistake from another team, like not sending enough guys out, or there was one point where the team just tried to hit the. I think it was Tennessee. They had a really good point. Guy won this crazy one-on-one, and then they tried to call a timeout with 3 seconds left. Didn't put anybody out. So that was a very quick point.
Yeah.
But other than the ridiculousness, no really authentic quick points yet on this layout.
Even the all-wall play was, what, at least a minute and a half?
Yeah, that one even took a little time to get through. So here you're looking at that battle, which has been going down all game in the center.
So Alston comes around and definitely chews up, Kirschbaum.
Yeah, so Kirschbaum drawing that minor.
And here's the NC State getting their major penalty. It looked like it was Mike Ruska from the back center because they ended up pulling out the insert bunker there on Dorito's side to make him serve time.
The ref went in and checked his head, and then as soon as he saw what he was looking for, he went right to the red. He didn't try to decide, oh, am I going to throw a major, am I going to throw a minor? As soon as he found it, that was it. But it looks like Lauren might have a little bit more info, hopefully, about that penalty. Lauren, what do you got for us?
Hey there, yeah, the minor on UConn was for a hit in the hopper, and he continued playing on.
Yeah.
The penalty on NC State was for a hit in the lens, so obviously that was major.
Yep,
that's going to be a major penalty. So now on a power play, UConn up by 2, 6 minutes and 36 seconds left to go, and they're going to run out wide but lose that body here, snake side.
Yep.
And it looks like Alston getting shot, and the ref is just yelling at him for a long time. I don't normally like penalties like that. Hey, you're going to give him a penalty, give him the penalty. But when you see a guy hit,
you have to run in and get him.
go and run in and get him out of there.
Yeah.
I know you're probably going to get shot, and that sucks. But when you stand on the sidelines and call the hit from there, sometimes it's tough for the guy to hear. He's shooting the gun's right by his face, and you're trying to scream at him from the sidelines. Run in and physically pull that player out of there.
And immediately Silverman makes a huge move up to the 50 snake. And his player there at the W, which I believe is Brian, it actually is Kirschbaum, gets a shot on the insert bunker on Dorito's side, and all they need to do now is shoot the last player. They need to win this point quick to preserve that major and just start running away. If they can get a 4-point lead here, they'll be Gucci. Good. Sorry.
Now their guys are yelling at them, don't hang it. I mean, hang it.
Hang it. We have 10 seconds left. That's
Yes.
a breakout.
Yeah, that is.
Hang it.
That's, again, there's 5 guys. You drop a body off of a breakout, that's 20% less paintballs coming at you.
Yes.
So you absolutely want to preserve that time, and the more the better, to be honest. So I don't agree with that. I don't know why his coach was telling him, hey, don't hang it. That's ridiculous.
The only thing I could say is maybe the coach wants to get the same line back out there, but still, you know, you're up 4 points.
You got 2 minutes, man.
2 points. There's thrown out 3.
Yeah, still, but don't want to take anything away from UConn. They're playing really good paintball right now, and they haven't let NC State put a point on the board here in the second half thus far. So with still some time on that major penalty, 5:23 to go here in the second half. We'll be right back.
Hey, we're back here with the UConn and NC State game, and the one thing I'm really liking to see out of, they're really liking that I'm seeing out of UConn is that they adjusted. They have all these small weapons, and they're really starting to push and push, which is nice, especially the tape lines. And on the snake side here, and he gets dinked out second time in a row.
And it's going to be a minor penalty. So this is a little bit of an opportunity for NC State. Not only do they even up the body count, but they get an additional kill with that penalty. So just 3 players left alive for UConn right now. 4 bodies alive for NC State as they were able to get all their guys out. And they're going to get that other body out of the box pretty soon.
10 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be a 5-on-3 with a 3-point spread and under 5 minutes to play. This game could get interesting here.
And the NC State player moving into the snake 2 here. It's starting to chop up Dorito side. They get Kirschbaum out of the center there. And that's Oja Monanza here, the 50 snake.
He
for
definitely
NC
just
State.
got shot twice in his leg. The first time didn't come out on it, and then finally had to shoot him again.
Yeah, he gets that kill off the Dorito corner. And now that player is hiding in the penalty box.
Good momentum shifter here for NC State, and they're going to need all the time as they possibly can keep on that clock. So they're going to sprint this one in. That minor penalty will come off for UConn, so they'll burn that 6 seconds off. Minors always, I know we don't do the minors and majors, so even if you've been watching paintball for a while, this may be new to you. But minors are a minute, majors are 2. Majors stay on the whole entire time. Minors come off if you lose the point, but they stay on if you win the point. So UConn will be back at full strength. But this is a really good point by NC State, now taking that margin back to 2 points. So, that was it right there. The game was on the line. If UConn had scored 1 more point, that probably would have been it. Looks like UConn is going to call a smart timeout right now to reset and kind of gather themselves here and get a good play to try to stave off the attack from NC State. And while they do that, we're going to take a quick break as well. We'll be right back.
Dallas and Empire Paintball here. Going to show you guys the new Vanquish GT. The main new feature with the Vanquish GT is going to be the V16 drivetrain that's on the interior of it. This is your new bolt system. Go ahead and pop that out. So this is it. This is the new V16 drivetrain. We've filled a lot of the air release valve holes, so you don't see that on the back of the can anymore. And what that's going to do for you is going to put a increased amount of pressure on the forward motion of the bolt. You're actually able to drop your dwell down significantly as well as your ABS dwell down, so it makes it more efficient and a much softer shot as well. So the spring is what used to help with the forward motion of the bolt, so we wouldn't have the bolt stick. But now, because of the change in the engine altogether, we do not need the spring whatsoever. You'll see the new colors coming in. These are actually on the way right now. They're sharp.
So we will see if UConn utilized this timeout wisely and what sort of play that they're going to run right now, Mike. But during that break, you were kind of talking a little bit, we were discussing this corner over here, snake side for UConn. What do you think about that play, Paul? Just keep running that guy out to the corner.
Well, they got shot 2 times in a row going there, running and gunning. So now what I would do is run to the God, which is what they do, and they run to the snake instead with Silverman. Silverman gets out there clean, but they lose their 2 players that are insert there on.
They lose 3 bodies.
3 total.
No,
no,
they made it. Yeah,
two.
He made it into the snake clean.
Yeah. He
lost his 2 back guys, though.
Correct. But he's there. The good thing about this snake is that you can shoot down the wire and really control the tape by yourself. Now, the problem is he has no one talking to him about the fact that there is a W player.
Well, he does have his coach right by him.
Yeah, his coach needs to say, hey, man, just stay patient real quick. Wait, no one's looking at you. Crawl up. There you go.
Well, NC State, though, working with this 2-point difference, yeah, they have a big advantage right now. It's 5-on-2. However, they only have 3 minutes and 28 seconds to score 2 points to tie this game up. So they have to win this one, and they need to win it relatively soon to give themselves enough time to score another one.
What Coach Bob needs to do is get this insert bunker player on the snake side out to the God and start doing some work here on the snake. I think that's probably the guy to kill next on UConn, if not maybe his corner player, if he can generate a kill. And the major for NC State, unfortunately, coming from Alston, who is doing really well for them, and he's just generated 2 penalties in a row.
Oh, that is
one of the worst things ever.
They had this one. They had a real solid potential to tie this game up, at least to win this point.
Yeah.
But that's one of those desperation penalties, man. It's getting down to that clutch time, and Alston just dropping the ball, getting a major penalty.
Silverman generating a kill off the back center, bringing it to a 3-on-1 situation with the NC State player, last guy remaining alive in the 3-2.
Mike, I really like the timing I'm seeing out of Silverman.
Yeah.
I mean, how we
100%.
constantly seeing him make the
Presence
smart
up
move.
at the 50-yard line.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing exactly what you want out of a front guy. He's not flashy, but you notice how calm and methodical he is in there?
Yeah. Well, their coach is Spencer Stack, who's played on the UConn teams for years and years and years, so he has a lot of experience playing this format of paintball and being able to joystick some of these guys. You got a weapon like Silverman, a fast kid who's good at listening and has good timing.
And seems to have the right type of head that you want out of the guy. Because, again, this snake side, it's a little tricky. It's not as tricky as the snake that we saw in Vegas. Again, this is the Dallas layout, so we're going to
see some of the best players in the world playing this in 2 weeks.
And I'm wondering how that's going to go down, but it's going to be, again, those smart snake players. But I think that you can have aggressive snake players also do well over here. But again, I just want to give a lot of kudos here to Silverman and the way he's playing on this snake side of the field. He's really been helping UConn win this game.
100%. 100%. And Pham, we were just talking on the break about Pham's size and utilizing his speed. He makes a really smart fill to go from Dorito's side all the way over to help Silverman out and give him the support that he needs. So Silverman can be confident in making that move. So good on Pham to see that and, hopefully we see some more of that out of him in the next couple points.
But what a disastrous
6-3.
major penalty
Yeah.
for NC State. I mean, that was the worst timing ever
So-
for that. They're about to, they have a 5-on-3 advantage. They're down by 2. There's 3.5 minutes left. And they were starting to put themselves in a situation to close that point out, and it just completely blew it. So let's check out a couple replays.
For sure.
I'm hoping we get a replay. There it is. So there's Alston up in the center. Let's see if we can tell from this angle. I got a pretty good glare on my monitor. I'm trying to see exactly where that hit came from. So there's the ref in there checking out Alston. As soon as he sees it, see that red flag fly. And really unfortunate for Alston, who, Mike, like you were saying, and we were watching, played so well for them in the beginning of this game. So
And now Sean McDonald pumping some paint at Silverman. And Silverman making that smart move from the snake 1 to snake 2.
Yeah, just, again, I just love the composure I'm seeing out of Silverman. He's making smart fills. Pretty quick guy. He's not blazing fast, but he doesn't need to be. You don't need to be blazing fast to be effective. He's just utilizing that timing. He's constantly, I feel like every point, almost every single point, he's been alive and in the 50-yard line over here on the
100%.
snake side of the field, being calm, not forcing anything, and most importantly, again, staying alive.
And the one thing I'd like to point out, too, is that, UConn isn't winning this game because of NC State's ability to not be in the penalty box. They adjusted, made the right moves, and started playing good paintball, for sure. And the NC State penalties definitely helped.
Oh, well, yeah, absolutely.
100%.
But what that penalty really did is we're watching this point go down in the battle again in the center, but more bodies coming off for NC State. They lose 2.
Number 28 there, Ojan just generates a kill off of UConn's back center.
Well, the story here in this game, Mike, I really feel like kind of to, say a little bit more about what you're talking about is that their ability to adjust after halftime. We went in
100%.
tied. We go into halftime, it's a tie game, and then come out of halftime and UConn is just dominant
On
out there all of
fire.
a sudden.
They won, 4 straight points, something like that, 3 straight points. NC State scored 1 in the half.
And going to put another one on the board here with under a minute to go. So, what was a really close match is starting to, have
Take away.
UConn, just roll this one up. 51 seconds to go here and a 5-point spread and 4-point spread now.
And that's the beauty of this format, man, the halftime. The ability to, take a breather, rest your legs, and readjust. You don't see that in any of the other formats right now. And I really like that a lot, the ability to go back into a game, tie game, even down 2 points. FAU did it to us. We were up 4-1, and they went to halftime, readjusted what they needed to do, actually did adjust, and started. They won 3 straight points on us.
Yeah, so we're now just under a minute to go and a huge point spread. UConn's going to be taking this victory. But before we get to potentially the last point, going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
The Die GF Boomstick is the next evolution of the legendary Die barrel line. Our glass fiber barrels are constructed using the same custom assembly process as our trusted carbon fiber barrels. At the heart of the GF Boomstick is a gun-drilled 303 surgical steel insert, which has an extremely low coefficient of friction, provides the ultimate in durability, and gives you the smoothest surface finish. Two-piece alignment is a critical factor in a barrel's true accuracy. The GF's self-centering angled surfaces ensure proper back-to-tip mating, eliminating tolerance variations in thread wear. Die's trademark muzzle port design gives the GF unparalleled accuracy and a low sound signature. The GF Boomstick is the most accurate, quiet, and stylish barrel available. With so much performance and versatility engineered into the Die GF Boomstick, there's no question why it has been the choice of champions around the world for well over a decade.
Starting to get through the day of play here, the first day of the 2017 NCPA Championships. Let's check in again with Lauren Kelly.
Hey, Maddie, going into this point, NC State said just because of the points spread and the score on the board doesn't mean they're going to lay over and take this loss. As you saw, they wanted to go out aggressive and show that they came here to play.
And they do just that by going up the middle with 3 players, chopping up, looks like 3 UConn players.
There's definitely
but
there's
everyone.
two bodies left alive, and they did lose everybody.
Yeah. So 2 bodies left alive for UConn. They're going to just lollygag and grab the flag.
So he's telling them, I just heard their coach say, hang it at 2 seconds.
Yeah, NC State's not going to. They have to save their wheels for Drexel in 2 matches.
Yeah, there's still a lot more paintball here to play today. We have 3 more games to play on this main field. There's still other games being played on the other 2 fields out here. So, you know, when we were talking a little bit about, again, favorites, it looked like Texas A&M, we just heard, put a beating on 10-0 on Platteville Pioneers. And Platteville beat up on Ohio Bobcats. So, and I thought Platteville played pretty well in that game.
Yeah, I was on the sidelines there, and they looked pretty solid.
They did look pretty solid. It was a pretty solid game. 7-3 was that score. So, again, the fact that Texas beat them up 10-0. But the game I'm really looking forward to watching out here is the Liberty Flames Texas A&M game, which is the last game of the day out here in the main field.
That's a semifinals, finals match right there. And we were just talking about some of the favorites out here. Liberty went 8-0 during the regular season. Now, granted, they had some, you know, weaker teams in their division, but East Carolina Pirates are a solid, aggressive team.
Yeah.
You know, you can't sleep on those dudes. So, Liberty, I think Temple's going to be a good team. And, you know, now watching UConn here just put a hurting on NC State. And with the weapons that they have and their ability to adjust.
I was just going to say, especially the way that they were able to adjust in the second half. So before we get to this next match, Central Florida Knight's going to be taking on the Purdue Boilermakers. Let's check in with Lauren.
Here with Robert Silverman. Congratulations on that win. Now, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the snake side. You were doing a lot of work for UConn on the snake side. Break it down for me a little bit. We saw you go to the corner. We saw you get in the snake off the break. How easy is it to get into the snake off the break?
It really depends on how much heat you're taking. A lot of the time, there's a fat lane in between the insert and the snake that you have to, I don't know, you just got to go wheels and get through it. But a lot of the time, I mean, once you get in the snake 1's kind of useless. Snake 2 is where you get a lot of the wrap shots up to the 50. So really a lot of it's just like methodical heads-up paintball down the wire. Put them in, go.
What is the best bunker for you to get into early on? Where do you have the most visibility?
I've really been liking the Mini W there because it allows you to lock off their snake side, and you basically have to put that guy in, put the 3 in, and then you have a straight shot into the snake.
All right, well, congrats on that win. It was a close match for a while there, but UConn took it. Stay tuned, guys. We got Boilermakers and UCF coming up.
Andrew Godo. Oh, he's peeing.
Paintball Association Championships. I'm Matty Marshall with Kevin Catfish Arcilla, and coming at you right now here on the main stage here, center court, Central Florida Knights going to be taking on the Purdue Boilermakers. We have 3 matches remaining here today. Really looking forward to watching this Liberty Flames and Texas A&M game that's going to close out the day for us. But right now, see who's going to take this one. Central Florida always bringing a strong team to bear here for the championships, and Purdue, another team that historically has done well at this event.
It looks like we got Purdue taking all the gray bunkers in the back, being a little more cautious. UCF seems to be taking some real estate. We got one up in the Dorito. Looks like Purdue Boilermakers just taking all up into the snake. Goes one. Beautiful slide.
Yeah, and snake one, and then ends up getting taken out. So Purdue down a body, and here comes Central Florida and other
graceful slide into the bunker.
Yeah, not so much.
Kind of bounced. That's the first time I've seen someone bounce on the slide.
There's a nice graceful slide in. That's how you do it right there.
Still didn't work out for them either.
Yeah, so just a bloodbath over here on the snake side of the field. Bodies dropping for both teams, but getting the better of it is Purdue. Central Florida dropping 2, count that, 3 bodies now as another one walks off on the D side. So just 2 players left alive right now for Central Florida Knights.
Purdue just gunning right now. That's all they're doing. They're not taking any real estate. They're just trying to catch these guys as they're moving up.
So
that seems to be working.
There is Purdue on your screen, looking over their shoulders in the back bunkers. Playing a little tentative right now, trying to see where all these bodies are. So having spread the field, though, they only have 2 bodies up alive. But the Central Florida Knights definitely in position here with the way they've spread the field. If they can get a quick kill, make it a little bit easier on themselves.
Definitely make it a lot easier on themselves. But like you said, Matt, they have spread the field, and they're definitely in good position right now.
Well, it's just a lot harder to push into 2 guys when they have the field spread.
Yeah.
If they're lined up on the same side of the field, it's so much easier to close out on them. Purdue is biding their time. I don't think Purdue knows the count. They have to know the count. Their coach is right next to them.
Yeah, I wouldn't count on it.
Well, I know, but they're playing like they're playing 4 guys. I mean, Central Florida has 2 bodies left, and they're the ones making moves.
Yeah, and it looks like he's in the red 50 of the Doritos over there.
Yeah, he made it into D3. Yeah, he's in D3 right now.
We got Purdue finally making a little aggressive push into the snake. Going to snake 2. He needs to crawl into the snake 50 is what he needs to do.
Yeah, the snake 50 would definitely be the move for him right now.
And there's no one stopping him.
There's no one stopping him. He does, well, there's no one even shooting at him right now. I mean, both the guns are looking D side, and then now he's going to establish. So finally, Central Florida able to put a gun over here on the snake side, but what does that do? Now he's stuck in snake 2.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's something the coach should have caught right there. The Purdue coach is right next to him. He needs to be letting him know like where the guy in the snake is looking, or keeping him from moving up forward.
Purdue still with the two-body advantage here, and they're not in bad spots. I mean, they have good spots. They have D2, Snake 2. Oh, I think Snake 2 might have just got bounced.
Yeah, Purdue or UCF moved up into the 50 of the Doritos.
That's the one if you're the 2 in your Central Florida and you go back and watch the tape on it, you're like, God, I can't believe I bounced that guy in a 2-on-4 situation. It should be 3-on-2 right now.
Yeah.
But that's part of the game.
Look for him to make this move right here. He should make this bump. Go. There you go. There you go. Oh.
He just got tinked out in his barrel. He definitely just got shot in his barrel. There,
wow.
They got pulled him out. So now it is 3-on-2. So that guy had 2 lives in there. Slowinski.
So what is that?
Oh,
now?
and then they throw another body away. Oh, but he was okay. They didn't throw his body away. He was bunkering, trying to attempt to bunker out the player from Central Florida who had made it past the 50-yard line, though, Catfish.
Yeah, this would be a 2-on-1 right now. What the Dorito player needs to do is just take some more real estate, kind of cut that bunker down, make it a lot smaller than it is.
Okay, so 2-on-1. We've been talking about this all day long. It is the guy's job on the Snake side right now to move up. He's not being shot at. He should know the count. His coach is right beside him. Okay, so now he's moving up. There's nothing stopping him. He can continue to go.
He needs to bump up one more. He needs to bump up into their Snake, too.
Still, he should know the count.
Yeah.
His coach is right beside him. He's not being shot at. Okay, so they finally take that guy out.
What was that, Horn?
Yeah, I don't want to be too hard on Horn. He played a really good point. He stayed alive, unlike 3 of his other teammates. However, again, if you're in a 2-on-1 situation and you're being shot at, you do not push forward. But if you're not being shot at,
you push forward.
Then you move up. Now, that's if you know the count. But there's no excuse not to know the count when your coach is 10 feet away from you, not on the field, but right beside you in the pits. Yeah, so again, a little bit of a slow start here for Purdue. But, hey, they won the point, most importantly, right?
Yeah, that's more important than anything. But like you said, they were slow. And when he went, I don't think the coach was actually talking to him or letting him know the information that he needed to know. Because with that invaluable information, he should have moved up a lot quicker than he did.
Yeah, but again, a little bit of a slow start for Purdue, but they, I don't want to knock Horn too much. I mean, he stayed alive, and they did win that point, most importantly. So our score, 1-0 here. I'd like to welcome you back up into the booth.
Thank you, sir.
Did you enjoy your break for a little
while?
I
definitely did. Took a little siesta down there.
Did you really?
Yeah, I did.
So lucky.
Awesome.
So, and thank you guys so much for joining us here in the NCPA webcast. Also, there is a donate page, so this is free for you guys to view here, and hope you guys are enjoying it. We're going to have more of this great championship here, college paintball, going down all weekend long here in beautiful Orlando, Florida, and it's been pretty nice. But there's a donate button on the go to ncaapaintball.com. Again, and help us out. Trying to give you this to you, obviously for free, but it's not actually free to run this webcast.
Yeah.
So, and then help out our sponsors as well, too. Check out Carbon Paintball. They have a discount, NCPA 17, 50% store-wide. And then also big shout-out to Empire and GI Sports as well.
Yeah.
So here we go. See if Central Florida Knights can get on the board after a pretty long first point, 5 minutes and 24 seconds left. All right, so about to get things rolling here for point number 2. See if Purdue can get a good break there on the left-hand side of your screen. Central Florida, pretty much heavy guns for Central Florida.
Oh, Purdue getting penalties.
I mean, Catfish, Central Florida, the guy literally just standing out in the open in that start station and then moving up now into the 50, but doing a good job of getting a couple. They get one. They definitely got one for sure. One coming off for Purdue early.
Yeah, there's a penalty as well. So that player did get a penalty for Purdue.
So just 3 players. So there's just 3 players left alive on Purdue right now.
That's correct.
See if Central Florida. This is their opportunity. Still 5 players alive for them.
Yeah, looks like they have one at the wall for UCF. He's trying to find out. Oh, and he smokes that guy at the back of the Snake. So it turns into a 2-on. What is it? 2-on-5? I see 4 players, so 2-on-5.
Yeah, there's 5 players left alive right now for the Knights.
But that penalty is cranking down here. We're going to see 15 seconds left on that penalty.
Yeah, Purdue is about to get their 3rd body back out of that penalty box.
Oh, but he's about to
in 10 seconds.
This is the Dorito player right here. Looks like UCF has picked him up. Oh, man. Here comes the Wolfpack. Oh, just feeding. And jailbreak. It looked like they caught that just in time before he started mowing them in.
So we're going to have a tie ball game here. Should be 1-1 after that flag is hung.
It looked like it was just a regular breakout for UCF, but I mean that penalty cost them, cost Purdue. Looks like we get the UCF players making their changes, getting into the pits real quick, airing up, getting some paint, probably getting some water.
Well, that was a perfect point for the Knights. They didn't lose a body. And, yeah, like you said, they didn't do anything spectacular, extravagant, use whatever word you want, but on the breakout. But what they did do, heavy guns, which we've seen work a lot on this field, the heavy gun breakout. And one of their guns, they kept about 2 steps out of the flag station, but out in the open area. And he stayed there for probably a good 10 seconds rolling that lane here, which I don't know if it was him that produced the kill because they had, I think, 3 or 4 guns up. I think it was 4 guns. Still, a real solid heavy gun breakout, drew that kill, and then the penalty, and that was the difference in that point. And we're watching some replays here of some gunfights.
Getting shot here.
There was that battle in the center.
He got bunkered and shot.
Yeah, this is at the end of that point.
Wasn't too good. And then here comes the jailbreak into a stream of paint.
Yeah, that's never fun when you're coming out into 5 guns.
Yeah.
Not a good time.
Well, they probably didn't like the pink gun that he was shooting.
What's wrong with pink?
I don't know. Well, okay. I have a problem with pink.
Okay.
When we were coming up, no one used pink guns. I mean, maybe it's a fad now, you know.
Oh, here we go.
To each their own. But come on.
Okay, well, I'm going to let you ponder the pink situation for a second. We're going to check in with Lauren real quick, and then we're going to come back for your deep thoughts on the color pink. Lauren, what do you got for us?
Hey guys, UCF is feeling really confident in the pits that they're going to get this win. They are 2-0 for today. They beat Liberty, who was a favored team coming into this. They have been defeated all season, and they also beat Michigan State. So they did get a couple warnings for overshooting in that last point, but I think they feel as long as they don't get any penalties, they'll be able to get this win.
Hey, heading into this event, Liberty was undefeated. So if you can take Liberty down, you're probably going to be looking pretty good.
Looks like Purdue dropping a player, so does UCF.
And then a move into the snake here for Purdue. Both teams do drop a body.
UCF into the snake, going straight into snake 2. Looks like Purdue into the Doritos as well. Look for this player here in the snake to shoot inside. Oh, Purdue's snake player just being eliminated.
So Purdue kind of struggling over here on this snake side, Catfish.
Yeah.
And going into the left-handed guns of NC State off the break, shooting this way.
Yeah, definitely.
Towards the side. So that's pretty good. If you're getting those off the break shots left-handed, again, you should be maybe able to shoot, efficiently with both hands. But still, sometimes that long-distance shot is a little bit better with your dominant hand. So Bedford right now looking good in the 50-yard line.
Another Purdue player walking off. Oh. One of the UCF players trying to make a bunker move, but not quite making it all the way to the bunker.
Another strong point right now for the UCF Knights, as they are going to take a 1-point lead, 2 unanswered points for them.
Really strong point.
Really doing efficient job of controlling and shooting players off of this snake side. Purdue cannot get any aggression going on over here, and they're also losing the battle in the center and not getting much penetration on that D side. These past couple points have looked real good for UCF. So, Catfish, let's go back to your intense hatred of the color pink.
It's not an intense hatred. It's just...
I was sensing a little venom from you. I'm just saying.
Pink. Well, pink is a girl's color. Am I wrong?
Well, we have to go to a quick commercial break, but I'm just going to leave you with this. Initially, pink started out as a guy's color, and then it became a girl's color. Google it. All right, we'll be right back. Stick with us.
Going to Disneyland. Nah, I'm buying a car.
Big vacation.
Yeah.
Probably.
My car and take a nice vacation. I'm going to Vegas.
Vegas.
We're flying right to Vegas.
Right to Vegas.
Right to Vegas.
Play more paintball.
Yeah. Play more paintball, buy a car. I don't know.
Put it in my bank account. That's all I got.
Bank that. I'm buying a car. And I got a baby on the way. So
right.
I'm paying for that.
a lot of us going back to our team and trying to get back to, our community.
Yeah, we'll all go to Disney World or something like that. No, we'll probably all go somewhere crazy like we've never been or something like that.
That's good down payment on a new house. So.
Hot student loans. Go to Disney. We all work here, so we might do some stuff with that. I don't know. Some good stuff, though.
We are back. Purdue needs to step it up. 2 minutes and 16 seconds remain. Score is still real close, but UCF's been looking real solid for the past 2 points. And see if Purdue can get some action going over here on this Snake side of the field, as they've been pretty much shut down over here and drawn some penalties.
Nope.
Still struggling over here. Both guys took paint, but I think they bounced. Yeah.
Oh, one walked off. UCF is just rolling those guns off the break and just catching these guys. I mean, like you just said, we saw 2 bounces where one broke and the other one bounced. That should be 2 guys down for Purdue if that paint hadn't bounced.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? That's part of the game. But UCF put paint on both guys on this Snake side again, but for Purdue. But Purdue, one of them bounced, so he's still in there. Insert bunker here, Snake side of the field, trying to stop the attack of UCF, as UCF is in good position. They're in the red zone on the D side and in Snake 1 over here.
Looks like we got a UCF player in the Snake looking to move up to Snake 2. Another Purdue player coming off the middle, it looked like he was trying to make it to the wall. And then he's going to take his partner in crime, another Purdue player coming off from Snake 1, I believe. Purdue is on point right now. All their shots are on point.
Yeah, UCF. And then looks like Brandon Evans getting up into that center 50. He's been one of the reasons these guys are chopping these bodies up off the break. And yeah, UCF is looking real solid. Again, this is a team that beat Liberty. And since Liberty was undefeated heading into this event, and everyone I'd been talking to had been saying, hey, Liberty's one of the teams to watch. Now UCF is one of the teams to watch.
Yeah. They're definitely, like, all their shots are on point. They know exactly what lanes to shoot, especially on the Snake side. I mean, that's crazy. If that paint had broken, this point would have happened maybe a few seconds.
It definitely would have been a much quicker point if they had again blown the entire Snake side off for Purdue. But guy got bounced, got a lucky bouncer. Still, same situation though, with UCF scoring another point. 3 unanswered for them. 3-1 is the score. Only 40 seconds left in this first half. So what do you think Purdue needs to do over here, other than live? Maybe pull up. I think they need to pull up a little bit.
Yeah,
they should probably go with the heavy guns.
Yeah, definitely go with the heavy guns. Maybe stop one guy at the little wall in the back here in the gray area, and then secondary out to the corner would probably be a nice move if they wanted to try and keep the UCF players out of the Snake. But they just can't take too much real estate because UCF is already gunning for them.
Well, what they're doing right now is not working, particularly over here on the Snake side.
Not at all.
So you either need to run a delay, run a faster guy out there, or pull up, or maybe go up the center, or go heavy guns yourself. Maybe shoot a couple. If you have the opposing team constantly going heavy guns up on you, what do you need to do? Shoot the shooters, right?
Yeah, shoot
the shooters. That's a lot of people are always trying to shoot the front guys, and you need to do that. But if you're just starting to get into tournament paintball, sometimes an easier kill than shooting the real fast, small, blazing speed guy running to the out wide is shoot the guy that's trying to shoot your shooters.
Yeah, it's keeping him alive.
Yes, try to shoot that back guy. They're normally bigger. They're up, and sometimes, like, again, with UCF just had a guy standing 2 feet out of that center start gate and just rolling his gun towards the Snake side. Yeah. You put a lane over that W, he's not going to be doing that for long.
Definitely not. But, we haven't seen Purdue do any of those kind of, exotic maneuvers. But we'll see what they have here in store.
Big point for Purdue. Only 40 seconds. They need to keep this one close heading into the second half. So they do not want to let UCF put another point up, and they do pull up. They still lose a body off the break. UCF is just dicing people up off the break.
UCF losing a player on Snake side and losing another player on Snake side.
Purdue loses another body, though, too. They lose 2 more bodies.
Oh, UCF is just coming down to Doritos like no one's business right now.
But he finally gets taken out.
Yeah, oh, he's going to give this guy a back massage. Nope.
Solinsky, no one picked him up, and then he finally,
massage.
he still didn't get taken out. Solinsky's still alive over here for Purdue, and he could, I don't think he's going to have enough time. And there's nobody left alive. He needs to really try to sprint that flag in. He's not going to have enough time. A valiant effort, though. That was definitely a good move.
Throwing his arms up like, man, someone got to tell me how much time we got.
It's like I was shooting everybody.
Yeah.
Didn't have time to check off on the clock, and when he did, there was maybe 3 seconds left.
Yeah, there's not enough. Definitely not enough. So it looks like UCF playing very strong at this current moment. You know, like you said, dicing Purdue up.
UCF is looking outstanding currently. Their off-the-break shots could not be better. They haven't gone a point not shooting somebody from Purdue off the break. So Purdue is going to have to do something about that here in the second half.
Yeah,
I mean, they cannot go into the second half running the same game plans, or it's going to be a lot of a similar story.
Yeah.
So let's check in with Lori. She is down in the pits with Purdue.
Thanks. I'm here with Lucas Sawinski. You were so close to getting that flag in, but you ran out of time. You guys are going to go into the second half 2 points down. I heard some of your teammates saying you guys really need to change some things. What do you think needs to be changed going into the second half so you can get those points back and take the lead?
I think we need to dictate the pace of the game. I think we are kind of playing to change around what they're doing, and we should really make them want to change to try to stop what we're doing. But, you know, we're dying out of our spot, so it doesn't matter where we're going if we're just going to die where we're going. So, what
can you do to change that, to get the pace of the game back on your side?
I think it's slow it down. You tell like a professional baseball pitcher, it's pitch and catch, so we just need to slow it down, do all the snap shooting, kind of isolate it to that, and just don't die at your spot.
All right, well, I'll let you join your huddle. Good luck in the second half. Guys, stay tuned. We got more coming back.
Yeah. So we are back here. Going to throw 10 minutes on that clock, get into this second half. And now these teams will switch sides. So, Catfish, during the break, we're talking how is this going to affect UCF's shots off the break on Purdue, now right-handed. And they did a great job left-handed, so I'm expecting it to be better. It looks like Purdue just sending one body. He makes it through the screens. And then look at this, though, aggressive secondaries. And very confident right now for UCF. I mean, they are just rolling their guns, really exerting their will. And we listened to that interview, Catfish, and I thought that was a pretty accurate breakdown from Purdue of what was happening to them. They are letting UCF dictate the pace of this game. And we talk about that all the time when you've been watching these tournaments over the years. Paintball is about you exert your will and get them to react to what you're doing. If you can do that, you're going to have a really good chance of doing well in the tournament. Yeah. If you're constantly reacting to what your opponent is doing and not letting your will be instituted out on this field, you're going to struggle. And that's what Purdue's doing right now, still struggling, losing bodies, and playing on their heels.
Well, because UCF shots are so on point right now, they, like you said, they're dictating where they want Purdue to go. They're forcing Purdue to go Dorito side because of the way that all their shots are coming down the lane.
And they're also forcing Purdue to try to play that scramble.
Yeah.
Okay, it's pretty easy when you're playing 4-on-5 all the time.
Yeah.
Which is what's happening with UCF. I mean, UCF pretty much, has there been a point when UCF didn't shoot a body off the break? I don't think so. Even the first point that Purdue won, I think UCF still shot a body off the break.
UCF player being checked out by the ref in the middle now. He's just walking.
Yeah, so that is Casey Cheatham, which probably might be the worst paintball name I've ever heard. His last name is Cheatham. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. I like that one.
Cheat.
But still, UCF is just looking outstanding right now. They're not doing anything wrong.
No, definitely not. I mean, they did their homework. They know what lanes they need to shoot to get that to blow out the snake side. So I mean, that's why they're getting that extra body off the break.
So we'll see if UCF can keep it up here. 4 unanswered points for them and starting to develop quite the lead. 3 points. 8 minutes and 29 seconds to go. We'll be right back.
You know what makes paintball so amazing? The precedence is the top players will always dominate, and maybe that's true, just maybe. But the very concept of competition is that just because you're strong doesn't mean you can't be overcome. Every long shot or every underdog will tell you the same thing. The odds will be against you. The route to victory is a dark and windy road, but this test has no answer. This test is not science, it's not a textbook reference. This is a completely different universe, one where hard work and passion will always trump logic. The ticker has begun. In 5 seconds, that buzzer will go off. And before you make your first step, just remember, the past will not always add up to your future. No stat nor lineup makes the difference of who wins and loses until your moment arrives. And that is what makes paintball amazing. The new season has begun, and a whole new level of support is here. Take your team to the highest level of competition with industry-leading support and the best equipment paintball has to offer. And that's not all. We love winning just as much as you, and when your team wins, we all win. Join the sponsorship program and earn tons of free paint this year. Hear more at paintballsponsorship.com.
We are back 8 minutes and 29 seconds to go in this second half. It's been pretty much all the UCF night since the very first point. Let's check in with Lauren.
Thanks. Purdue took that timeout because they needed to figure out how they could go into these next points and really push and become more aggressive on the field. They said this is the time for them to change the pace. One of their strategies is going to be to get out wider than UCF has been getting out. If they can do that, they're going to hold their lanes. Otherwise, you're going to see some really aggressive plays and possibly some straight to the W.
Well, good luck, because they've been getting torched trying to get out wide.
Yeah.
So about to get things going here. And also, Catfish, during the break, I was looking at that new gun of yours, and it seems pretty pink to me. Acting all hard and talking about how back in my day, we didn't have pink guns. It's a banned sport. And then you showed me your new whip. It looks real pink to me.
How
you gonna talk all bad about
really
pink and have a
deal
pink
on
gun?
the gun that I was going to shoot, which thank you, Raza Sports, for hooking me up.
With a pink gun.
With a pink gun, though.
All right, so Purdue still just riding the struggle bus over here on the Snake side of the field. It has just been a really horrible game for them on this Snake side. There's really no other way to say it. They just have no answer. At this point, I would just go heavy guns back on them. Delay out and push up in the center, and then get your guy out on a delay.
I would just go all 5 Dorito side at this point. And I don't even want to go to Snake side.
They're letting UCF do whatever they want. And not only that, you look at the body language of the guys on UCF. Very comfortable. His buddy just smoked his friend right in the back of his head. You see him shaking his head at him as he walks off.
He looked at him and was like, "What, man? He's laughing." Really?
Mike Evans, I think that's Mike.
Just assassinated.
No, sorry. Brandon Evans just destroyed his buddy right in front of him, right in the back of the head.
Just assassinated Michael in the back of the head.
But even that still didn't help out Purdue.
Was it Michael or was it Timothy? Who was that? No, it's Michael.
Regardless, got a hot one in the back of the head. And it's still just all UCF nights, but just the comfort level. Catfish, you're looking at guys' body language. When I'm looking at Purdue's body language, they're stuck in their bunkers. They look a little frantic, and rightfully so. They've been getting destroyed off the break by UCF. I mean, again, it's really easy to play paintball when you're always playing 5-on-4. And UCF, they look so comfortable in their bunkers. They're rolling their guns. They're shooting a lot of paint. They just look like they've really settled into this match, and the score shows that.
Yeah, definitely. The confidence level in their side of the field is just outstanding. It's just off the charts right now.
Well, coming off that victory, beating Liberty, beating one of the favorites here, so I'm assuming that gave them a pretty big confidence boost. This is going to be another confidence boost for them.
Yeah.
Playing a team that's been at this level of college paintball for a long time. Obviously, so has Central Florida, but it's not about what you did last year or 2 years ago. I mean, those are great things to have as a as a good part of your franchise, but it's about what you're doing currently. And right now, UCF, right-handed, left-handed, it doesn't matter what side of the field they're on. They're just dominating. So looks like Lauren is down in the pits with UCF this time. Maybe she can give us some of those keys to what they've been doing right over there, which is pretty much everything.
Hey guys, actually I wanted to tell you Cook came off the field and gave Evans a pretty hard time about hitting him in the back of the head, saying it hurts so bad. But apparently Cook hit Silverling earlier today in another match, so they're saying it was karma and payback.
Karma will get you.
Hey, the paintball gods are fickle like that. So we'll see if UCF can continue to dominate. They only had 3 guns up this time, and this is what we talked about. Now Purdue doubling up the center. They got to be careful. They might lose both those bodies, and he gets shot to the ground. But that's going to be a major penalty on Purdue. So to add insult to injury here, a major penalty assessed as one of their players in the center literally just got shot into the ground.
The other players spun, apparently, which granted them that major. Look at UCF now smelling blood in the water. Is playing a little sloppy right now, Matt. Looks like it's a 2-on-1 in favor of Purdue. Do you see a player going to this? That's not really where you want to be in a 2-on-1. I don't think in the Snake.
If he can get to this 50, no. Well, he's just going to keep going.
Yeah.
Only way that works is if he makes that shot.
Yeah.
If he makes that shot, and he didn't make that shot.
No.
Well, Purdue's going to get one here.
Here we go. Plenty of time still left. They need to hurry up and get. Oh no, they want to get that time off the clock here. And how much time are you willing to sacrifice to?
Well, this is a huge point for Purdue. Not only to steal the momentum and put another point on the board, most importantly, but it's a 3-point spread with 6 minutes and 20 seconds left. Unfortunately for Purdue, they still have 1 minute and 6 seconds left on that major penalty. So they're going to be starting down a body, but they have got that point spread to be a little bit more respectable, and they have some time to work with. So if they can get a kill, maybe give UCF a little bit of taste of their own medicine here, and even up the count, and then score the next point and do it rather quickly, then we could have a different game. But the problem is they're going to have to do that again and then do that again just to tie. So you can see this replay. Watch this guy right now to get shot into the ground.
Oh, yeah. He spins on him right there.
And this was that last play. I mean, it's a pretty low percentage play to hit the deck, like you were saying, and crawl all the way down in the snake when it's 1-on-2. You're the one.
Yeah.
If you're the two, that's not necessarily a bad move, again, depending on the situation. But the only way that would have worked is if he popped up and got that shot on that guy in the stand-up temple. Instead, he gets shot cross field, gets Purdue their second point. But they still have a real hard road against them, particularly if UCF goes back to tightening it up. Because you know you have that throwaway point it's not a throwaway point, but you know when you're kind of beating up on a team a little bit and you're starting to get a little cocky, think you can make that big move or that extra, sloppy gunfight, and then all of a sudden 3 dudes are walking off and you're like, wait, what just happened? We've been beating up on these guys, and now you lose the point. So UCF needs to check their heads a little bit right now, get refocused, and come out and bring the same paintball that they were playing for those 5 points.
That was definitely, they came in very sloppy on that one. I mean, just like you said, just got to tighten it up and just get back to what, the winning ways, just what they were doing.
So there is UCF probably doing, hopefully, what we're just talking about in their pits, getting a little huddle. But they look good, man. UCF looks real good.
Yeah.
I really am looking forward to this last game of the day, the Liberty Flames taking on Texas A&M. Texas A&M, they won their first game big over the Miami Redhawks. Then they go and they beat Wisconsin Platteville Pioneers 10-0.
Wow.
So that was a beating. And then now they're going to play Liberty, which is another one of the favorites here. So I think that's going to tell us a couple things. One, is this the same type of, Texas A&M beat up on everyone last year.
Yeah.
Remember last year how bad it was? So are we going to see more of the same this year, which it's potentially looking that way? Or is Liberty finally going to emerge? Because, with Liberty, we're always talking about how good they looked during the season, and then they come into this tournament, and we haven't seen Liberty take that title home yet.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the year. Don't know. So got a little bit of a break here, so we're going to be right back. Stick with us.
What up, guys? Brad McCurley of AC Dallas and Empire Paintball here. Going to show you guys the new Vanquish GT. The main new feature with the Vanquish GT is going to be the V16 drivetrain that's on the interior of it. This is your new bolt system. Go ahead and pop that out. So this is it. This is the new V16 drivetrain. We've filled a lot of the air release valve holes, so you don't see that on the back of the can anymore. And what that's going to do for you is going to put a increased amount of pressure on the forward motion of the bolt. You're actually able to drop your dwell down significantly as well as your ABS dwell down, so it makes it more efficient and a much softer shot as well. So the spring is what used to help with the forward motion of the bolt, so we wouldn't have the bolt stick. But now, because of the change in the engine altogether, we do not need the spring whatsoever. You'll see the new colors coming in. These are actually on the way right now. They're sharp.
Gut check time for Purdue. 6 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. They are down a body on that major penalty, minute and 6 seconds left on that penalty clock. And since it's been mostly UCF Knights and Purdue getting decimated off the break, we're going to see the type of breakout as Purdue. So Purdue just ignoring the snake side now and pushing that D side pretty heavily. And to be honest, that's not even necessarily a bad thing for them.
No, definitely not. I mean, if they even secondary into it, that'd be good for them. I mean, you don't need to go up. If you're not making it off the break, I mean, why even keep sending the guy to their death, I mean, you're a man down already. Why give him another one?
Yeah, absolutely. But on the flip side, UCF didn't lose a body and able to make it out wide. And with the 3-point lead, they're probably not going to risk too much aggression right now. Probably more roll the guns, control the lanes, and let Purdue come, because Purdue has to push forward.
UCF coming into the snake now. They got a player at snake 1, I believe. Looks like he's trying. He got shot, and he's very angry at somebody. Did the foot stomp.
Brandon Evans. So Brandon Evans having a bad couple last points. He shot his buddy in the back of the head and now takes the early walk. But he played great before that, so I don't want to knock Brandon Evans too bad. He's part of the reason that they have this lead.
Looks like we have Purdue got their player back, so it's a 4-on-4.
And that's going to slow this point down a little bit.
Just a little bit.
So Purdue, though, they have the situation is the same. They're down 3, 5 minutes left to go. They have to start looking for moves. You really can't spend too much time down 3 points with 5 minutes left trying to work into a move or work a guy out in a gunfight. You just have to start putting guys in and going. You just don't have the time to dilly-dally and work into a move.
Looks like a UCF player taking out a Purdue player on the Doritos 50 over there. Looks like Purdue is the player down 3-2 in favor of the Knights. Knights into the snake, as well as Purdue looking to make a wide run. They'll trade out.
Yeah, that was a big bite, but he had to do it. No other choice. You have no choice. You're down points, you're down time.
Turns into a 2-on-1 now in favor of the Knights. Or maybe not.
Well, UCF still with a body, 2 bodies left alive out there, and in no hurry, as time is not Purdue's friend. So if I'm Purdue, they should have hit that buzzer.
Yeah, I don't think they're paying attention right now. They're kind of trying to figure out what's going on.
They're squandering precious moments here. They need as much time on that clock as they can get, and they're just kind of wasting at least 30 seconds so far.
I don't know. The strategy is kind of weird to me. All these strategies, hit the buzzer when you have time on the penalty that's on your side. It doesn't make sense to me.
Well, finally we get a concession. But these little things add up. When you're, okay, yeah, it's a 4-point spread, but I don't know. When I see that means that team just folded. They just basically said, we're not going to win this game. Let's check out this replay. Here, push going out on the D side. And then here comes that big move by Limpan as he comes all the way down, puts him in. This is a pretty nice run. See how he stays close to the bunker, and then when he gets close, he goes out wide. That's the best route to run there. And since nobody picked him up, he almost made that move clean.
Almost.
But you're kind of begging for a penalty in that situation if you're Limpan. That would have been best case for him, but
riding the lightning, as we like to say.
So 3 minutes and 31 seconds. It should be more like 4 minutes left, maybe 3:50. But Purdue didn't concede that point for a while. So now a pretty big task awaits them, trying to score 4 with 3:31. Probably not going to happen.
Yeah, the odds are not in their favor.
The way that UCF is playing right now, probably not going to happen.
No, not at all. I mean, what can you say about them that we haven't said already? You know what I mean? They're on point right now. They're on point.
When you start checking the boxes, shoot guys off the break, check. Yeah. Stay alive, check. Be confident. Have that, I wouldn't say a cocky swagger, but you need to feel confident out there to bring your best game to bear, and that is absolutely what they're doing. They're making smart secondary moves. They're controlling the pace and the action of the game. They're winning close points. It's looking really good for the UCF Knights.
And not so good for the Purdue Boilermakers.
Yeah, they really need to solve the riddle of the snake side, and that riddle, part of that answer to their problems over here is putting paint back at the guys shooting at your guys running up. Got to make them flinch.
Yeah, it looks like Purdue is getting more aggressive up the middle here, just sending a guy to the wall, as well as sending a guy into the Dorito 50, which gets torched. He's trying to make a secondary move. UCF players coming off postal right now.
Yeah, 2 bodies walking off for UCF.
2 bodies walking off for Purdue as well.
Purdue does have a body up in that center 50. He's looking D-side, trying to wrap around and contain, and here comes a body for UCF to try to work him out of that spot. Don't really agree with the route that the UCF player.
Not at all.
Some chinks in the armor right now for UCF. They lost some bodies off the break. Didn't like that run up on the D-side right there. Probably should have just cut to the center if he was going to try to shoot that player out. Either take a spot on the D-side. It's a little too sloppy. Regardless, here comes Purdue pushing past the 50-yard line. Oh, and Zudell gets his back ripped up. So Purdue is going to put another point on the board to keep the margin a little closer. So now it's a 3-point spread. Probably wishing they had that 20 seconds back here if they score another couple points.
Boyle giving him a side massage. There you go. And now all of a sudden, it's kind of a game. Now all of a sudden, those 30 seconds they squandered make a lot of sense if they still had it.
Yeah, again, you want to put your team in the best situation at all times to preserve the time, and they just weren't able to do it. So, got a little bit of a break here for this next point. We'll get a couple words from our sponsors. Two minutes and 28 seconds left to go here in this second half as we start this next point, and it's going to be pretty tough for Purdue. But they're starting to shoot bodies on the break, so this is a good sign for Purdue. Two bodies walking off early here for the UCF Knights.
Yeah, what went on there? Didn't it make it in time, or?
Well, and Purdue was able to get a body here to the stand-up temple on the snake side of the field, and a body up in that center 50. We haven't really seen anyone get shot attempting to make it up to that center 50. No big surprise there. But we also haven't seen too many of these teams shooting up the center. Most of the guns are all shooting out wide, particularly on the snake side.
Yeah.
Why? Because it's working.
Because you're getting the advantage. Looks like we have the Purdue player at the wall trying to shoot Dorito side right now. He's just working back and forth.
Another body walking off for the UCF Knights.
Yeah,
just two players left alive for them. So Purdue trying to make this a 2-point game. And if Purdue makes this a 2-point game, if they somehow make this a 1-point game, they're really going to wish they had that 20, 25 seconds back.
Yeah, that's for sure. They wish they had it back right now.
So another body coming off right now for the Knights. And here comes the attack up the center for Purdue. They double stack a wall. Now pushing up on the snake side as well. Just not dealing with a lot of time. Got to push the issue here.
Yeah.
Lowe comes up, and he's going to run and execute the last player. And it's tough if you're the last player for UCF. You kind of just have to sit there and wear it, take one for the team. Your team's not going to concede the point.
No. You look at them for help, and they're like, no, man.
Whenever that would happen to me, I would normally just try to gunfight into my death instead of sit there and just get your back tore up from 3 feet away. So now a 2-point game here, but just 46 seconds left. We've been asking, what's the quickest point you can score on this particular layout? And we could potentially find that out here because, you know, this is possible. This is not probable, but we've seen 2 points. I've seen 2 points scored in 46 seconds multiple times. So it is definitely possible. But, you know, I'm telling you, Purdue would probably be a little bit happier if they had a minute 15 left on this clock.
What was the fastest point that we've had so far? We had one last year at, what, 16 seconds or something like that?
Well, it's always tough to tell because the layouts change, so it's tough to go back to another layout.
Yeah.
You can see there as that last player for UCF just hunkered in, trying to take as much time off that clock and had to sacrifice the bunkering for that.
Oh, that player was nice to him, though. He shot him on the foot.
So we'll see. So, yeah, fastest point, I've definitely seen some 17-second points before, again, on a different layout. On this layout, We've seen, if we're not counting the massive mistake from a team where they didn't send enough bodies out, if we're throwing those in the trash, I'd say probably fastest point we've maybe seen is like a 30-second point.
Okay.
So, and that's not that fast. I mean, it's pretty fast, but that's not a 17-second point.
Well, it looks like UCF players are out there in time this time.
So Purdue ready to go. UCF, they also have their 5 players out and ready to go. Both teams at full strength. Just 5 seconds to go before the start of this next point here. See if UCF can live through the break. They've been having some survivability problems of their own the past couple points, which is why the score is as close as it is. So up to that center 50. So UCF choosing a very conservative breakout. Yes, they did send a body up to the center, but they did not go out wide at all to start things out. They do eventually get a body out wide there on the D side. Purdue able to get a body into Snake 2, and he's going to crawl right up to the 50-yard line. And not working with a lot of time here, under 20 seconds in this match.
Looking for a crossfield shot. Looks like he'll take one player with him. Nope. I don't know, like, the UCF player, coach isn't letting him know where. Oh, his gun is down. Wow. The Snake player crawls up to the 50, stands up.
And his gun's not working.
And his gun's not working. Awesome. You know that the paintball gods are just not
Purdue's game.
Shining on
Yes,
you right
poor
now.
Slinsky got all the way to the 50, had a shot, and don't know what exactly happened. Did he forget to turn his gun on? Did it just randomly break? Who knows? But unfortunately for Purdue, a little, too late. And Central Florida, even though they had a little hitch in their step there towards the end of this match, but I think, Catfish, that probably is, when you're feeling like you're beating up on a team, you got a pretty good lead, and you start maybe even unconsciously pumping the brakes a little bit.
Yeah.
Being a little sloppy, a little too cocky, and I think that's why Purdue was able to put some points. Now, again, Purdue did start lacing up those off-the-break shots, which they definitely needed to tighten them up. They were not winning the off-the-break battle at all in the first half, which is why that score got run up so much for Central Florida. So, victory for Central Florida Knights, and it looks like Lauren is down with Brandon Evans. Let's check in.
Brandon Evans, congratulations on that win. Now you guys have gone undefeated for the first day, correct?
Correct.
How does that feel? This is your last year. This is your last nationals. How does it feel every time you get on that field?
You're going to make me cry, I swear. I've just had a really good opportunity with my players and everything. I swear. I just really want to say I'm really proud of everyone, and I can't wait for Saturday, and I can't talk either. But no, I'm really happy about this. This is a dream come true for sure.
Well, you guys are coming out here, and you're coming out here strong. You had a great match. You had a couple points that were a little more rough, but moving forward, what do you think are the key things you need to work on to make sure that you stay one of the favored teams for nationals to get that first place win for graduating this year?
Definitely keeping our eye out on the clock. We had a few issues about that. We don't exactly have set lines, so we're just making sure everyone's in their designated positions, make sure we know what game plan is. So.
And don't shoot your teammates in the back of the head.
That's my favorite part.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Stay tuned, guys, for more.
So stick with us here. 2 more sets coming at you. Penn State Nittany Lions, another team that has done very well at this tournament over the years, going to be taking on the East Carolina Pirates. And then the last game of the day, the game a lot of us are waiting for, is Liberty Flames. They were undefeated heading into this event. They did lose to Central Florida. They're going to be taking on the Texas A&M Aggies, who just dominated everyone last year and look amazing this year as well, too. So those are the 2 games still to play here, 2017 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships. We'll be back. 2017 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships. I'm Matty Marshall alongside Kevin Catfish Arcia. And right now, the battle that's about to go down, Penn State Nittany Lions taking on East Carolina Pirates. Catfish, if these two teams watched the last game, they need to take some lessons from off-the-break shooting from Central Florida, one of the favorites here.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll see if Penn State will be taking on the Pirates. And it looks like off the break, Pirates going, or Penn State goes all the way into the red zone on that D side, and the player for the Pirates running up to the center 50 did not pick him off, so that is a great move. Pirates lose a body here on the snake side, so it's 4-on-5 in favor of Penn State.
Yeah, Penn State seems to still be 5 strong here.
That's a huge move, though,
that was
Catfish.
A big bite, too. It looks like they're diving into the snake, getting shot as he dives into the snake.
Well, that's not going to help his boy on the opposite side of the field.
Nope. There's another player rumbling and bumbling up to the wall right here.
Oh, he made it in there clean.
Yeah,
if he can come around, he gets one and has to trade out, but that is going to make life a lot easier for his teammate who's in D3. Made it there off the break into the red zone.
Yeah, but that now makes it an even 3-3 here, spread for both teams. Looks like we have not the Pirates, but the Lions in a more favorable position on the Dorito side. Is he still in the Dorito?
He's still over there, still alive.
Looks like we have Pirates diving into the snake now.
Well, the Pirates flooding body out here wide on the snake side to the back corner bunker. And that's going to give him a better angle. But Nittany Lions, they now have 2 bodies. They have a body in D2 and a body in D3. There is a bunker between them in that mini wall. But still, good field position for Penn State. Yeah. See if they can get some production out of those guys. No one in that center anymore. And I think
we have 2 in the Dorito and 1 on snake side for the Lions. Pirates have the opposite, 2 on snake side and 1 in the Dorito for them. So let's see which front player is going to impose their will first. Oh, look at this. Nittany Lions were straight into the snake, uncontested. What will he do there with his head down in the dirt, though?
Yeah,
that's the question.
But making it into snake 1, again, it's going to take some pressure off his guys on that D side of the field, and that's the most important thing. Yeah, getting up the field gives you better angles, but getting into the snake, if I'm a back guy here, the snake's hot, now I'm worried about the snake, and I have to worry about D3,
yeah.
It makes my life a lot harder. So, and that is the situation right now for East Carolina.
Looks like this is going to be a nice long point here for these guys.
Yeah, running up about 2.5 minutes so far. Definitely seen longer points on this layout, which means things are going to get interesting in Texas
yeah.
on Sunday. Probably going to have some low-scoring games. But you never know.
Here we got Scott here on the snake side for the Pirates. Oh, and the Pirates lose their safety valve on the other end of the field, which will allow the Lions to come down the Dorito side.
Yeah, so now it's going to be up to this player on your bottom left-hand portion of your screen, hoping that he maybe can get a kill, but he loses his back guy, so he's probably not going to be living for very long in here. Tries a desperation run forward and gets just stitched up. And maybe he thought that he got a little bonus ball of love there as he turned around and kind of glared at the guys from Penn State.
Come on, guys.
Well,
hey, we're here to have fun.
That crazy play that they ran off the break, it ended up working out for him.
Yeah. I mean, he got into that's the red zone of the Dorito.
I'm trying to think if we've seen. I don't think we've seen anybody run to D3 at the start of a game yet.
No.
We have somebody attempted, I think one other team, I can't remember who it was this morning, but they tried that move. I think he made it in there but died immediately afterwards. So that's the first guy we've seen make that move, get in there and stay alive. So it's good work and a good first point here for Penn State. Hey, sometimes you roll the dice on those crazy plays off the break and they work out. Those are really fun plays to run too. Let's check out this replay. So here's the battle developing in the center. So that Dorito's been hot on the right-hand side. This guy runs through, clears out that center 50, and that was a big move for Penn State, Catfish.
Yeah.
Because you could see, look, he's focusing on that D3 and just really putting the fear of God into him. comes and takes out that guy, and again, now that allows him to actually go to work. And that's exactly what happened. And here was that last kill. You could see, kind of felt he got shot a couple extra times, but hey, man, it's tournament paintball.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen.
I mean, yeah, you might have got shot extra, but I mean, you got to deal with it, man. These guys are shooting machine guns out here, man. I mean, it happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime that would happen to me, I'd like nod at the guy, and then as soon as I saw who it was, I just remember that guy, and then I just, be shooting that guy extra every single chance that I had.
What was our rule?
10-1.
Yeah, 10-1.
Oh, you gave me one extra, or I saw you shoot catfish an extra time for fun? I'm going to walk you off the field every single time that we play you guys.
10-1.
See if East Carolina. Well, let's see what Penn State does in this breakout. So I'm wondering, are they going to go more conservative now? Are they going to come with another crazy layout or breakout? And it looks like, much more conservative for them. And actually, he's going to go on the delay into what's becoming the favorite bunker there for everyone in that little wall, mini wall over on the D side.
The Pirates still favoring that the center wall. Looks like the Penn State sliding into the snake.
Well, Penn State definitely playing aggressive. They're in the snake early. They made that crazy move on the D side. They've already got made some ground up on that side, but no one is up in that center, so that the same guy is at the stand-up can, at that white can, and he's probably, as soon as he figures out that center's hot, which he should already know, he should go in there and take that guy out.
Yeah. I think he's going to be the same guy that went last time. He's going to try to make his way up to the wall. Oh, Pirates sliding into the Dorito 3 and just getting blazed. Not quite making it, sir. Looks like the Pirates lose 2 players. Here comes the cleanup crew. No,
doesn't make it.
Doesn't make it.
Yeah, but then it looks like Pirates are going to come through, and he doesn't get anybody either. So both those guys throw the body away.
It was entertaining.
I mean, he definitely shot the big man for Penn State in the center. I'm pretty sure that guy was already dead because he has hits on his front, not on his back.
Yeah.
So
looks like it's a 2-on-3 here in favor of the Penn State.
Tabor, though, was able to make it up to this 50-yard line here on the snake side with that chaos.
Yeah.
And that's a really good move. I like what I'm seeing out of Penn State, Catfish.
Yeah, they're playing aggressive, but, I mean, they're staying alive, They're definitely trying to throw the Pirates off their game. They'll do an exotic play and then just tone it back for a second, the next point.
But they tone it back, but they didn't really tone it back that much. Just to maybe one gear down.
Well, I mean, what they did was key because when the Pirates saw that he had dove into Dorito 3 last point, the guys running up to the wall was looking for that. So now instead of him shooting snake way, he's shooting that way, which freed them up to make a bigger push on the snake side.
Yeah, and Tabor did a good job of secondarying into the snake, and now he's in a real good position past the 50-yard line. But I'm wondering, why did East Carolina send their body up to the wall and look snake side if the push came hot and heavy in that first point from the D side?
Yeah.
And he still didn't stop him from getting in the snake.
No, not at all. These guys inches away from each other in the snake.
Yeah, we got definitely a good snake battle developing here. See who's going to get the drop on who. East Carolina down a body. And another really long point. I mean, it's 1-0, and there's only 3 minutes and 25 seconds left here in this first half.
Penn State players eating up a little real estate on their end here.
Well, I like the patience that I'm seeing out of both these guys here. Player of East Carolina is head checking back and forth, and that is definitely the smart thing to do. You got to be careful. He does have his teammate to watch over him. Back player on the D side is just solely focusing his gun, which should allow a lot of breathing room for the players in the center and on the D side.
Oh,
nice kill.
Smokes that guy.
Yeah, that's a beautiful kill. And he's going to waste no time to come and take out the last player left alive here, snake side. That's some beautiful work from Penn State here for their second point. I like what I'm seeing out of Penn State. A lot of guys contributing. I like the game plans, the execution.
Fernando getting a 2-piece there, doing work in the wall. That was nice. He peeked over the top of the wall, shot the guy back at the Doritos.
Good shot on his loader.
And then just launched.
And the guy wasn't giving him much.
No.
Wasn't like he had the whole body. I mean, he had to shoot just the tip of his loader, which he did. And then he knew exactly what to do after that. And what does that mean? It means he knows the count, and he knows where everybody is.
Yeah, exactly.
He didn't spend any time checking off all the bunkers. He knew, oh, that's it. I killed that guy. There's only one guy left alive. I'm going to run that guy down too, and made quick work of him.
Good point. Good point for Penn.
But that's the thing. So now if we're looking at Penn State here, Mitch Tabor, he's doing well. Fernando, he's playing well. I'm not sure who their front guy is on the D side, but that guy, both those guys over there is playing well. And even I like the tendency of the big man in the center to try to go up there and mix it up to keep that, where's the thorn, right?
Yeah.
If the thorn's the guy in the center and he's got to die, get yourself in position to do that. Again, it didn't work out for either center guys, but again, it's about making the move that's going to give your team the best chance, and that's what's happening with Penn State right now.
Yeah, I believe that big man is Anthony, his first name. I will not butcher that.
Why don't you give that one a shot? It's a Dutch name.
I'm not Dutch, not going to try. If it was Spanish, yeah, I'd be in there.
Duvenord, we'll go with that. So here on the replay, you can see there's the action in the center. He comes through, tries to get a shot on Duvenord. Definitely butchering that name for sure. But we're just going to roll with that one. And then you see here the battle in the snake. And, I mean, Skalau, he didn't really have much of a chance here. I mean, he's up over the top. He's trying to create an opportunity for himself, but he just lost too many teammates. There was really nothing he could do, and then he just gets run down by Fernando, who played excellent
right here,
at that point.
Fernando launching.
So nice work there by Fernando in that center, but that's what I'm talking about. You're getting, if you want to win tournaments, you need a threat everywhere. You need a threat on the D side, hopefully multiple ones. You definitely need a threat on the snake side, and you need somebody that's competent in the center that can mix it up when he needs to and play aggressive and play smart. So, and that's what I'm seeing out of Penn State, at least through the first 2 points. Still a lot of games to go here. We still have 2 minutes left in this first half and a whole second half.
Looks like we have a Pirate just taking a big bite, diving into Dorito 3 off the break and making it clean, hoping to shut down any kind of movement that Penn wants to do into the wall. We got Penn coming snake side strong a little bit. Looks like they're getting ready to jump into snake here.
Good break for both teams, as neither team has lost the body yet, and better field position for East Carolina. So they're like, okay, Penn State, you guys are going to play aggressive on the D side. We're going to counter you, and we're going to do the exact same thing. But unfortunately for that player up in D3, he loses his back player behind him out of his bunker. So just one body on that side of the field right now for the Pirates.
Now Penn decides to make a move into the wall here. Oh, and shoots that guy to Dorito 3. Did he shoot that guy making that move? That was impressive if he did. And looks like we have Penn continually coming down the Dorito side. Looks like the majority of their points. The 2 points.
Well, there's definitely a full court press happening with Penn State. They have the threats. They have threats in the center. They have threats on the D side. Look at this big move. That's a nice little 2-pack right through the center of the field. And
maybe
another
3.
Yeah, might have got all 3 of them, but still just impressive performance here from Penn State, as they haven't missed a beat. 3 unanswered points for Penn State.
That could have been a 3-piece. I mean, I know 2 for sure.
I think that was Zach Johnson. Remember little Zach Johnson? The little missile for them?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he even got I think he went and tried out for a pro team. I can't remember. Was it a pro team or? I can't remember which team he got some spins on. I don't know if it was a pro team, but high-level divisional team. Regardless, Zach Johnson was a huge weapon for Penn State last year, and we just saw what he's capable of.
Yeah.
And you can't teach small size, and he's tiny. Perfect paintball size. So let's check in with the third member of our broadcast team, Lauren Kelly.
Hey guys, during that last point, I was talking with Mitch Tabor, who was in Snake 3 on ECU's side of the field during that second point. He said he knew he had the advantage the whole time and was able to just stay chill in that bunker because he could see ECU's shadow on the ground, and he could tell that the Snake 1 player was getting a bit frantic and wasn't sure what to do, so that's why he just stayed calm and waited for his teammates to make their move down the field.
Penn State is, I mean, just watching them play here, they're looking real solid. There's a lot of good teams at this event, obviously, with, the paintball. I mean, Drexel had a good game, and Drexel, Texas A&M, Temple beat up on Clemson, as we're watching that run through here from Zach Johnson. But if Penn State can keep doing this and do this against some of these best teams out here, I mean, I'm not taking anything away against East Carolina's not playing bad, but Penn State's just dictating the pace of this game, and they're the ones exerting their will on East Carolina.
They're just playing better.
So now just 33 seconds left to go here in this first half. East Carolina going to try to find an answer. But, again, to go to speak about how well East Carolina is playing, even though they're down by 3 and it's been mostly Penn State. But I like that they were playing aggressive on the D side. I like that they're getting in the snake. I mean, they're making these positions. They're just getting outplayed by Penn State.
Yeah. And they're barely getting outplayed. Wow, look at these Pirates coming up the middle.
No one's picked him up still. He gets all the way to the back line before he gets diced up.
Two-piece. Definitely picked up a two-piece.
Nice little run through here with not a lot of time left, and if he can keep some players alive behind him, unfortunately, his player in the snake has now taken his barrel off, which is not what you want to be doing it with 10 seconds left in the half.
Yeah, Paris Silver over here doing an operation, doing some medical work right now.
That's a game, or that's a name you can't forget. Paris Silver.
Yeah.
But unfortunately for Paris Silver, he dove into the snake, took a core sample, and was taking his gun apart with 10 seconds left, which, that's not going to help out.
He might have been looking for silver. Who knows?
So right now, it's just been all Penn State. We're going to head in here to this halftime, put 10 more minutes on this clock, head into the second half. But what Penn State's doing, I mean, it's not, yes, they made a big move in the beginning of the game and took D3. Other than that, it's been pretty standard paintball. Roll your guns off the break, make smart moves. It's just, they're doing a good job, and we're here to say this a lot, but they're dictating the pace of the game. They are the ones that are executing better gunfights, making the first moves, being in positions where East Carolina has to worry about them, whereas it's not vice versa. So let's check in with Lauren.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Chris Altacruz. Chris, you were captain of the Pirates. Going into the second half, what is it that you're going to tell your team so you can try to get some points on the board here?
Got to win gunfights. Have to win gunfights. We're losing our bunkers, getting shot out of bunkers, off break. Just got to stay alive. That's all it is.
Were you experiencing the same kind of struggles in your earlier matches, or is it because of the aggression Penn State is bringing to this match?
Actually, the early matches were really easy. We were just running through teams. We were doing the same breakout, so a new change would be good. Penn State's pretty aggressive, so they're fast too, so we got to shoot them out first.
All right, well, we'll see if Pirates can match their aggression. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Lauren. All right, so stick with us here. We are at halftime, and it's been all Penn State. Your score, 3-0. We'll be back. We are back. 2017 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships. I'm Matty Marshall with Catfish, and we are getting into the second half. It's been all Penn State. Now, East Carolina's not playing bad, though. They're making moves. They're getting into good positions, but just like listened to in their interview before we went to a short break, they are definitely having survivability problems, and it's the second. It's not necessarily the front guys. It's the twos and the threes. The back players and those insert bears that I feel are having more of the struggles for survivability, which then puts their front players in a bad position, particularly when Penn State is playing as tight and as aggressive as they are.
It looks like Pirate didn't make the snake run. Looks like we have all of the Penn State still alive. Pirates down a player. But Pirates look to be in better position with one of the players at the center wall, keeping that snake side under control there.
Well, Pirates playing aggressive here to start the second half. They do send a body up to that center 50, and Penn State pumping the brakes a little bit. They do get out wide, but here comes Zach Johnson. He's going to come up and execute a player for the Pirates. Nice move by Zach Johnson. Top gun. Tyler Nalig, remember Tyler?
Yeah.
The standout star for Penn State. He texted me during the break and said that reminded us that Zach Johnson played for Top Gun for a while.
Oh, okay.
So now here goes Penn State, though, doing what they do. Smart insert move.
Oh,
no, this time
sloppy.
a little too sloppy. Tabor trying to get up into this 50-yard line, gets taken out. So that's two bodies that have dropped for Penn State. They still have 3 players alive. East Carolina with 3 bodies as well.
It seems that, it's not like the Pirates are playing horrible or bad. They're just a step behind, it
That's
seems
what
like.
I'm saying, too.
Just a step behind.
I agree with you. They are a little step behind, and you could tell how frustrated they were. That interview when Lauren was talking during halftime, you could see they were frustrated because they've been, according to them, stomping on some teams, running the same breakout. But Penn State's just playing really, really tight right now. But here's an opportunity. Penn State loses another body. So now just 2 players left alive. East Carolina trying to put their first point on the board, looking at a 1-body advantage. Do you think they know the count? I don't think they know the count.
I don't think they know. They have a coach right here walking back and forth. I hope he's relaying the count. I mean, that is his job. I think he's trying to figure out where they're at right now, or seeing how many players.
I just need numbers.
Yeah.
If I'm out there, just tell me how many guys we have left alive. If you tell me where they are, that's great, but I'll figure that out by process of elimination, as long as I know how many variables I need to count.
Yeah.
But it was smart of the Penn State player who got shot. He went low and ran off.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
I did.
He didn't. Oh, but East Carolina, they drop a body of their own out of that. On that D side of the field, it's now 2-on-2. And that's going to slow this point down.
Where's that other Pirate at?
D3 and back corner bunker snake side.
Okay. So we got a Penn State player at D2 and mirrored up with the Pirate on the snake side here.
So now, once you get to that even body count, it slows things down a little bit as the players really have to think about their moves, especially when you always have to think about your moves. But when it's 2-on-2, pressure's on you to not blow it, make a sloppy move or a sloppy gunfight, because most likely whoever loses this next gunfight is going to be the guy that blew it for his team here in this point.
Oh, and he just runs down. Nope, he survived that.
Ooh, that's a tough one. So. But he ends up getting shot out too, so it is a one-on-one. So Penn State tries to run down the player at D3, misses his shot. Other guy stays alive, so East Carolina had a 2-on-1, but then the back player over here for Penn State got a shot on him cross field, and now it's a one-on-one situation.
Yeah, I think the East Carolina player has a better bunker standing up. Well, he's now standing up himself. I didn't know he was that short.
Right now, because there's only 6 minutes left in this game and Penn State has the 3-point lead, it's up to the guy from East Carolina to be pressing the action here. Guy for Penn State doesn't really need to do much. I mean, even if he loses his next gunfight, they're still up by 2. It's really up to him to try to take as much of the time off as possible. That's more important than the point.
Yeah.
Getting 2-3 minutes off this clock is more important than that point. because then that puts East Carolina in a situation where, okay, let's say East Carolina does win this one-on-one, but Landis is able to take 2 minutes off this clock. Now they're down by 2. There'll only be 3 minutes left, and East Carolina is going to have to ride that ragged edge of aggression, which that's when you make mistakes. It's tough. That's the low percentage play. So, again, I'll take Landis burning the clock off, even if he loses. Hopefully he wins and burns the clock off. That's best case scenario for Penn State right now. Tense moments. This is definitely the point for East Carolina. If they don't win this point, that's it. This game's over. And he's got to know that. Landis just head checking. I don't think Landis has any more paint left. Might have one pot on his back. And then Mateo. Yeah, I think Landis has one pod left. Yeah, he does have one pod. So Landis still has whatever's in his hopper and one pod, and I don't think, does Mateo, and Mateo is out of paint.
No, Mateo
has a pod. So they both have one pod. Mateo closes the gap a little bit, moves up. He's past the 50 on to Penn State's side of the field. He's just hoping that Landis gives him something. Landis hasn't really shot his gun much at all. It's been Mateo just kind of tippy-tapping Landis' bunker. That's a bad spot to be in a one-on-one situation. That is not a good bunker. What I would have done is I would have got to the 50-yard line Dorito, and I would have cut inside and try to make a play for the flag. Not run for it, work my way to it, and then try to spread that field out wide. Now, by going up to that little nub in the snake, and then he's going to cut across, that's a much better bunker. Landis launches, and Landis ends up getting taken out, so Mateo is going to back up off of that. I was going to say, there's no one left alive, man. You know it's a one-on-one, and Mateo is going to... Must be really tired.
Yeah.
That's a long point for him to play. Very nice job by Mateo to put the first point on the board here for the Pirates. Actually, that's Maffeo. Josh Maffeo. Still, amazing job. That's a really tough, stressful situation to be in.
Yeah. But like you said, he did win the point. Congratulations. But the better option in that scenario would have been, like you said, when he got to the Dorito, cut inwards, make your move for the flag, and then just cut the field and use the field to your advantage.
But he made it work.
Yeah, but he made it work.
He made it work. But now we just talked about this. You give up the point, and sure enough, there's 3 minutes and 18 seconds left. And you can check out this replay here. So that's Zach Johnson on the run through. But now East Carolina is down 2, which is totally doable with the time they have. But it's going to be tough. So they're going to have to push forward and make moves that they normally wouldn't make if they had 10 minutes on the clock and it was even on the point spread. So look for them to play a little bit more aggressive than they've been playing. They don't have any other choice, and but that gives Penn State an advantage because they know they have to come.
Maffeo coming winning that point for his squad there. Making it a 2-point this fit.
So yeah, 3:18.
There's still time.
There's definitely time, but 2 points is what we're talking about. And there's only been 4 points scored in this entire game. So now we're asking East Carolina, and East Carolina's only scored 1. They have to score 2 more just to tie. And it's going to be tough with just 3 minutes and 18 seconds left, particularly the way that Penn State's playing. However, Penn State in this second half not been playing as well as they did in the first half. I'm not sure if that's the side or what, but still, Penn State loses a body trying to get out wide here on the snake side. This is an opportunity for East Carolina, and they lose 3 more bodies. A major penalty assessed, I think, on Zach Johnson.
Yeah.
It was either on Johnson or the other guy in the D side, the back Aztec. Yeah. Regardless,
one of them. It's not good.
A horrible break for Penn State, and this is a huge opportunity for East Carolina.
Looks like we got East Carolina players up to the wall, center wall, and then getting shot out of Penn State's Dorito 3.
We better be careful not to get another penalty.
Yeah.
It's calling them out. So a pretty fast point because of that major penalty here for East Carolina. It's now a 1-point ball game, and with probably about 2:15.
Wow. That was a nice little quick point.
So yeah, 2:13 left on the clock here. I mean, yeah, it was a good point for if you're an East Carolina fan, but it was only a good point for them because Penn State got that major. No major, different situation.
Yeah, definitely.
But it happened. There's still 1 minute and 12 seconds left on that major penalty, so pretty much for the remainder of this game, Penn State's going to have to play down a body. East Carolina on the power play. Let's check in again with Lauren.
Thanks. I'm here with Josh Maffeo. That was a great job on your part during that one-on-one, a crucial point for you guys to get to have a chance at winning this tournament. Now, walk me through your decisions. Why did you decide to bump up to Snake 1 before you crossed the field to get Landis out?
Well, my hand's kind of forced being down 3-0, not a lot of time on the clock. I knew if I tried to run a big distance, his coach would just tell him I'm coming, pop, shoot me. We didn't need the trade. So I figured if I could close the distance, give him less time to react or maybe freak out. That's exactly what he did. He wasn't prepared, came on the inside, and luckily got a shot on him. So it worked out for us. My team's still putting in work. We got a close match here, so hopefully we can turn it around and bring it back.
Yeah, we'll see if you can. Back to you guys.
So 2 minutes and 13 seconds left to go. You know, he was right. His hand was forced. Yeah. And again, I don't want to be hypercritical, but again, having to go into D1 is a lower percentage play than trying to utilize a pin. Landis was watching that lane, obviously knowing that he was going to go for the flag, but when you're in that one-on-one, yeah, it's tough. You go to smaller bunker. I mean, it's just simple logic. Smaller bunker, harder to hide behind, bigger guy.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
But still, he won that one-on-one. That put themselves in this situation now, where Penn State got that major. Minute 12 left on that. It's a 1-point game. I mean, East Carolina could definitely win this one. They're fighting right now.
Yeah, definitely.
And they got a break.
They had a big break from the paintball gods here.
But are they going to capitalize on it? And what sort of play are they going to run? And it looks like they are going to go hyper-aggressive on the D side. They run to D3 off the break, and he makes it in clean. And they also go to the center 50. They spread the field out, too. That's a great break for East Carolina.
Yeah, East Carolina is starting to gobble up field here. We got Silverman going to the Snake 50. So now they control all 50 bunkers. The Snake 50, the 50 wall, and looks like they're at Dorito 3. Not quite at the 50 Dorito.
Well, Penn State able to keep their bodies alive, and they're going to get that 5th body out here in 38 seconds. So they just need to roll those guns. And the tough thing now for East Carolina, okay, they've made it to the 50s, and they did a great job to get here. But where do they go from here? They have to break the cross right now, and it's going to be tough because they weren't able to shoot any bodies on Penn State.
Silverman needs to start wrapping and shooting across field here. Looks like he wants to do that, but a little tentative. Looks like the penalty is about to come off. We're about 5 seconds now on that penalty. Silverman getting checked out. And that penalty coming off the board. Penn State at full strength now.
Yeah, Zach Johnson comes out of the box, and he's got to be probably a pretty happy man right now that Penn State was able to...
Oh, he got shot, though.
Well, but they're in the same situation. Yeah. They're still trying to push into 4 guns. They only have 45 seconds left. So look for them. Now, this is interesting. Penn State, Zach Johnson decides to come out of the stand-up temple and go to the can. I don't like that move, and he got blown up real quick, and that's...
Silver having a game right now. Oh, 3-piece, picking up a 3-piece.
That was not a good move for Johnson to go to that stand-up
Silver
can.
picking up a 4-piece right here.
Silver is doing it right now from the 50-yard line here in the Snake, and they are going to be tying this game up.
Oh, you got to run, bro.
With 17 seconds left to go.
Silver says, I'll do it all.
15 seconds, I mean...
I'll do it all.
What a scrappy East Carolina Pirates team.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they got the gift of the major, but Penn State was holding strong, and East Carolina able to make it to all the 50s, and then again, always the tough question, how will we break the cross? We're looking at 4 guns, and then Silver just starts taking bodies out from the center, from the 50-yard line here on the Snake side.
There. They needed that from him at that point right there, tying it up. 14 seconds left on this clock.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about, fellas. Feel good? You tell yourself
Just trying to figure out what exactly will happen.
14 seconds on stupid majors, chill. Feel good?
So let's see what will happen here with 14 seconds left in this game. I believe they'll give them 3 minutes or so of overtime. You see Johnson getting potted up. So he's going to be back out there.
I mean, we're going to see an overtime period here. I don't see how barring 2 majors, I think we're going to see an overtime period. Yeah, so it looks like we have a brief moment here before we start this potential last point. Something crazy could happen, but we'll be right back to find out.
Welcome back. I'm here with Anthony Davenport on Penn State. Now, you guys had a significant lead. You were up 3 points. Now it's tied, and there's only 14 seconds left. What kind of play are you guys going to come out here with to try to close this up in the last 14 seconds, or are you going in expecting to go into overtime?
You know, we're just going to go out. We're going to play our game. You know, when we get down we get up a couple points, go down a couple points. You know, we don't let it get to us. We just work hard and you know, play our game, make that push, and we'll see how it goes.
All right, we'll see if they can make that push and get this in 14 seconds. Up to you, Maddie.
Thanks, Lauren. Well, we'll see. 14-second point. It's kind of a tall order. Probably going to see an overtime period here. 3-minute overtime period. And then after the overtime period, if they're still tied, it will just be a tie, which would be kind of a heartbreaker for Penn State with the way that they've played, and also a heartbreaker for East Carolina with this comeback that they just did. So tied up, and that's what we're going to see. We're definitely going to see an overtime period, and both teams came to play for an overtime period here with this breakout. You know, if you're looking at a 14-second point and everyone breaks out to standard bunkers, no one takes any big bites, they're playing for that overtime period. So the question now, Catfish, is should Penn State, they're going to have 5 bodies, East Carolina's going to have 5 bodies. Both these teams have been playing very aggressive. I actually really like how both these teams are playing this field.
Yeah.
But what is Penn State going to go back to that hyper-aggressive breakout? What do you think?
Well, I honestly think
D3 off the break.
Yeah, well, they've been getting there, and they've been making it, so I don't know why they wouldn't try that.
Both teams have made it when they tried it.
You know, maybe both teams will run that.
I was going to say, maybe we're going to get D3 off the break from both teams. Or maybe they will completely abandon D3 and then run snake off the break, thinking that they would attack the D side like they have been the entire time, but sneak that guy into the snake off the break. Still a bold move. I think probably what we're going to see is probably a conservative-ish breakout from both teams. The only issue is it's a 3-minute overtime, so you don't have a ton of time to work with in the overtime point.
Yeah, not a ton of time. I foresee each team sending one guy up to the wall, 50 wall, and then possibly the Dorito 3 off the break. That'd be interesting.
I think they're going to go I think both teams have a strong chance of going to the mini wall on the D side. We've seen a lot of guys make that off the break. That's much safer. Even though D3 is only about another step and a dive from the mini wall.
Yeah.
But that step and a dive is a little treacherous running through a lane that's wide open to the shooters. I don't know. We could see I think stand-up temple on the snake side maybe. I'm just wondering because out of the teams we've watched play today, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, but I think that these are two of the more aggressive-minded teams off the break that we've seen out here so far.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, like we haven't seen people making D3 off the break. And these guys, both these guys have made it. Both these teams have made D3 off the break and made it clean. And then that one pirate that just went all the way to their stand-up, that one break, taking 2 down.
And both teams playing real smart on the snake side.
Oh,
look, yeah, see, mini wall on the D side and center.
So it's coming in strong.
So Penn State loses. Penn State losing both bodies on the snake side and a minor penalty assessed, and that should do it here. As soon as East Carolina gets up from their secondaries and looks downfield and realizes they're only looking at 2 bodies right now, it's going to take a miracle for Penn State.
If they can just whittle away 50 seconds.
It's going to be tough. It's going to come down to East Carolina. Does East Carolina put the pressure on? But East Carolina also losing 2 bodies, Catfish.
Yeah,
so that makes it much more interesting now. It's 3 on 2, but Penn State is going to get that body out of the penalty box in 32 seconds.
Oh, look at this one.
That's
wow, big bite.
He takes the big bite, goes all the way, leapfrogs his teammate, gets past the 50-yard line, and now puts a real good crossfield shot on the 2 players, because the 2 players for Penn State are only on the D side. They're in the mini wall, and now that player's now making a move past the 50-yard line. He gets 1.
10 seconds to a jailbreak.
So there's going to be a body coming out of that penalty box, and the guns have now shifted. Nobody picked him up, Catfish. Nobody picked him up. Might have got a ball on the player from East Carolina.
Oh, and he shoots him.
So the player coming out of the penalty box might be the hero for Penn State. If Penn State can pull this off.
Wow. Penn State looks...
A couple real good moves from Penn State here has now put them in a position to potentially win this match. It's just 1 body left alive.
I don't see Penn State losing this.
I don't see they do it. It looked horrible for them at the start at the break. They had the penalty. They lost a bunch of bodies, but they fought through it.
It looked like Penn State was about to walk the plank.
And Silver, Paris Silver.
The Pirates end up walking the plank.
Yeah, Paris Silver getting decimated by Gunter. So Gunter coming out of the penalty box somehow, some way. The 2 players left alive for Penn State on the D side, not only did they stay alive, but they shot bodies as well. Just when we were saying how it looked horrible for Penn State, look over on the East Carolina side of the field, 2 bodies are walking off. Yeah. That took the body count close. And then as soon as Gunter got out of that box, he comes down, makes a great move here on the snake side, and lo and behold, Penn State somehow, some way winning this game.
That's a strong Scandinavian name right there.
Yeah.
Gunter.
Wow, Penn State. It
was 50 seconds, and they definitely worked that 50 seconds off the clock.
Most entertaining game of the day that we've seen out here. The closest game goes to an overtime period. And look at Gunter. Comes through. He counted all the bodies. He knew what he was looking at. And just to be safe, trying to make sure that guy in the center's dead. And just solid clutch performance.
That was a clutch performance.
And you see there.
I bet he was just chomping at the bit in that box right there.
Yeah. That's a great move. Unbelievable. Taking the victory here. A nail biter to the very end. Let's check in with Lauren Kelly and the victors.
Hey guys, I am here with Gunter and Fernando. Congratulations on that win. I mean, man, the overtime point, I didn't think it was going to go your way in the beginning. When you saw that there was a penalty and you guys were down bodies, what ran through your mind?
I just told myself I got to be calm. I got to trust my guy. My D front players, Dak Johnson, came through. I knew he was going to do it. All I had to do was stay alive, watch his back, tell him where the snake player was crawling up. And I knew that once Maddie came out, we got this, no problem. That's how much I believe in my boys.
Gunter, you did work on the snake side. Tell me what was running through your mind in that moment when you decided to make that run.
Well, I mean, he's just counting down the penalty, and then I was just like, I got to choose a side. And as soon as I did that happen, he just come running down the snake, so I figured you got to kill one of them, so I picked him out. So I'm glad it worked out. Quick shout out to Wanna Play Paintball. If you're in Central Harrisburg, hit it up. It's an awesome field. Go ahead.
I want to give a shout out to my mom, my dad, but I love you. Blitz Paintball.
Guys.
And Penn State, baby. We are. Thank you.
Great job today, guys. You still
So
got a
polite.
long weekend, but awesome playing today. Back to you guys.
Thanks. So thank you guys so much for joining us here. 2017 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships. I'm Matty Marshall, Kevin Catfish Arcilla. Thank you so much to our sponsors, Carbon Paintball, GI, Empire. Definitely help out if you can go to the NCAApaintball.com. We have a donate page. We're out of time here for the webcast, so maybe you can help us out with that. Go donate if you can, and help us bring you guys more webcasts. So we'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning for more action here. Can't wait to see it. Thank you guys for joining us.